It's a hard
unfortunately.
shit. Okay, so we'll play with this a little bit before Wednesday. We'll try. Okay, so we'll have to talk tomorrow. Well, Monday. Monday will be the time that we talk. Labor Day. You'll be home on Labor Day, right?
I'll be traveling a bit, but I can probably take the call. Yes.
Yeah, well, we've started live streaming, and so I just want people to know we're trying to connect to the studio now. Let's see if that works. It's okay. It says excellent connection, but I'm not getting an image. So your image seemed to take in the studio, but it doesn't seem to be uploading yet or connecting. Okay, now it has. Okay, now it has. Good. So there we are, and so that at least has started. We're going to click a renewal on this, so see if it comes up. And all right, everybody, our audience, respond to us, please. Let us know how we're doing, or rather, whether we can be seen at all. Everybody hit those upvotes. And okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing the live stream right now,
Yes.
confirming it.
Yes.
It is going with the correct image.
Miraculously, just miraculously, it's unfucking believable whatever you did, and so my computer can no longer work with the external hard drive. That's essentially what's going on. So, and the external hard drive is the key to everything in my computer, because that's the security issue, is to keep everything in external. So we'll play around with it. That's what it is basically, right? Because because my own computer has a hard drive, which is like running out of space. Okay.
In essence, it is, but what you have is a different type of hardware.
Okay.
Instead of a solid state drive, you have what is called a hard disk, the old school physical writing drive.
Somebody has to buy me a new
is
computer.
slower.
So just tell people they need to buy me a new computer, or we can't continue this. Yes.
In that case, yes.
Yes.
Okay, I hear you.
Preferably,
Yeah.
yeah, Aristides. So preferably the hardware that would be ideal. I don't know. You can reflect on this, but the best thing would be a microcomputer.
Yeah.
With a solid state drive of
Yep.
of high storage capability and high
Yep.
memory, which nowadays is pretty affordable. It's not like it used to be.
Oh,
So
I know
that
exactly.
would be my
Yep. Mhm.
yeah. Okay, so there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I've
My
been
prognosis.
looking into a lot of this myself, or the reasons for myself, and stuff I do at work. So, yep, I'm becoming quite the computer guy.
That's so cute. Okay, everyone, forgive that little outburst. It's a release of tension from, you have no idea what we had to do to get to this point. Everything that could possibly go wrong, as always, goes wrong, and none of it is accidental. What I try to be, as shall we say, just try to, as much as possible, avoid falling into paranoia. But after a while, it just no longer, there's no logic other than the fact that we're constantly under attack. That's what happened last time that I was trying to produce, and the last time I was trying to produce, every time I kept changing the image, the title would flip back. Every time I kept changing the title, the image would flip back. That's not natural for the studio for YouTube. That's not normal. And then they fried the capability of our man Brendan to get in from the backside, and somehow he miraculously did that today, or we would have nothing up. And what happened last time was, after I had changed the image and we thought that was it, the title then flipped back to the old title, so nobody would look at the show. So we had very few hits on the last show, comparatively speaking, and yet at the same time we know those numbers were altered because throughout the show we had very high ratings. So throughout the show we had very high hits, but then none of it uploaded or processed as being the case. It processed as if nobody had seen the show, comparatively speaking, and has just gradually been working up since then. And we know that they hit the numbers with all kinds of just whittling them down to nothing. We know our numbers are much higher than that, and half the people listening to us, probably the feds, don't even register as listening. Okay, all that. Peter Moon says we're up. Sheila Gavin says loud and clear. Eric Cradle says hello, DDD. First off, Sheila Gavin, I do want you to know, honey, I did see your wonderful statement the other day when we had to knock off the old show and start to upload a new show, and we had to upload the picture and the title again and again. And during that time, we lost your wonderful comment that you left underneath the show itself. You can feel free to re-enter that so that I can acknowledge it, because I couldn't acknowledge it after I had to delete that show forever. The 10-14 seconds that had been caught up there. All right, so I want everyone to understand that Marina Seren may show up, and Amy Como has, thank goodness. And so, dear lady, we're going to speak with you and take some time with what you had sent me. Give us a moment to get there. For those of you who don't know Amy Como, I'll introduce her fairly quickly. We want everyone to know Brendan Zogit and Aristides are with us. These are our co-producers and engineers in a sense. They are, of course, beyond that and do everything they can to make certain this happens. And, of course, my co-author, Peter Moon. We've also called Heather Holman. We'll see if she arrives. She did acknowledge me with a message. And I want to say shout out to Aaron Tice and to everyone else who has been helping me lately. Aaron Tice sent some packages which are very appreciated. Basically some meds, and profoundly appreciated. They got to me immediately. I'm happy to say I slept through most of yesterday, so didn't get till I got up in the morning. But even with all of that, of course, I do want people to know, if I'm sounding normal, I am not. I am in excruciating pain. My nose is broken. My face is deformed. My tonsils, when I was very young at Letterman Army Medical Center, they were fiends for taking out tonsils. And this was because, of course, you're getting paid, you might as well do it. So the doctors, would perform these, even if they weren't getting paid. If they were salaried, as opposed to on commission, so to speak, they were salaried to the point where they had to justify their salary. So most every kid born in the military did not leave with their tonsils intact. They would usually have their tonsils taken out at some point because it was just the thing to do. Because someday it might get inflamed, and like the appendix, you might as well take it out. So that never happens preemptively. My tonsils were so vestigial, they decided not to do that, which was a profound exception. Rare enough where I remember distinctively all of their analysis, their decision, they're reaching this decision. Well, whatever vestigial tonsil I had has been so inflamed by all of this trauma that I'm choking on it. It is extraordinarily long now. It is going down my throat. It's the most god-awful feeling in the world. You feel like you're constantly choking on something that you cannot swallow because it's integral to your upper palate. Aside from that, I cannot breathe. So my nostrils are completely clotted, not only with blood, but broken bone or cartilage. It's whatever is deforming the nose. And I'm, at some point going to have to take a short break to do something. Other than that, I have, there's no point in calling the ambulance and turning myself into the Kaiser emergency room with the experience I had with the ambulance last time. There is an added suspicion to that incident in that I have never been billed. The one thing the San Francisco City and County Fire Department, they turn it over to their billing section, and those billing people are like telemarketers. They're just like automated. They just will continually call you and redundantly so, and send you letters. None of that has occurred with that last incident where I called the ambulance. I have received no billing at all. So something extraordinarily suspect about that. And but the one thing I do know is there's no point in calling the ambulance again for a while, because it's Labor Day. The city will be effectively on fire. There's Labor Day weekend. They're going to be taking care of people who are blowing up their houses with barbecues by accident, etc. Everything they're going to be responding to, kids throwing fuel on briquettes and burning their fathers alive, all that shit. None of this is humorous. This is what happens. And so with their response, there's no point. I would be on divert and go back to the same place over again. So nothing is going to be open until Tuesday, and then Wednesday I see the doctor in the morning anyway. So Tuesday I will be spending trying to talk with Kaiser about how to send her an email with images of how I used to look before I see her personally. All of this is the horror which I'm dealing with right now, and just so you know what I'm going through, I don't even know how I'm able to talk, and I'm sure people who are really sensitive do notice the difference. My septum is no longer deviated; it's just destroyed, and the tonsil effect on the back of my tongue, all of this, it must be affecting how I sound. All right, so all that being said, profoundly uncomfortable, but will last as long as we can, and just continue what we're doing. With that, we're going to turn it over to Aristides for a minute. He's going to go through his usual spiel, and then we'll go back to Peter and Amy. I'll ask her a little bit about what she sent me because I feel it's important, a good way to start the show. And then we'll, process into the night. And Brendan may have to hang up at any given moment because of his what he deals with in his environment. That's probably the best way to express it. And let me see if I can think of anything else at some point later. I hope to thank by name those who wish to be named, all of those wonderful people.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I'm currently gardening as well.
Cool. Well, that's good at
An
least.
added factor.
Yes, that at least is good. Thank you. As a matter of fact, I was changing some of what I was writing lately based on some things that Brendan has brought to my attention. And just to make certain I understand it correctly, Brendan, perhaps you can correct me on this or tell me if I got the idea right. The common understanding that a person would have is that sustenance farming. This was the perspective back in the 80s, of course, in the 90s, was that sustenance farming was impossible to sustain the human race with the numbers we have today and the logistics we have today. But I believe that from what you have been telling us, it actually is possible to use, if you don't call it sustenance farming, which means the family's feeding itself, the more natural methods used in India to feed a good part of the world, if not all of it, if we can replicate that in other places. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's beyond sustenance. I mean, it's thriving.
Okay. All right.
Through just natural management of resources, or what would be called the what is the word for it in like the physics? It's like the least path of least resistance. That's their really like something that was handed down from antiquity.
Thank you.
Is like there's no uphill battle you don't clear a whole field and only put one plant. You let the whole field thrive and put in hundreds of plants. And then the hard part is having enough manual labor, or in the case of the Japanese, having equipment that is intelligent enough to pick what is in season at that time. So, and they've also done it with cacao farming in South America, where they'll have these food forests, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be cacao trees underneath other fruit-producing trees inside of a mango grove. So then they'll have 3 harvests in the same hectare of land that you would normally only have one monoculture.
Right.
So there are ways to do it. It's being done, and it's just suppressed because of just human fallibility. So it just has to be extrapolated, and like I said, it's based on the path of least resistance, as opposed to this mega clearing and mega fertilization kind of mentality, where things have to be done in these big these huge ways when they can be done really small. And biodynamic would be the word that Steiner would use in these people. So there you go.
Excellent. And did you receive or have a chance to review what I sent you, what I'm expanding on the occult, and how I added in the durian? I don't know if you saw what I was talking about, the Turayan, the term Turayan, and its connection to the durian.
No.
So you didn't see that? Okay, check through my emails and you'll see that big big photo of the durian in there. And the other point is I've been trying to release a lot of toxic memories concerning magical rituals. And because I've been writing all this down, I've been going in different directions, and one of them was the direction where I had to bring up monoculture and the complaints that people have, of course, about science and their biblical interpretation of what should be avoided, such as GMO foods, in their opinion, etc. Had to go deeply into that, and that's what brought me back to what I just had to talk to Brendan about. One of the things I'll bring to Peter's attention, and Amy's, which I'll be happy to share with them both later, is that I was showing Aristides and Brendan in what I was writing elsewhere about the Garuda Combine, which is the fact that India is now supplying the food to Israel, and of all places, along with all of Israel's Arab satraps, whoever's in the Axis of Abraham, whoever has signed up for the Abraham Accords with Israel, they're all getting food from India now. India is their supplier of food. And all for the reasons that Brendan has just articulated. This is a military alliance of logistics.
And it's through Dubai. The Indians have set up there wouldn't be any other word for it, a colony in Dubai.
Yeah.
Like, they send a lot of their rich people to study there.
Yes.
As like this the lance, the tip of the lance for that operation. So many Indians are now living in Dubai, and so all the food goes with them, because Indians can only thrive on their traditional foods, which there are reasons for that, which I could articulate later. But so that's what's happening, the direction it's happening.
Thank you. And they all hate Muslims, ironically, which is why they're aligned with Israel. So please,
yeah, but they all like money.
Yeah,
they all like money. They'll get along under business. They'll get along under business for sure.
Yes, thank you.
As we can see.
Thank you. Yes, so it's truly an unholy alliance. The Israelis, a whole group of oil-producing Arab cartels,
exactly.
And Asian India. Yes, what I call the Garuda Combine. This would be what I would consider the soft underbelly of the enemy Synaxis, the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, because they're really aligned with them ultimately in the future war that I foresee, or the war that's ongoing right now. We're already in. Okay, so all that being said, that being cleared, we're going to. I will take a short break while Aristides goes through his announcement. I want to thank our dear Sheila Gavin for responding. Love you dearly, honey. Hello to, of course, Eric Call and whoever else joins us in the chat. That would include T-Tank Barry. God bless you, T-Tank Barry. Again, a wonderful human being who has done everything he could in this time to make things easier, along with so many other people, including Victoria, who put up a video just yesterday about losing someone. She, maybe this is an anniversary of someone who died, but she's saying, missing you, brother. So I'm going to try and find out what's going on with her later, but our thoughts and prayers are with her as well. So aside from that, she has sent me some wonderful liposomal vitamin C. So, okay, let me go finish what I'm going to do, which will take just a few moments. I'll be right back. In the meantime, Aristides, if I don't return by the time that you're done, reminding everyone, just turn it over to Peter, and I'll let you all know as soon as I return. I'll go mute now. Okay.
Sure. Okay, so as usual, I'm going to remind you that as soon as you get here, we need you to hit the thumbs up, the upvote in the video, and slide over. Make sure that you're still subscribed. You're still subscribed. They may have unsubscribed you. Hit the notification bell to get notified when the programs start, whether it's on time or sometimes there needs to be a restart. The upvote's very important because they affect the algorithm for the program, and certain detractors of Douglas enter in downvotes that you can't see because YouTube hides them. It's very common these days, but it affects the searchability of the program and other things, how likely it is to appear at random for suggested stuff like that. So it's very important. If you're so inclined, you should have a YouTube account to even do the upvote. I wasn't able to do it until I had one. Might be different for you, but once you have a YouTube account, you can go under the settings and create sub channels for under your account. People typically use these for different topics, to keep things compartmentalized, but each of the sub channels can upvote separately, so you can switch between and real quick throw a few upvotes on there, and we'd appreciate that. But remember to switch back to your main account to talk to us, because sometimes people with blank channels come in and start talking. We just kind of wonder who it is, and sometimes they're weirdos. That being said, the donation link is already in the chat. Please help Douglas out any way you can. He's coming through for us every time, despite his medical challenges, his computer issues, and he needs your help. And please consider sending anything. $5, $50, whatever you can manage. So, all right. Brendan has spoke. Peter, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So thank you for that, Aristides, and thank you for reminding people to donate to Douglas if you can. These are definitely the hardest times he's had since I've known him with this unfortunately botched surgery. That he's gonna, as he said, he's gonna consult on Wednesday and to see, because they're statedly willingly to correct it. I do have one question, because tonight's show we're scheduled to feature Marina SEREN, who asked to come on.
And I'm back in time for that. I'm back in time to hear that. Continue.
Yeah. So what did you hear from her?
Me? Well, no, let's take a look. I don't think anything.
I thought you said you heard from her.
Oh, I did. I mean, we had in oblique ways.
With regards to this transmission, is what I'm asking.
Oh, yeah. Let me take a look at what Marina has sent me. Well, Marina's not communicating with myself directly. She's been responding to Aristides, and the aside from of that, I can the general impression was she didn't mention this show in particular, right, Ari?
No, I haven't. No, I just sent her a message. She responds occasionally.
Right.
Yeah. This is the whole question. Did she respond about coming onto the show or not?
No. Right.
Okay,
Ari?
because she had asked to come onto the show.
Yeah.
I said we would feature her. Yeah. And now she's a no-show. Okay, that's just what I'm clarifying.
Oh, so, right. Well. So far, we do have to understand it is 3 a.m. when we start.
So I did send her a Facebook message.
Yeah.
So, we'll wait to hear. So I'm just clarifying for the audience who was expecting to hear her. Mm-hmm. She's not here. So in her place, I would like to hear from Amy Cuomo if she's with us.
Yes, dear Amy.
I'm here.
Good. I always like to hear from you, Amy. So,
yeah.
Tell us what's happening.
So you sent me an interesting notice there. Oh, but anyhow, go on, Amy. I'm so sorry. Don't mean to interrupt. Continue.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. It's so nice.
Yeah.
To be on early again, and I did not believe that you would be on your last transmission. I was shocked when I turned it on and saw that you'd had surgery and you were still on the air. It blew my mind. And then when I finally went back and listened to hear, all that they had put you through, which is, it feels sometimes that you're just dragging your feet to have to go do these things, and then you end up in a worse place, thinking what was the benefit of this? Why did I go in and
thank you? Yeah.
Check this. Why would I do that? Right? It's not for something like this. Just so absurd. So I'm really to me, every moment that you have to share with the world, with everybody who could listen now and could listen in the future, it's really a great gift. And I want to let you know that it has changed who I am and how I believe I operate in the world. So I want you to feel like you have done something good for at least one person. But I know that all of us, there's beloved listeners who show up and who support you, and to make sure that these things that you've endured do not get unnoticed. You're not being ignored. There's people around you who care for you and who want to see change, like not just the endless persecution, the sea of betrayal and abandonment, but also change towards a sense of meaning in the work that you're doing, change towards something that feels like you've arrived somewhere new, not that you're on the same path of pervasive, persistent torture.
Yes, thank you.
You know, like that there's an evolution, and that there's people who, you know, maybe had no idea who you were, but then honestly, for whatever reason, continued listening and continued having an interest in what you have to say. Because to me, you know, the way that you speak about these things is like, why would I lie? Like, if this story were a fake story, what benefit is it for me to keep expounding upon it? Like, how, you know, how have you really benefited from being loud about what you have endured?
Thank you.
No. But you do it because that's the only thing you can do sometimes, is to just get louder.
Yes.
Just continue doing the things that have made your life important.
Yes.
And honestly, like this whole thing with them, you know, disfiguring you, I think they're, you know, they're going to be held accountable, and you're going to have to go through some pretty tough stuff still. Like, you're still in it. Like, they have to go back and fix it, and that's going to be hard for all of us to endure. It's going to be hard to not know because we can't be next to you, and that has been a real struggle for me, because this week I had another friend who also had another surgery that had been...
Yes, tell us about that.
For years. Well, I don't have permission to talk about it, but it was interesting when I looked at my schedule, and I was like, oh, he's having that done after 4 years, and Douglas is getting this thing done this week too. And, you know, my other friend is here, so it was easy for me to, he's just said, come over today, and I was there, and I showed up, and then with you, I was like, I can't show up, and I'm like going through my list of people I know and thinking, okay, who do I know in San Francisco? And then like asking Tokyo, like, who do you know in San Francisco? And we contacted people, you know, but they didn't get back to us because you're on the left coast, and we, you know, we get it. We're Puritans over in New England, and you can ignore us because you're on the left coast, and it's fine. But like, that was my struggle, was like, you don't need me. You need somebody next door. You need the person who can come and check on you and be like, hey, here's some soup. Or, you know, like, we know that that's not the thing that you want, but it, at some point, like, it comes down to who's going to give caregiving. Like, you can't do it telepathically. I'm sorry. It's
yes.
ridiculous. And heal them remotely. And we can argue about this for the next 6 hours, but I'd rather just stick with, you know, having some good boundaries around this and saying, like, these are your needs right now. Right? Like,
yes.
Like, if you could detail for us some things that are like really important in the next 2 or 3 days.
Yes.
So that we can respond, you know, with some generous listening, and then trying to do outreach or just get you some help, because that, you know, having Sammy Romero drive all the way up is a little ridiculous. Like,
yes.
You know, we really need like a closer network of people who can like facilitate some things, like for your safety, because this is again part of how you're getting through this, but you're also getting deeper into it. Like, it's spurring you to do more writing and to really put some things out there. And I just feel like, what should I do about this? Like, like I'm reading this stuff going like, you know, like, however this evolves, like, what is the plan here? Like, can we, you know, can we like hammer out some details about what do you really want done, like, immediately, like, for us to be able to respond in a way that's effective?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that profoundly, honey. And this is what I'll tell you, and it gives me an opportunity to thank T. Tank Berry again for specific actions. For those of you who don't remember the last episode, or it was too painful to suffer through the entire audio, I do want you to know that in the midst of it all, T. Tank Berry, whom I understand did not contact Peter Moon, I honestly thought he had written Peter Moon a text. Peter Moon knew that the person knocking at my door was T. Tank Berry. I actually wasn't going to answer. But I did answer in time to catch T. Tank Berry. And I did hug him personally. So he saw how I looked. Now, this is very important. It's important not in some legal sense where he acts as a witness to some lawsuit against Kaiser. Kaiser, rather the MD, surprisingly, has already told me Kaiser will basically cover what do we call it? Reconstructive surgery is really the only term that I can think of. But he saw me facially and saw how disfigured I was. He also saw that I could not stop bleeding. It stopped enough where I'm continually coagulating. Apparently this was part of the problem they had to deal with, which forced them to get very aggressive, which forced them to essentially tear up the inside of my skull. But all such being said, he saw me at my worst. In other words, where my face is covered in blood, not necessarily running, but nevertheless, I couldn't do anything about the coagulation of all the blood because it kept running and then coagulating. It's hard to explain, but he saw me looking as if I had just been, hit by a truck. And he saw the disfigurement of my nose, which, of course, I did not spend the Labor Day weekend at the estate. I did not want the Blood Boys to see me like this. However, there is a whole story behind the images that are embedded in thumbnail of live stream that I can relate later, and why my face is not shown on those. So, but they were perfect for tonight, and they're fairly recent and applicable. We do want people to know Marina SEREN sincerely wanted to be with us tonight and may show up. But it's whenever we start the show, it's 3 a.m. over there in Spain. And oftentimes she may not show until just the moment she wakes up, which may be 6 a.m. in the morning, which would be about the time that Peter's leaving. We'll see how it happens. I mean, it's certainly something. When she shows up, she shows up. And I'm just happy with that. And we're blessed with Amy Como's presence right now. And I'll get back into some of the messages she had sent me. And she's, of course, been going through an incredible amount. I want to enlighten people about how everything she said about myself applies to her almost in double or treble. She has suffered so enormously and is a targeted individual who has tried to escape by moving all over the nation, which she's done all her life. And it just doesn't work. They follow you, and that's what she deals with. So we'll get back into that in a moment, because that's essentially the direction Marina SEREN was going in as well, and therefore it's all relevant. In terms of T. Tank Berry and his showing up, what really matters is that he brought these incredible little bottles of water. So they're spring water, and it's necessary because the one thing that I have at hand, which isn't worth much, is essentially what in the South they call a neti pot, which is prescribed by the people who released me from the hospital. And the neti pot is basically something that they warn you not to use tap water. Now, the reason they warn anybody not to use tap water is because, unlike the city and county of San Francisco, which raids sacred Native American waters, the Hetchy Hetchy Reservoir is the breaching, the damming, the distribution of sacred Native American Indian waters that give us some of the purest water in the world. Theoretically, in San Francisco, it's one of the few places on Earth where you don't need to boil the tap water before you use it, that you could just drink straight from the tap. That's San Francisco's reputation. San Francisco Water Department is...
It goes through two separate water temples.
Yeah.
Like Greco-Roman style water temples that aerate the water on its way into the city.
Interesting.
I don't know if you've ever seen them, but there's one down in Redwood City on the other side of the inlet.
That's incredible.
So I'll send photos here in a second.
Thank you, because I was told when I was young that they would take us on field trips to these places, and either I missed the field trips or they never took us. But in other words, it's something they show kids. because it's something monumental. In other words, they've occulted it Bohemian Grove style, right, Brendan? That's Bohemian Grove shit. So they've westernized the thing, right?
It was for years in the 1800s. Now it's a public spot. I'll
Right.
show you,
Okay.
if I can.
Thank you. But I have access to none of that. I'm in a hellhole that is where I'm exposed to cadaver water. And I can, even though I've always put that up my nose several times a day when I'm home in the crypt, this is not a time to be doing that. So this is what I'm using. The spring water from these little plastic bottles that T-Tank Barry brought is to use it with the neti pot to basically saline rinse my nose with bromide solution. So that's the only thing I've been, and it's not worth it. It's not worth shit. But it does what it does. It's worth something. It's better than nothing. And after that, then of course I use the Afrin so that I give myself the illusion that I'm somewhat breathing. And of course they tell you not to use the Afrin. They say don't use the Afrin, especially after 3 days. Never use it again because they're afraid you're going to get addicted to it or some bullshit. And so of course I'm using the Afrin, and of course I'm using that in combination with the saline solution. I may take a break to go through that process sometime tonight, probably sometime after Peter retreats into bed, but that gives everybody kind of an idea of what I'm dealing with. And I would not have that water available were it not for T-Tank Barry, because I don't want to use the water from the larger bottles sent by Aristides and Samuel Romero and other considerate people. So the first thing I'd like everyone to know is right now it's just water. I just need water. But aside from that, a new computer. So water and a computer. That's all I need. Water and a computer. We're getting these photos now from Brendan. They're incredible. Oh my God. It is a Hellenic modeled Grecian temple that the water is coursing through. That's fucking incredible. It's so true decadence. Now, all that being said, the other thing that I do want to bring up is that my face has remarkably healed in many ways. All that being said, when I went to get beer at the local corner store, I've done this twice since I've come home, they haven't noticed anything. A person who was not told of what happened to me would probably be unaware of what happened to me unless they were a physical intimate who had stared at my nose until they saw stars at some point in my life or something like that.
Excuse me, Douglas, let me interrupt you for just a moment.
Of course.
I got a hold of Marina.
Oh, wonderful.
She's going to try and come. She's on a trip right now with her family.
Oh.
And she's going to try. I let her know people waiting here. She's going to try and go to a part of the building where she can join us. So she's going to try. So just you carry on with your talk.
No, I'm done for the moment. Let's turn back to our lovely Amy Como. So, Amy, you sent me this wonderful little notice here about. Tell us about this and its meaning.
Are you talking about the page that I had done some writing on, and
Yeah.
when I hadn't looked at it in 2 years, and it was talking about the suicidality of the programming.
Yes.
How there's I had 2 years ago decided that was something I was interested in, and I was going to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote 8 words 2 years ago, and I haven't looked at it since then.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the best. That's the best that could have happened with that. Like, I don't feel like I'm an expert in it in any way, but I find it's a sticky part of how do you deal with somebody who's clearly compartmentalized and reacting to you with different modes of input, like somebody who can talk to you straight in the face, say this is what we're doing, we're gonna head towards we're gonna head in the direction that will benefit both of us, and then an hour later they've forgotten entirely this plan,
Right.
don't know you're both like doing whatever it is you're doing, and then you're saying to yourself, but you know, what happened? Like, who was that was here 20 minutes ago,
Right.
and who is this now, right?
Mhm.
And I know that this is something that is like wildly rampant throughout the frickin' internet. Like, just look up MK Ultra. Ian West would love to talk to you all about it. Look him up. Talk about MK Ultra and alters and the entertainment industry. But the key component for me is that you cannot deny the suicidality. The fact that this programming was put in with that skeleton key that's going to pop up, and the person themselves is likely to do themselves harm.
Yes.
You know, and maybe it's a very natural thing, like they've endured so much trauma that why wouldn't they have that consideration?
Of course.
You know, it's sort of like it's kind of a priming of their culture and their community, like, oh, well, this happened, oh, then this happened, then this happened, and it's kind of like, oh, so everybody kind of understands why they would be thinking like this. Like, yeah, that would make sense. Like, of course they wanted to end it all, to stop the pain. And there is that sense that you know, that is the drive. Like, that is what they want. They want you to stop living. So that,
Period.
you know,
Yeah. God.
like that you're not in the way anymore, right?
Yes,
like,
yes.
you've been isolated, you've been impoverished,
Right.
and you're likely to end it so that you're not in the way. But there's this thing that it's been put inside of the person. It's in their own mind.
Yes.
It's a mind control function where there's a wounded child in there that's coming out, and it's going to take down the entire system with these acts. And the way it was explained to me was by Dr. Millicent Black. She said it's a drill. It's a military drill.
Yes.
That to
Tell
protect
people about, just briefly, your own stalking by the military was how you met this lady, and this is what brought you to me, was the military connection. This is so important. Please continue.
Yeah, so I had been, trying to figure out what to do about a situation where it had gone on for years. I'd reported it and was put in a worse position, like made to have to now advocate for myself against any doctor I saw, because they had labeled me as paranoid and delusional for even talking about a man who had pursued me for sex for 5 years, and every time I saw him I wanted it to end, and every time it continued.
Yes.
So and then to find out, like, oh, he had been married, I don't want to talk to him anymore, and then find out that, oh, his wife is now dead, like, again, that there's no details given to any of these counselors or doctors or people who are mandatory reporters and are supposed to provide you with some kind of assistance for looking at, how do I stop this, how do I get away from this person, like, could somebody please just intervene, like, just stop. And I'm talking about 10 years ago, even, like, this is 2009, so like just a decade ago even. I'm like looking at, like, how do I deal with this? Like, when you report, you're blamed for it, you're blamed for the whatever it is, for thinking that this guy's bad because his wife is dead, blah blah blah. No, it's more about, you have to find an answer, and there's people out there who are talking about these answers. They're looking at, like, intelligent people, not not people who are out there to become famous, not anybody who's out there to save the world, because that is, like, the last trapping of the ego, is, of course, do good, right? Like,
Right.
ego is always like, I want to be a good person.
Yeah.
You have to let go of that even. But these people who have been stalked by the military,
Yes.
they have a backlog of information to share with you. So I was seeking out somebody who could mentor me and give me some advice about what can be done here, because all of the answers that were being put in front of me were not effective. I was just being shot down in every single way. Like, I wasn't getting assistance with medical care. I wasn't getting assistance with work. Like, it was very difficult for me to get work after, being stalked in this way and not having anybody come to me with like, okay, well, this is, what do you need? This is what I can do for you. Like that would never happened. But this woman, Dr. Millicent Black, has an online church, and she is very faith-based, but her experience...
Is she still alive?
As far as I know.
Okay.
I occasionally do go to the church website and ask for prayers, put in a prayer request.
Because my impression was they scrubbed a great deal of whatever she had online. Is that not the case?
Yeah, she's really hard. She has interviews all over the place, but it's really hard to find like some of her interviews about her talks, about how she went and had herself scanned for microchips. They had microchipped her non-consensually. It was all over. She gave me the scan that she had paid for through a private investigator. And then she told me like the process that she'd gone through with the military and how she had gained a number of supporters within the military, like men who were so disappointed that this guy had been torturing her the way that he had been. And she got them all to stand up with her and, and do advocacy work. So I was asking her about it, and she'd interviewed me, and she had elicited a lot of responses from me that helped me understand more about, like, what is the right thing to do in this situation. And at one point she even said, it sounds to me like your stalker is the same as my stalker.
Right.
It's the same person. She's like, it's the
Template.
same person.
Yeah.
They're not different people. They're not creative. They're not solving problems. They're just doing their job.
Yeah, they're formatted. They're formatted, and they all come from the same template. Continue, please. Yeah. It's a template personality. It's a template personality that they assume. They assume a template personality for what they do. Continue. Yes.
So her stalker was somebody who was well known in the community, had access to children.
Of course.
Yes. And so she had approached it from a very public point of view and just started talking out loud about him, using his name, talking about her experience with him, having dated him, how he had accessed her home. And this was really helpful to me. So that was sort of like the first time I was able to speak to somebody where I felt like there were intelligent answers being provided. And then
breaking up a bit there. Is that drones they're sending over here to harass you?
Me, somebody else. I'm in the car. There's no noise.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's Peter. He's in the background. That's right. It's the drones they're sending over Peter.
New York. Yeah.
Yes. New York. Long Island specifically. It's Montauk country. Go on.
Full of planes. So, yeah, I talked to her, and she was really helpful. I wasn't able to continue to talk to her. Like, I tried to go to the church services online. I never was able to get in. I was never able to call in to any of her things that she gives talks, like lectures and like groups, like having, groups get together, and I was never able to do any of that. And then the other people she'd worked with, I also met with them. There was just a series of people who were doing work along those same lines, where they were looking at the way we're controlled through our housing, through mortgages, and how mortgages are really one of the biggest expenses for a lot of people. And if there was no mortgage system, people would be able to spend money on things that they enjoy, and there would be more peace and prosperity. This is the,
Right.
this is the theory, the ideal of what would happen if we could like do something specific.
Right.
If we could specifically change the system from this feudal system, paying the overlords, paying the corporate slave masters. If we could get rid of the mortgage at the very basic level of providing people with a universal basic income, but also getting rid of debt, like allowing people enough money to buy homes, not having people own these homes where they have to work every day, 8 hours a day, to not be in their home, but to be at work. So, these different areas of like social contracts that we can like have an effect. And so those were other people that I'd started looking into like over the past 10 years. And that was sort of what led me to the piece that I was going to develop, that I like somehow 2 years ago I got a little busy with something and haven't been back to it. I haven't been able to do any writing, like, and like part of it was that you've been really incredibly prolific in the last couple of days. Like you've been really
Hemorrhaging.
stuff.
Yeah, I've been hemorrhaging trauma is what I'm doing.
So this is this is a very good outcome. It's almost like you're still fighting the war. It's almost as if you're like just putting it back in their face. Well, you're not gonna I know this is why.
Well,
I know that my sharing this information is why I'm being put out the way I am. So I'm gonna keep doing it, and I find that really just tragically noble.
Well, honey, I want you to know how much I appreciate you joining us. I want to introduce you to Marina SEREN. Marina SEREN, this is Amy Como. She's joined us tonight because she is also, like yourself, a targeted individual who has been through much trauma. And Marina SEREN has you found a place in the building. I mean, it must be about 3:30, no, more like 4 a.m. where she is in España. So, dear Marina SEREN, feel free to say hello, introduce yourself. I'm not quite sure I can do yourself justice, but we hope that by yourself conversing with us and hearing what Amy has had to say, you're not alone, and hopefully Amy is reinforced by your own experiences. Let's see. Let's test Marina's audio. Hi, Marina. Let's see if you can say hello.
Hello, Douglas. Hello, Peter, and everyone. Thank you
Yes.
for having me here. Amy, it's nice to meet you.
Yeah.
You're obviously not alone in this.
And thank you so much, Marina, for joining us. Now, thank you for responding to Aristides when he's been able to send you some communications, and let us know a little bit about, shall we say, Peter. Perhaps you could ask Marina to start in on what you think is most important in terms of a direction tonight. You already know we're kind of talking about trauma, Marina, and we did kind of bring that up last time. It's traumatic to be up at 4 a.m. in the morning. Is that the time where it is right now in Spain, Marina? Perhaps you could...
That is correct.
Oh my goodness. And you say you're out with your family someplace? Perhaps you could share with us what you're all doing up so late or so early?
Yeah, well, I'm sort of like a night owl,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
it's useful for me to be awake at this time of the night when it's summer, mostly.
Oh, wow. Yes, that would make sense. And of course, it can get quite hot in Spain. And so please share with us. Hopefully, you are in a good state of energy. You wanted to come on tonight, and please start whichever direction you wish to go in. And of course, we'll start with Peter just saying hello. Peter, if you would.
Well, yes, hello, Maria. Thanks for taking the extra effort to be with us under the current circumstances. Yeah, we were going to. I guess the first question I should ask you is, I sent you the books, several books. Did you resonate with any particular book or any particular section of any book?
Yes, I have not been able to read them yet, of course.
No time to
But-
read them.
Of course. But I have resonated most with the book that is called The Spandau Mystery and the one about the Montauk project. So
Okay, well that's good. I wanted to send you this Spandau, but I said if I'm sending you that, I've got to send you, the Roswell book, the Montauk book, the Transylvania Sunrise book, and of course, Roswell book is the book I did with Douglas. So, but the Spandau, because that's a, it's a very, I wrote it, for those of you in the audience who are not familiar, it was the only novel I've written, and I wrote it for a couple of reasons, but one of the reasons was to get at information I could not get at through normal research. So then you're going into a different plane of existence. And I would also say that people like Marina and Amy, and I really like Amy because I just like the logical approach she has. I really don't know that much about Amy's trauma. I mean, I've heard some of the crazy stuff she goes through, but so what I'm saying is when you start to go into the creative realm, you tap into what is, it's the meta realm. It's above the routine, physical, material stuff you're going to find in the library, so to speak, where, somebody didn't do footnotes. Well, now we're getting a lot of footnotes and stuff like this on MK Ultra type things. But all of this stuff takes place in the meta realm, for lack of a better word. And this is what Marina struggles with. Amy, you must have something going for them to be going after you. And this is the meta realm. So the Spandau Mystery, I wrote to get at certain things. I was fascinated with the prospect that Rudolf Hess, Noble Drew Ali of the Moorish Science Temple, and who was the third? Who was the third? Aleister Crowley, were all plausibly in Egypt at the same time in 1904. They had it's a plausible, so I put them all together. But then, of course, this book does go into certain drills. So did you pick up any particular part of the book or anything and just kind of zone in on it, Marina?
not yet. I haven't been able to take the book with me for this small trip that I'm with my family. But when I'm back to Madrid, I will definitely give you a feedback, 100%.
Are you in the Canary Islands right now?
No, I'm in the Mediterranean Sea, so it's like the eastern part of the peninsula. I'm sure
You're
you have
Alicante,
heard about
Valencia?
Yes,
Alicante,
correct.
Valencia?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that's great. What would you, was there anything you'd like to, because this is something that's going to continue and will go on, and, you can inform me when you've got your teeth into it, so to speak. But is there anything you'd like to address the audience with, or just to comment on what I just said or on what you heard from Amy?
I haven't been able to heard a lot from Amy because when I joined, she already was elaborating on her information and experiences, so I was not able to catch up.
Understood. And Marina, I think it would be, well, Amy, perhaps you could summarize for Marina what were you speaking of, and the fact that you've traveled all over the United States to avoid some of this terrorism, and you haven't been able to avoid it by doing that. So if you would just share in summary, Amy, with Marina, and then let Marina respond. I think that would be constructive.
Sure. Yeah, no, that sounds fun. It's really hard for me to even start at the beginning. I'm thinking back, so when did I first become aware of this? you know, like I had suffered a number of automobile accidents when I was very young. So that was very traumatic, and, you know, a lot of pain, a lot of reconstruction. Like 24, I was 24 years old when I was in a major car wreck. So that would have been like just the, you know, the first major trauma that I could really identify. But then after that, it was this, you know, just a series of interactions with people that were not they were not allowing me to grow in any way. Like you live in this very naive place where like you're expecting things to work out because you do everything in a certain way, and when things go horribly wrong consistently, you have to like really step back and readdress. And I think, you know, part of maybe what was for me the impetus was the fact that, you know, I have a head injury from the car accident. Like, I did not die. It was clear that like both of those car wrecks were meant to end my life. Like, there was no way I should have survived either one, and they were within a year of each other. So it was, you know, it was really, that was quite impressive just to be so young and like so challenged. But then earlier I was speaking about the form of military stalking where you can't really report it because the reporting then puts you in a place of having to justify and to argue with the people who are supposed to be, you know, you're reporting to them. They're supposed to be supporting you in getting you some kind of reference, getting you some, I don't even know, like you can imagine like if somebody had an experience where somebody was stalking them year after year and you weren't able to, you know, you weren't able to like block them, like you weren't able to get them out of your life in any way, that they would have an idea of like, well, have you tried this? Or what about this? And that just never happened. Like, it was just this series of leaving messages for advocates at domestic violence centers, like on all levels, like the military, the federal level, the state level, like local. Because they always ask you, where are you? Like, what, you know, these are the people who do what you need. Call them. And you call them year after year after year. And every year it's the same. Well, we can't help you because of X, Y, and Z.
You will get no help from them whatsoever. But Amy, I have a comment here, and that's that, as they say, this is in the meta realm. Now, I have a friend who's a targeted individual, and she's very difficult to, it's very difficult for her to see things from other reference points. She can only see things from her own reference point. So in her case, it evolves into a sort of narcissism, because it's like, it's this way, it's not any other way. And of course, you've got to, as you have explained many times, you've got to get outside of that mindset. But the one thing I noticed after helping her for many years, or trying to help her, she had suffered a concussion. And I then realized and pointed out to her, which she didn't deny, that so much of the terrible synchronicity she acquires, such as policemen following her and stuff like this, are tied to the unconscious realm. This would be 12th house in astrology, the hidden unconscious. So in other words,
Correct.
So these people are conspiring against you, but the conspiracy is in the, you know, in the unconscious. It's in the collective unconscious, because, and they might even smile and wink at you, but if you were to try and bring it into the conscious level, it's not going to happen, because it's, and so what happens is people are in other realms. Now, this particular woman is very intelligent when it comes, like, she will help me with certain problems, whether they be artistic, financial, or questions, you know, about financial stuff. She's very versatile and very intelligent. but it's, you know, and what she doesn't really, she struggles with is her own personal psychology. Her son thinks she's nuts. And
that, I believe that is part of why they do it, is to put you in that position where you have to explain and justify your own reactions, when that, you know, that whole explanation and justification is just digging yourself a deeper hole. Like, you're now not able to really give the whole context of what, you know, what led to this, what led to that.
And it's a no-win game, because you're never gonna, and you know, like, she'll even think, well, I'll leave behind to prove it, and nobody really cares, because if you did care, it's too much time and energy to put into it. It'll drain you dry, trying to vindicate her, or her trying to vindicate herself. It's a zero-sum game.
So, are you dealing with these frustrations, Marina? Tell us what you can relate to with this, or certainly what thoughts come to your mind, what advice you might have. Obviously, the situation is somewhat different in Europe, and I'll try and contextualize that later. But please, Marina, take it from here for a little bit.
I resonate 100% with all the things that they have discussed so far, because yes, one of the recent channelings that I perform with my guides and star family, it's very intense, specific information on how these beings utilize mind control techniques, meaning, of course, sexual trauma, abuse, and attacks, in order to destroy your psyche in fragments and then get attached to your tantra, to your sexual energy, your kundalini, and then get to be able to influence your unconscious mind or subconscious mind, which is responsible of the manifestation of physical reality, which is responsible for synchronicity, which is responsible for many things. So obviously that is what mind control is mostly about. And they are able to manifest through your own unconscious mind being under their own control, situations in your life that are going to work against you, that are going to sabotage your plan, your goal, your purposes, your own mental health, you know. And I understand completely that frustration of not being able to explain. In my own personal experience, sometimes when I've been attacked and threatened by these beings, when I became politically active and notorious, I was with a person that I was dating back then. Mm-hmm. And I was in the bed sleeping, and I received a visit from certain beings that were part of this mind control targeting, and I started to feel a very strong presence and a lot of energies that were directly being projected towards me in order to fragment my psyche even further. And I was about to scream of all the fear and trauma that it was being triggered within my unconscious. And obviously that will mean that I will be seen in his eyes as a crazy person, as an individual that is just not mentally healthy and stable.
Right.
Which will obviously sabotage the relationship. So that is just one example, but I can relate 100% to those dynamics in life, because you cannot really tell people what is going on with you, and it's just very frustrating. Yes, of course.
Well, when you comment that with regards to the tantra and the awakening of the kundalini, this becomes a very charged, sensitive subject, because that awakening is when you're actually transcending this physical realm. And you stated it quite eloquently. You stated it very fast about how the tantra and this energy underlies, you know, the synchronicity. Could you repeat that and elaborate on that?
Sure. I mean, sexual energy, of course, is one of the most powerful forces that we humans contained on every entity in this universe, because it's creator energy. It is the energy of creator. So that obviously is connected to our own ability to transcend into a higher state of consciousness. In fact, the more intelligent that an individual is, the higher is the indication that they have a strong sexual energy. And so when the Kundalini awakens, it definitely activates from the low levels and ascends to the higher levels. It is that caduceus symbol, ancient Hermetic caduceus symbol, that represents the two snakes swirling around the spine and ascending towards the spine to the upper part of the body, which is the brain. And it represents that awakening of the angelic consciousness within human. That is why there is two wings that are representing the hemispheres of the brain, and then in the middle part there's a small ball that represents the pineal gland. And of course the two snakes that represents wisdom, each of them are representing both the masculine energy within us and the feminine energy within us. All of this, it's the Tantra energy, it's the Kundalini. It is about transcending dimensions and getting into, let's say, integrate shadows so that we can gain a more dimensional depth to the experience of exploration of consciousness. And that activates the DNA in many aspects so that we are able to connect with, let's say, higher dimensional planes of our consciousness, higher fractals, so that they work dynamically within this construct of fractals and integrative. So it is pretty much like that. It's connected to the higher mind, the superconscious mind, the unconscious, the subconscious, and the lower level will be the physical brain. But the power of this unconscious mind is that because it's not on your frontal personality, on your psyche, on your physical vessel's brain, let's say, operative brain, it holds more potential to manifest ideas and beliefs and energies, because, for that matter, because the law of the universe is that in order for you to be able to integrate that which is in the unconscious, you need to be able to get aware of them so that you're able to work with those energies. Otherwise, evolution will not be viable in any way. So that's why when we hold strong levels of trauma in the unconscious and that we are not aware of, reality and the universe itself manifests events in our reality that will represent the essence, the concept of that trauma or fear, so that we're able to work with it directly so that we can integrate it and thus transcend it. And that is the power of the subconscious. It's very metaphysical in nature, the dynamics, and they understand that that is why it's so powerful. So that's why they get to influence and interfere in our synchronistic experience.
That's very eloquent again, and I thank you. And you have a very deep understanding of this, and this precipitates other questions.
Thank you.
Or yes, and what it has to do with is, you see, if people are traumatized in the sexual / tantra area, now it's very easy to conclude that, because just look at the trauma that's associated with birth. This is the whole concept of Hinduism. We're on this cyclic thing, so everybody's traumatized by birth and they keep this endless cycle. But then again, there's this creative force, this pleasure dynamic or whatever it is, to force creativity. But here what you're pointing out there, that this is embedded with trauma. And it's almost like, because if you think of Kether in the Kabbalah, and that's the throne energy. In Christian Kabbalah, it's ruled by Pluto. And Pluto is rapacious. And if you sometimes look at the way animals have sex, it's a lot of force involved. It's, they don't really have the the compassion that humans can exhibit in that sense. They will exhibit compassion with their young and stuff, but it's so this idea of sexual trauma as opposed to just birth trauma is very significant.
Yes, it's true.
And where does all this come from? What does it all? Who was the big traumatizer of sexuality? Now, say in Douglas's case, he was traumatized, suffered sexual trauma at a very early age. I don't know if you know this, but he was forced to watch his older sister being repeatedly raped by his satanic grandfather, and then when he tried the same on Douglas bit his penis off, which eventually resulted in his death. So Douglas was traumatized at a very early age, and his life has been I guess you would say, a sexual cornucopia of experiences, strange, pleasurable, and all of the above.
Well,
Thank
I'm
you.
very sorry to hear that.
Thank you for sharing that, Peter. At any rate, so Marina, in terms of your own experiences and what our dear Amy has expressed, probably one of the worst aspects of this is, as you said, the victim is blamed. And the victim is told that they're crazy, as you said, and then you've of course you have to have a great sense of self-confidence to overcome this, and you've managed to go into some extraordinarily symbolic and very spiritual methods, which I feel that you've contended with these challenges. In terms of, say, for instance, whatever you're willing to share. In the case of Amy, very similar to, of course, what I've been trying to express for many years, working with the military in America myself, having been employed by the Department of Defense, which in America, theoretically, the civilians control the military. So they have this bureaucratic department called the Department of Defense, in which the civilian bureaucracy supposedly controls the military. This is a joke, of course, and the military is basically a junta. And in America, this military junta targets people. And they target people with basically a form of harassment, and they terrorize them. And this has to do with certain elements of controlling the domestic population, which in the United States is quite large. So all of this can be gone into in another time, but you get the general understanding of that. Where you're at in Europe, in España, of course, what details do you feel comfortable sharing about the kind of bureaucracy you're contending with? Say, for instance, the social problems when it comes to these issues. You've talked about the spiritual, and that's profoundly important. It's how you've dealt with this emotionally, and how do you deal with it socially? What options do you have?
You mean in regards to my identity, my knowledge, my experiences?
Yes, or anything. Particularly trauma. When you're trying to deal with, say, for instance, getting rid of stalkers. Yeah. Unless that's something for security reasons, if you don't want to go into any details, that's understandable. But I'm just trying to compare, say, for instance, what we've talked about here in America. Amy's frustrations are that when she's seeking help, as Peter was saying, there's really no help to be had, but there's this entire infrastructure of bureaucrats who are employed to give people the impression that there's help available. I don't know what it is. So in Spain, is there something like this going on, or is it, like when you're dealing with these assholes, what options do you have? Just curious if there's, unless of course you don't want to talk about that and can take the conversation in another direction.
No,
that's
it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Sure. Thank you. Well, in Spain, I think I have to share the fact that in my case, when I started my awakening and I remember all these traumatic experiences and I got to be targeted, I was only 15 years old. So I was still going to high school, and I remember that for me it was very. I had my parents and my family to support me when I will say that I felt, like attacked by beings in the astral. But obviously, nobody will believe me. They will think, but neither judge me because they will think that I'm just a teenager. I'm growing up. I do believe in paranormal stuff, so whatever. But it became
But by
more
the way,
serious.
may I ask, were these the Greys at that time?
At that time, it was not just the Greys. It was Draconians. It was regressive Anunnakis. It was military men.
Yes.
It was a lot of people, to be honest. I had a very strong Kundalini awakening, so I got a lot of starships sightings at night, and I got a lot of my lab abductions. So it was pretty crazy. But I understand many of the reasons why, and it's because when somebody is as young as 15, they are still developing their prefrontal cortex,
Yeah.
and therefore their belief systems, which then solidifies more when they get into adult, state in their life. So they want to rush up to be the winners of who gets to control the development of that psyche and build up the most amount of experiences that are negative to shape my experience so that I am not as fluid as I could be, meaning manifesting other kinds of realities.
Right.
I hope that explained that part.
Yes, we're trying to frustrate your ability to fulfill your potential.
Yes. So obviously, the first memories that I got was when I was abducted to be performed mind control and kill trauma projects, the so-called satanic ritual abuses. And I saw myself as a child being experimented in a sort of like a hospital or laboratory kind of a scenario, and I was surrounded by human doctors, and they were utilizing technology in my genitals in order to traumatize me, scare me, and obviously perform techniques of pain pleasure reversal, as well as other forms of ritualistic sexual abuse forms. And so when I remember this, it was so vivid and it was so specific that I didn't know what to do with it. I don't know how to deal with it, because if I will tell people about it, I knew that people will think that I am crazy or that I did have some sort of schizophrenia. So I ended up having strong symptoms of PTSD, and it lasted for about 6 or 7 years of my life.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty intense spiritual work. And I do remember and recall that there was a point in my life in which the attacks were so intense and the trauma was so intense that I needed to visit a doctor, a psychologist, suggested by my parents and people around me.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided to accept this, but I knew that I must adopt strategic ways to explain the symptoms themselves, but without the context of what was going on, because if I will get to elaborate on what is going on with me, they will probably need to, I don't know, like give me some sort of diagnosis that it is far from true.
Right.
And medication that is not needed. So,
Right.
yes, obviously it was hard to communicate with people around my age. It was, I decided to get somebody to help me to deal with the PTSD, but nobody will be able to do that because they will think I'm just nuts. But yeah, that was basically it. And now that I'm an adult and I found around 17 or 18 years old people in Facebook groups that were also going through the same things, I felt not so alone. So I was able to at least have support from other people, which was very helpful for sure.
Wow. So,
Sure.
Peter?
Go ahead.
No. Continue, Peter, by all means.
Okay, you exhibit a lot of intelligence.
Thank you.
Were you like labeled as gifted in, when you were younger in school?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, so that would explain why you were targeted. Now, I also got the impression that all of this trauma that you were that sort of came upon you was trauma on another, wasn't necessarily taking place on the physical plane. In other words, if your parents were watching you every day, they wouldn't have seen you being taken away. It was happening in a different realm. Am I correct? I'm asking you.
Well, the complex of these scenarios is that we're talking about the space programs. So, in other words, they have technology to time travel, to manipulate timelines, and to utilize your body in a way that it is your physical body, but it is in a slightly altered reality, so that they do not directly interfere with the presence of the physical body in the third dimension, but still deal with your physical frontal personality. It's very complex metaphysical theories.
You've answered my question. You've answered my question.
Thank you.
In that it's, yeah, in other words, it's disguised, it's hidden, and
yes, correct.
And it's all, see, now when you're talking about earlier, you're talking about evolving to a higher state of awareness, and in some respects you can, take the people that evolve to a higher state of awareness, and to the degree that you hear about them or read about them, at best they leave behind some kind of legacy, which is generally not followed. But what I'm, I guess, driving at here is that when you become sensitive to these issues of really scaling up into a, I guess what you could call the supermind, or a fully enlightened being, where you've reached sort of a cosmic awareness and you can do a lot of things you couldn't do if you're just an ordinary working stiff or an ordinary person in reality. It becomes very territorial, and it becomes very vicious. It's like all of a sudden they're playing for blood, and you were tapped. I guess you weren't necessarily pursuing anything, were you? You were just born into this gift. And here I'm asking you a question.
Yes, it's true, but the IQ is not the only thing that they're looking for. They are able to track down lineages that are connected directly to those that are more hybridized with Anunnaki DNA or extraterrestrial DNA. And I don't mean only starseeds. I mean starseeds are closer races, but there are also lineages that are very powerful and very connected to higher dimensions that we could call the ones that are earth seeds, which we will refer to as the root races DNA. And now, of course, this is not working in separate methods or paths. We all have both starseed DNA and earthseed DNA, root race DNA, and closed race DNA. The thing is that, it goes hand by hand. For example, the Atlanteans that were the most powerful or most intelligent will be the ones that will have a higher percentage of extra dimensional DNA rather than that of the hominid DNA that was native to this planet.
Okay. And so the implication here, and I know Radu Sinamar states it in his books, that there's certain types of DNA that are more spiritually inclined. But here we have a insurgency against that. And this is what we're alluding to, like any way you want to look at it, a heavy duty monitoring and antagonism to spiritual enlightenment. What I would ask, I would comment on that if you want, but I would ask you, how can you tie all of this into what you know of the Vril mediums, and explain a little bit about the Vril mediums and how all of this ties into that and what the Third Reich was doing with the Vril.
Well, so far, I got pretty intense information this summer in regards to the Reich and the spiritual relevance or importance to that. I was told that Hitler was the last avatar in our species, in our planet, meaning that he will be another one to represent that which is Christ consciousness, like Jesus, but in the form of a human body and life. Now, and I'm going to share very specific parallels to this. Jesus had his 12 apostles, correct?
Yes.
Well,
Right.
12 is a very specific number that has ties to very specific occult information, occult knowledge and mysticism. Now, it's always surrounding the idea of avatars, consciousness. So when we look at the Reich and we look at Hitler and his Schutzstaffel or SS, within the Schutzstaffel we have the Black Order, which was composed of 12 SS generals that each of them were assigned one of the Sikh runes of the Black Sun. Again, 12. And they were the most intense and spiritually enlightened mysticists of the right, of the esoteric Arianism. So, again, I will interpret this also counting on the fact that this information came from my own guides, that the place that we call the Wewelsburg Castle, where the Emerald Black Sun is located, and where they perform their own rituals, it was what we could refer to as our holy land, that will represent, for Christians will be Jerusalem, of course. But to this last avatar, which is Hitler, which is said to be the reincarnation of Vishnu, one of the great Indian gods.
Yes.
That will be the place to be Holy Land, and those 12 generals will be to be the apostles.
Excellent.
And so, yeah, that's one of the informations that I downloaded this summer that I think that is of a spiritual relevance and ties to all these different groups, the Vril and the Tuli and societies and the unnerving.
So Wewelsburg Castle is what you're saying is this center point, this nexus.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why Himmler recognized it to be the center of the earth in regards to the surface, from a surface perspective.
Yes. Hitler always referred to Heinrich Himmler as my Ignatius, as
Yes.
someone akin to Ignatius Loyola. At any rate, so such being said, what Aristides, I believe you have some observations here. If you're able to join us or come off mute for a few moments. Certainly, Aristides, you've been kind enough to help make this happen. And Marina, I'm so glad that you communicate with my co-producer. It's very important that you do. It helps to expedite these episodes. Aristides, what comes to your mind about all of this yourself?
I didn't really have any specific observation ready, but I do find all the info about the Wewelsburg Castle and all this extremely fascinating. Of course, it's a subject of much lore and intrigue, and to find out more specific things like this, it's amazing.
Perhaps you could verify for Marina the fact that I wrote of this recently, Adolf Hitler's incarnation as the avatar of Vishnu, and bring up a bit about Savitri Devi and ask Marina if she knows of this individual.
Yeah, you did bring all that up. I'm sure Marina knows about her.
Oh, wow. I mean, this is so synchronistic because literally some weeks ago, I was listening in my head, Savitri Devi, and I felt like I needed to read or listen about her, and I think this is the perfect moment for you to maybe make a little introduction or as much as you want to share, of course.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. I will. Let's see if I can look this up. As a matter of fact, and what I'll do is, now, of course, you're young, Marina, so I know you're going to be normally probably good at this. Young kids, they grow up with this technology. People like myself, I myself having been born in 1966, the same year that Sepp Dietrich died, the man who was, of course, in charge of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, the bodyguard unit that was, of course, fully mechanized and deployed at the front at all times. He died the year that I was born, among other things taking place in 1966, too many to count, but can you see this cursor moving? I'm sharing screen right now, Marina. Can you see this cursor moving around the Hollywood squares, so to speak? Thank you. So, lately I've been writing about this and planning on, of course, just having this published in Dietrichonic, and it speaks a bit about the various things that I'm trying to articulate about Adolf Hitler as my biological father. One of the things I bring up is, of course, the ancient Sanskrit and Vishnu, and one of his original avatars, how Adolf Hitler, of course, was then to be, as you said, the last avatar thus far. There are, of course, Asian Indian groups that are very attuned to this fact, and the neo-Nazis, or rather, they're actually the original Nazis because they were established long ago, or around the same time the Nazi Party was established in Europe, that are still extant in India. At any rate, aside from bringing up, of course, aspects of history that are quite relevant, what most people don't know about, the fact that the concentration camps were originally established in Poland to try and annihilate the German population after World War I with the land that the Polish people were granted in that victory. And they were trying to ethnically cleanse the ethnic Germans. Aside from the fact that the camps were started by the Polish people, I go into the fact that when Hitler struck back at Poland, the French attacked Germany. This was called Operation Serre. But probably most importantly to our immediate situation was this photograph that was taken by my mother, which I put into this context. And this, of course, is something most people don't know. Many people might know about Savitri Devi. They know she wrote The Lightning and the Sun. Yes, so Savitri Devi, of course, is the authoress who gifted us the connection in English language, as well as the original Hindi, of Hitler as the last avatar of Vishnu. And but she became Savitri Devi. Her original name, of course, she was born in France, and her original name was Maximienne Portaz. She was born in Lyons, France, and she traveled to Asian India and began to work with the Germans against the British Raj that had occupied India. And she changed her name to Savitri Devi when she was in the company of this man. Now, this man was the first non-Europoid Asian to win the Nobel Prize in literature. His name is very difficult. It's actually a Bengali name, and it's something that essentially is Rabindranath Thakra. And, of course, it's much easier in the Asian Indian language of Hindi, which I'll give you that in a moment. But he traveled quite a bit, and when he was in China, he was photographed by my mother in this photo, standing next to one of modern China's first female architect, which was a direct blood relation, essentially a sister or half-sister of my mother. And that was, of course, the lovely architect, Madame Lin, Wei Yin Lin. And so she was, of course, someone that got to know this individual, but this individual lived in a town in India, where he basically, it was like his home, but it was basically an entire village that the people served him in because he was of the noble caste. And so it was there that Savitri Devi became Savitri Devi. That's when she changed her name there. The name of the place was Shanti Nika Toan. And Shanti Nika Toan, strangely enough, after the war was over, so far as the public understood it. Of course, the Second World War still continues today. We all know that through the constant propaganda against Nazism and the constant attempts to forever keep a hatred incited against Nazism and the German people. All of this war continues today, and they won't be satisfied until either the German culture is annihilated or until, of course, Nazism returns triumphant and all of this is put to an end. But such being said, the interesting thing is about after the Germans essentially went into their own Aryan exodus into Antarctica, Unterland, which I go into some detail in the Roswell Deception book that I believe Peter sent you. You can review that to get some of the basic details on that, Marina. But at that period of time, when the British reoccupied the Raj for a period of time, they of course took that home of this incredible individual, this Asian Nobel Prize winner for literature, and they converted it to an intelligence unit where they later on produced Julian Assange. He was born in Australia, but the cult that he was raised in Australia was Shanti Nikotwan. They emerged from that very town that had produced Savitri Devi. In other words, the Allies were trying to reverse the spiritual energy of that town, and instead of producing people like Savitri Devi, they then began to produce these cults that ultimately produced the likes of Julian Assange. It's kind of like a satanic inversion. And so that's some of the history behind that. And I was writing about that recently, so I think it's very, of course, profound that you bring up that, as well as the Caduceus, or Caduceus when it's anglicized, because, of course, I've been writing about that as well. Obviously, we're very attuned lately. We're very synchronized.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah, so in terms of what I brought up about Savitri Devi, have you read the book The Lightning in the Sun? You seem to know the message of it, but it seems to come to you directly from this family. And is this the family that you were out with in the night when you said you were kind of out with your family and had to find a place in the building where you could be heard better? Is this more like your astral family, kind of like this more spiritual family that you channel when you use that term?
No, when I use the term family, I mean the consciousness that could be physical or not, but mostly are not physical, that represent my spiritual lineage, such as Nordics from Aldebaran, such as the Hyperboreans, etc. And yes, they give me a lot of information. And no, I haven't read the book that you mentioned, but when I heard that name in my mind, I just Googled her name, and the first thing I saw is that book, and it just literally caught my attention because I do have a lot of teachings being imparted from the Aldebaranians in regards to the Siach rune and the sun energy, what represents the lightning bolt, etc. So I thought it was related to that information. I have not looked farther into that or into her life, and that's why it's so important that you brought this information. So thank you for that. It was pretty informative.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Before we return to Peter, Aristides, any other thoughts?
Come off of mute there. I've got that book. I can send it along.
Excellent.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do that. And I think she had others. I think there's a whole lot of stuff out there. I'll look around.
Excellent.
Oh, by the way, may I just say something like pretty
Of course.
I wanted to just add something here in regards to the books that I believe is important. There's a forbidden book called The Secret King by Carl Maria Billerud.
Yes.
And I just purchased it, so I'm very excited for all the information that book brings on the subject of Babelsberg, the Anunnaki, and all the different rune magic that the SS were utilizing for all these rituals for the Reich. So I recommend it for everybody. I haven't read it yet, but I think it will be best if the few copies that are out in the internet will be belonging to people like you that are connected to this.
Can we-
You want to spell out Carl Willigut so people will know what you're talking about? Can you spell it for us?
Willigut, yes. It's WILLIGUT.
Yes.
Yeah, he was Himmler's rune master,
Yes.
what he
Yes.
was known as, one of his, identifications.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for bringing him up. He was very important, and very few people know of him. Hopefully, more people will come to know of him through suggestions as your own, Marina. That's wonderful. Now, of course, for those of you who do not know, Marina has recently been to Wewelsburg Castle. I'd really like you to share how you made that happen. We've got friends, of course, who want to go there, and all kinds of things happen on an occult level that prevent them from going there, like their cars break down, people who were going to connect to them with them don't show up, this sort of thing. In your case, it actually came to pass, and it's almost miraculous. And so how did it come apart that you were able to make it happen, and then share with people again your experience while you were there?
Sure. I mean, the trip to Wewelsburg this summer was completely unpredicted. I had no idea that I will put my feet on Germany for the first time in my life when this year just started. But, I was meant to be on a trip with a friend to another place within Spain. And we already had everything, organized. But some friend of mine that was going to Germany in car from Madrid, he told me that he was going to be there because he wanted to move there and work and all that, whatever. So he said, Marina, come with us, come with me and this other friend, because we're going to Wewelsburg and all that, and they're also National Socialists and pretty well connected spiritually. And I said, well, I'm not sure, about this. It is, only 2 days before the trip. I mean, I have never organized. And they said, well, it's the summer solstice. So as you may know, that has a very deep spiritual relevance in regards to the place itself. So I think that's just one of those opportunities that you just cannot let go of in life, And I said, hell yes, why not? And it was totally improvised, non-planned, and I just made it to the solstice day.
Incredible. That's it was very synchronistic, and the solstice, of course, has an important meaning in all of the ancient Nordic and Aryan rituals. And as you said, now when you were there, you stood out. Obviously, you had, for instance, one of those pseudo-intellectual professors who looked at you hostilely, saying that, the Nazis come here. Essentially, share a little bit more about that, because these things are important, and how they've tried to take the place and kind of how would I say it, render it less potent. That they try to steal some of the energy by throwing around red bean bags and stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah.
share some of this.
Sure, it's a process that they call denazification. And so the first thing that you'll notice when you get inside, it's that they're mentioned as war criminals and horrible people. And there were 2 women in the counter, and they were, you just could tell that they were oriented towards the New World Order, that they were liberal, that they were left-wing, and they just tried to tell us that we were not able to just get inside and buy a ticket, because one of my friends had a tattoo with runes, which was not really like a neo-Nazi or National Socialist related thing or symbol. It was just runes. I mean, of course they are related 100%, but not necessarily if they're just like that. and so they will not let us get inside unless you will cover it up with some other trousers.
Good
And when
lord!
that happened, yes, when that happened, and after a long time that I spent in a museum, when I got to the most important place or relevant room within the museum or castle, I was walking towards the place in which the black sun made of emerald was on the floor, and they will perform most of their rituals. And I remember that there was a group of teenagers that was going there for like a school trip, and there was this pseudo intellectual professor that you mentioned, and he was giving a talk to the people, to the teenagers, about how it was so important to place furniture around the black sun so that we could see, we could force our bodies to be heading, our head will be heading upwards so that we could see the ceiling and the architecture, which is complete bullshit because it's not the most relevant part of the room. So I remember that when I heard that, and when I was coming towards the room inside, and everybody was so silent and so whatever, they had that kind of, behavioral, patterns. I went inside, and I was not, let's say, I don't know how to explain it, but I meant to say that I was not acting in a way that I was shutting down my energy. I mean to say what I meant to communicate energetically rather than by talking. I was obviously not going to say what you're saying is bullshit, I did not say anything. I did not break the norms technically, but I was very pretty much showing everything that I meant to say with my own body and with my own energy, with my own movements, and even stares.
Yeah.
And so when he looked at me, he turned his face expression into hatred, and he was very annoyed by my presence because I was standing just right behind him and, kind of like reacting and rolling my eyes up with every bullshit thing that he will use as an argument. I was like, come on, And so he literally took away one of those puffs surrounding the black sun from me so that I could not take a seat. And he said, children, to this place there are many neo-Nazis that come here. And he looked at me straight in the face.
Lord.
And I was not bothered. I was like, whatever, it's just that weird accusation that is based on nothing. I said nothing. You do not know me. I am a pro-National Socialist, nothing to hide. But, it's just that, they are very triggered. They are very, I don't know, like embarrassing to deal with.
Well, they're indoctrinated.
He could pick up your energy, though, couldn't he?
Yes, I think that's exactly what happened.
Yes. Yeah, it's exactly. Well, you project yourself well, and of course you stand out in any room. No one who sees you will ever forget you. So such being said, Peter, take it from here. I'm sure you have other subjects to bring up.
Well, yeah, but just on that, it's like, Marina, were you wearing anything that was suggestive of Vril or the Third Reich?
Well, the only thing that will suggest that will be my Vril pendant and a black sun pendant, but they were hidden by my t-shirt, so nobody could see that. Okay,
so he just, we got to give him some points for recognizing you.
Yes.
But to get back to, I wanted you to elaborate, if you could, on the Vril mediums themselves, the famous ones, and what was going on there. If you have anything to say about that.
What was going on? You mean in
Marina,
that trip?
Orsic, Traute, Sigrid.
Yes, of course. But you mean you're asking me to elaborate on the Vril maidens in regards to my trip to Deutschland, or in general?
No. Just in general, on what you can tell us about them and how they relate.
Sure.
you and what you're doing. But first, give a little
Sure.
historical sketch of them in your own words, in your own context, and then how you relate to them.
Oh, sure. Well, I was born a psychic medium in this lifetime, and I was always very connected to the wishland, even though I didn't know why. And I started my awakening pretty interested in physics, and it turned into metaphysics when I was active already in my Kundalini, and I connected the dots. I obviously integrated consciousness as that fundamental pillar of any kind of science that wishes to explain the dynamics, the true dynamics of the universe. So when I was 16 years old approximately, I had my first formal boyfriend was from Germany, and he was very aware of all these secret societies, and he introduced me for the first time to these societies and explained to me about them. And for some reason, I didn't know about them, but it sounded very familiar, like extremely familiar. So I obviously got very interested in them. And one day I had a dream in which it was not really a dream, it was like an astral state exploration or contact experience, in which I was in World War II, and I saw a man that was an SS general, and he was very anxious. He was very, worried for the future of Germany. And I recognized him to be me. I knew that SS general is me. And when I was asked to take a step backwards, and there was a gigantic wall in which the name Maria Orsic was written in capital letters. So at that time, I started to perform my own, explorations and investigations, and she felt very, very close to my heart space and to my consciousness, and I immediately understood the whole thing. But it was confusing because at the same time, I did recognize myself spiritually as having been a real maiden, which I was not yet, it was not yet confirmed to me until I had a very specific experience in the future years. I remember that I was attracted to buy a real pendant, and I had no idea why. By then, I had no idea. But I knew that I had to buy one of them. And so I was wearing it for a long time until one day I was abducted by a military man. And it's human, and it was a physical abduction because I was immobilized, but I was awake and I could feel everything and hear everything around me. And so this military man that is very Germanic, in genetical lineage, he approached me by kissing me in the neck. And I felt, it was almost like falling in love instantly because his energy was also extremely familiar to me. And I reminded, I remember, that years ago when I was just starting this path of exploration, I had another abduction by a military man that had a short military haircut that kissed me desperately and was placed on top of me, but not in a way that I was crushed or annoyed or anything. It was purely passionate and romantic. But I didn't know who he was, and I didn't remember about that experience until then. So I remember that I was observing how he was able to observe my thoughts and to be able to translate it and then be able to communicate to me about whatever that the interaction was heading towards. And so he started talking to me and saying that I was a real maiden too in the Reich, meaning that I will have two incarnations that are parallel. And he will then proceed to show me a picture of a real maiden hugging a German military man that was part of this working with the society and wearing the same real pendant that I wear in this lifetime. And so it was pretty intense, the download. I recognize myself when I look at the picture. And then he leaned towards me to kiss me again in the neck. He said goodbye, and I was back to my room. And so years after I started getting downloads of that past life of me as one of the VRILMÄDCHENs, I became aware that I was a vocal channeler. Maria was more inclined towards greeting channeling, but she was also able to perform vocal channeling, of course. But I was mostly focused on that one. And I remember that I also came from Austria. I was not from Germany, and I was asked to move to Munich, to Deutschland, and then reunite with the other psychic mediums of the Real Society. And then I obviously assisted to the one of the most renowned channelers of these UFO cycles, and that about my two past lives in the Rhine was confirmed to me. So yes, I mean, ever since I awakened to all that, I've been receiving direct contact from Maria Orsic, which people ask me, how is that she's still alive? If she literally was born 1 century ago, and that is the reason why. It's because she is very special, meaning energetically and spiritually wise, and she was able to practice a lot of these teachings coming from other realms in regards to real energy, so that she will become a master of this energy. And if you become a master of real, you are able to lengthen your lifespan and become more, let's say, regenerate and maintain yourself in a young vessel.
Wow.
So you say that Marina Orsic is alive and well in her own reference, existing in her own reference frame.
That is correct, yes.
Would this apply, in your estimation, to the other Vril maidens as well, such as Sigrun and Traute? I forget the other one's name that's so famous.
I am not sure about the other ones because I haven't directly contacted them, knowing who they were, like their identity, their name. Of course, Maria Orsic was not alone when she contacted me. There were other real maidens, but I'm not sure if they are new participants of the society, new members, or they are the same. And I doubt, highly doubt, that they are the same ones. I think that Maria Orsic, at least for me, it's confirmed that is one that made it to maintain herself in this vessel.
What's interesting about, and well, I'm going to make a comment. When I visited Germany in 2007, and that I was doing giving a lecture there to a conference, and they were telling me, my German friends, they were talking a lot about Traute. Traute was one of the Vril maidens, and they were saying she was the most potent one, but that she had reincarnated and was living in Los Angeles. And what was so interesting is when they talked about this, and it was very evident that...
Oh, God.
Pardon me?
Yes, go on, Marina. What
But,
does that bring to mind?
Well, I need to share something, but I cannot say names specifically because I do not have direct permission from that person on this matter.
Understood.
But let's say that I became friends last year with a very influential person in regards to the Anenerve, the Real Society, and Thule societies. This person is a YouTuber, and he's been, well, I already say it's a hit, This person has been spreading information about these societies all these years long. And we became very close friends to the point that I was able to reach out to his past lives, his Akashic records. And one of the things that being able to channel is that person seems to be the reincarnation of a real maiden, even though it's a man. Obviously, that doesn't have to be contrary, of course. And the surprising thing and element here is that person is also wearing the Brill necklace, and that is the reason why I caught his attention and we started talking on these matters, because it was too synchronistical. And I believe, well, this person lives in Los Angeles. So I believe it makes sense that that could be him. I'm not sure.
Well, it was a woman. It was a woman.
Oh, okay. Then never mind.
But the comment I was going to make is that the Germans take their reincarnation stories very seriously. I mean, you can tell that there is just, when they talk about them, Germans tend to do a lot of things with conviction. Whereas if you're talking with Americans about their past lives, they'll be more into the, glamour of it. And
Yes.
it's more of a glamour play than being genuine. But when the Germans, it's just like with their precision in engineering, it's like, they're not joking. They may be right, they may be wrong, but they're not joking about it.
Yes.
So, but what's about you wearing this pendant, obviously it serves as an attractor, but I'm going to share something with you that you might find very interesting. When I did the book, The Black Sun, which was published in, I think, 97, and I had a symbol for the Vril on the back with the lavender and the black. That was the Vril flag. And I liked that symbol so much, just in terms of its aesthetic. And I was already selling Montauk t-shirts out of my catalog. I wanted to make a Vril t-shirt. But this t-shirt I wanted to make it would be half lavender and half black it was like, both colors on it. It was very, I guess, complexly designed. I didn't want to just do a black t-shirt with a Vril symbol on it or something. It was black and lavender, and it would even, and so my friend who made t-shirts for a living, I asked him about this, and and he says, well, basically what you're going to have to do is, to get any sort of decent price is, do 3,000 of them. And I suppose, I could have a specially made t-shirt in this day and age, and t-shirts sell for like, NFL t-shirts sell for like $80. But I realized at that point I'd be in the fashion business. And then if you're in the fashion business, you don't just sell 3,000 t-shirts. You go, okay, what else do you have? So then I'd be in the fashion business. No, I can't do this. But I was very drawn by that symbol to design a t-shirt, and it just requires complex stitching and machinery and all this. But I just wanted to share that with you. It would still
it's interesting. Sounds nice. I will buy it 100%.
it was so aesthetic, and that's, but, pragmatism had to went out. In this day and age, it might be easier to do something like that. Of course, I really don't want to be in the t-shirt business, but that's another issue. But maybe I can apply my mind to that. Even with AI, I could have them drill me up a t-shirt by design. Some of these AI things are fun to play with if you have the time.
Peter, you continue with your thought process, Peter, and then I was going to ask you.
Go ahead.
Well, Peter sent me a private message recently that I'm not going to read in detail, but he sent me a private message about what he feels at this time in terms of astrological portent. It's going to be, well, he feels that we're possibly
Let me clarify. These are not my feelings. These are based upon woman Lori Lothian, lunatic astrology. Okay. And lunatic is not a pejorative. That's what she calls herself because it has to do with the moon. And she predicted the Trump assassination attempt. She predicted Biden would step out of the race. And now what he's saying is my wording of what she said.
Yes, and so so if then I'll read it with your permission. Basically, what Peter says. Meanwhile, hell is expected to break loose. No, excuse me, break loose astrologically. Even an attack on the USA, possibly East Coast, equals Chesapeake Bay area, or simultaneous 9/11 type attacks. This is Pluto in Capricorn, or the Kings of Edom, which we will go into in further later, dear Marina. I'll explain the entire history behind that phrase. But as he says, basically they're the enemy. I can assure you of that. Browbeating the political system like Stalin would. Trump could be dust with Kamala being paraded like the Joker as president. It would be existential mayhem. And with her as presidentress, it's now an open joke. One would be calling for Hillary to replace her. We have to be ready for this insanity. So in your own intuitive understanding, or your astrological understanding, or whatever information you're receiving from your channeling, what do you feel about the near future, Marina?
About my future or the future
No,
of the
about the
elections?
future, the future of the planet.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, something like that. More general sense.
The future of
yeah.
Earth? Sorry, I apologize for
No worries, no
speaking
worries,
out.
no worries. It's don't even give it a thought. As far as I'm concerned, Marina, we're concerned about both your future and the future of the planet. I just read what Peter had written, relaying what this woman was predicting, because obviously people are in America. We're heading towards an election, and things are very dangerous here. So we're almost at the point of a civil war here in the United States. So we ask people questions like this from other countries who are more detached observers, like, what do you feel about what's going to happen in the near future in America, in Europe, you know, to all of us, your general feeling about the near future.
Well, sure. When it comes to America, what I observe is that Trump assassination attempt was obviously involving the CIA and other intelligence agencies, and but I'm not sure if somebody was, let's say, okay. So I am not sure at which point that was something that from a higher perspective it was meant to happen, so that people will observe the madness of the side of the liberals and the left-wings peoples, and that of course will trigger a new paradigm for Americans, in which they will observe that the true non-tolerants are the liberals, the Democrats. And so obviously Joe Biden was meant to be retired from this scenario. They have been aware of the problematics when it comes to him being a candidate since or a president since already a long time. And it's that Biden is not 100% human. He used to be, but every person that gets to be in touch with politics and becomes as important and relevant as the president of the Americas or United States, if he is part of the peoples that are trying to run the country alongside with Israel and other lodges and, let's say, lobbies that are not on our side of freedom or any other thing, National Socialist ideas or nationalist ideas, conservative, they're gonna be obviously abducted and perform a series of genetic experiments in which they make it sure that other fractal consciousness can be running the vessel, meaning that there could be four-dimensional or four-density reptilians have been working behind the shadows of the avatar of or vessel or consciousness of President Biden. So they already observed that it was no longer something that could have a higher probability of manifesting a victory in the elections, and that there was enough karmic energies that will interfere any sort of victory on that side. So they understood that the time will come over in which, it was already time to switch into the conservatives. But again, my political ideology is too conflictive, nevertheless, with anything that has to do with democracy. And that is because I understand that at the end of the day, it does not matter if you're right wing or left wing. Obviously, right wing is most preferred, but it is still part of the game of this elite, which is democracy. It is taking away the power from the peoples and making them believe that somehow they have the ability to choose, because you're giving them minimum 2 different options that you think that it's completely opposite. And I'm not talking about Trump personally. I'm talking about the institutions behind these political parties. I do believe in Trump and I trust him to be on our side, but I do not believe in political parties, and I do not believe in democracy itself. I believe that a real leader should be elected in divine purpose, in divine timing and purpose, not by the game of these Jewish people, of these Masonic people, which is democracy, which is a complete fallacy in regards to freedom of choice. And so, I don't know. I mean, I do not believe in this, but at the same time, I am optimistic about the results. I do believe that Trump will be winning these next elections, these upcoming elections so far.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate your sharing all of your perspectives. And when it comes to, of course, democracy, I can go into great detail about why it does not work. We've gone into this a bit before, so there's no need for me to recover that tonight. But we'll be going into this again as time progresses. I was going to see if Brendan is available to come off of mute and speak a little bit about some of the Vedic aspects of this. Brendan, if you're able to come off mute and talk a little bit about how you feel Vedic cycles might be part of what's going on right now, that would be something that I think would provoke a constructive response from Marina. That would be fascinating. Let's see if Brendan's able to do that. We'll give him a moment, and I'll check in.
I think he's here. He's
Yes.
here. Okay.
Yes.
Because he checked out. Okay, so he's back. Okay.
Yeah.
He'll be with us in a moment. And of course, Vedic astrology is much older than Chaldean astrology. It's said to be more accurate. One of the problems with Vedic astrology, if you listen to the people on YouTube, they can't understand them. But they talk like this and they talk very fast and so.
Yes.
Hard to follow. They're interesting, but as they say, they're hard to follow. And Brendan has made a study of it.
Yes. Though of course it's not just astrologically. When I speak of the term Vedic and cyclical, I also speak of something that goes beyond astrology, the historical cycles, these Kalpic cycles and the like.
Kali Yuga.
Yes. And
Yes, the
go on.
phenomena of precession of the Earth tilt. Spin.
Yes. Now, when you were, you brought up the age of 15, and that seemed to be an important pivotal point for you. Let's talk about that while we wait for Brendan, because he has to get some things together in his environment. His environment is impacted by his own family, and so we I guess many of us have that albatross. My family, my immediate family, is all dead, and certainly my more extended family may as well be dead. So in my electronic family is my real family at this point in my life. And I'm sure you kind of feel the same way in some ways, Marina, though you're fortunate that at least your mother is still with us. And she seems to have adapted to your changes in life quite well, or at least that's my impression. I hope it's safe to assume that. But you say 15 was kind of this pivotal point in your life. And before the age of 15, was there anything going on that gave you some hint that life was going to be full of some challenges, that you were going to walk a
Oh,
path?
yes. Yes. When I was a child, I knew many days and many nights that I was visited by some other ETs or beings. I will not call them ETs. I will just say that they're beings that for some reason they're not in my physical reality, but I felt them quite strongly and I knew that they were observing me. And many times I will have extreme nightmares and even visions of things that were intrusive into my mind, and I understood to be part of mind control and psychic attacks, obviously. But I knew that their presence meant that somehow and somewhat I was going to get abducted, let's say, or I don't know, attacked. But then, of course, I was a child, so I said, I don't know, maybe I'm just flipping all. I am a child, I do not know, I am in fear of paranormal stuff, so the adults must be the ones that are correct about this not being true. But then, when I was becoming like prepubescent, I remember that one day I was just starting to become very interested in conspiracies and into the paranormal stuff and all of that. And I went outside of my home to observe the sun directly. I sat in one chair while I was looking at it, and I looked at the sun and I said, I wish to be enlightened. And some days after, I don't know why, but I was meditating about this saying that I did. And I said, I don't know why, but I believe that I have a very heightened intelligence and knowledge that for some reason is not yet into my, let's say, in my awareness. But that if I will get to awaken it somehow, it could be very, very, let's say, helpful to destroy all these negative lodges and intelligences and groups of elites of people that are trying to bring the world down.
Most excellent. And thank you for sharing that. Very profound. Brendan, if you could put this in a perspective from your own cultural filter, I think you should be able to speak with us now.
Yes, I'm here. And is my audible? Audio
You're doing great. Sound good.
Okay. Yeah. So, in regards to that, there's only so much I could say about that as far as the, each person's experience is different in that case. But coming from the Vedic perspective, as you were mentioning, these various cycles, there's more than one cycle, first of all. And we're coming to this, the nadir of one, the pinnacle of another, and the changing of a third. So that's why we're in the most important time in history, even from a Vedic standpoint. So it is a time of judgment in that sense. And there are signs, there are plenty of signs, including the grahas, which are the 5 main planets and the 7 planetary energies, and also the 2 shadow planets, which would bring the 9. So the 5, the 7, and the 9 are all important, which Tolkien also emphasized those numbers. And then the 3 elves, but that's a whole another factor. But basically, this cycle is revealing everything before the end, so that way the higher force can make the decision, the judgment, the final judgment. And that's where we're at. This, why so many things are flipped over, why so many things are coming. The Greeks had the term apocalypse, right? Like that term comes from the Greek translation of the Bible, and it just means a revealing, the lifting of the veil. So we're in that situation, and this is why all these things are coming up, including the truth about what Marina's speaking of, about the reality of NASDP and your biosire, as well as all this other stuff, which now people are actually, believe it or not, especially the younger kids, and like a lot of it is fake trolling online, but there's some psychology behind it where they're actually they villainized Hitler so much that
Yes.
now they're saying like, okay, like he probably wasn't that bad, you know, like if everyone's gone this far, it's like he's not that bad, like we're dealing with much worse, which is the case. And also what I mentioned to you before, Marina, is that the events as per Nordic cosmology, which is the Vedas anyways, like the Edda, the Norse Edda, that's why NASDP even went to India. They knew the connection. They knew the Sanskrit connection. German is a very Sanskrit language anyways. They were very aware of these things. That the forces that are affecting our Earth are not from a higher realm. They're actually from the lower realms, like Svartalfheim, and these beings, like the Svartalfar, these dark elves, which are these consciousness, these beings that are at a denser consciousness, but they have higher technology. And then they're also aided by the dwarves and these other factions below our plane. So there's on the Yggdrasil, there's 7 realms above, 7 realms below, and you know, the 9 worlds. Same is reflected in the Vedic. And the Earth is the Midgard, the Middle Earth. So all these factions are fighting higher forces, which are like the elves from Buvar in Sanskrit, like the higher realm. Then there's Earth, Midgard. We have like our forces, which are just, you know, humans, and you can be swayed either direction, or you can, you know, go straight to divine. And then also the lower forces, which are giving us technology, giving us different things to interfere with our ability to do things, and also like you know, affect us in certain ways, like whether it's genetic technology or psychological warfare. All of that stuff was actually given by the lower beings, you know, through like Enochian magic and all this stuff, through beings like John Dee. Like all the knowledge was put into this system from somewhere. So I mean, I think that's all becoming clear, and that's why I think the Nordic system in that way gives a lot of information, which is why NASDP had all that like knowledge, because they had, you know, direct contact with the old gods and these other beings that were able to tell them, like the Aesir are very much real, as well as the Vanir, which are older gods. So these beings, you can ancestrally contact those beings like through the runes or through this like runic magic, which is real, genuine magic, as opposed to like evocation or invocation. So it's you know, that can light the DNA on fire, which more people are getting that, which is good. So that's the first step of alchemy, is like the calcification. You get the fire, and then you go to base elements, you understand the principles of the world, then you build your knowledge. So that's why we're here, you know, in this situation. So
Wonderful. Thank you. What does that bring to your mind, Marina? Please respond.
Well, the last part resonated with me so strongly because it is true. The Aesir can be contacted through the runes themselves, and of course, those gods themselves are the ones who are performing the act of initiation humans that are prepared to be part of that path, you know, the journey that Odin himself experienced when he was living his life as a human and going through human challenges, and then does become the god that he is, the godfather. So something that I experienced when I was in Bevelsburg is that I don't know if I tell you guys, but it was pretty intense, because when I arrived to my the house that I was, you know, staying at, I remember that I was so overwhelmed by all the memories and the energies that I felt so deeply in my heart, that the strong nostalgia, or the hirate, which is a Welsh term that means something that was and it's no longer is, meaning I'm not longer in that body or that on the right, you know. I started crying, crying a lot, and feeling like I longed to be there again. And so I remember that at that moment, I was psychically attacked by those that are regressive ETs and entities, and obviously Jews. And they were utilizing dark magic and psychic projections on my Kabbalah. On my Kabbalah, on my, how do you call, I forgot the name of the Merkaba,
Oh.
Yes, they were attacking my Merkaba. And so, which are vortex energies that are spinning into different directions and that are able to maintain that equilibrium between the masculine and the feminine, the above and the below, and therefore materialization and dematerialization of your consciousness in this physical plane. Meaning that if somebody was able to truly sabotage that, the spin of those magnetic vortex energies, you could die. You could dematerialize yourself, and that will result in obviously physical symptoms that will represent that spiritual idea and energetic pattern. So I remember that I felt that my blood pressure was, very off the chart, and my heart rate was extremely fast. I couldn't breathe. I was having horrible, horrible difficulties to be able to maintain myself calm. And I remember that I had a strong headache and I was not being able to breathe and on literally in the floor. And I was asking for help. I was crying, and I was trying to contact my our old God, which is the Aesir, and I was asking for all of them to assist me in this path. And I had a strong set of synchronicities going on in the room that I was fainting literally. And many of these rooms were working in a very specific order to create or generate the specific energetic effects, or shifts within my consciousness, um, in an order that will get me to stabilize my energy back. And then I received communication from Odin and from Freya, and they told me that they made me saw myself as a giant in my own visions, and they let me know that this was on purpose because I have what it's called blue blood from Hyperborea, and I'm related to them. I am considered to be royalty, like many of us. We all have royal blood from these Anunnakis and from these deities, from these gods, from these positive giants. And they said that they will, of course, not let me down and help me. And when I recover myself miraculously, well, of course, not a miracle. It is, energetic work. It is direct assistance from the gods. I remember that I was going to the second floor of that house, and it was a spiral set of stairs, and I felt myself in my body, even though I'm not tall, as if I was a giant, you know. And when I was going upstairs, this, as I said, it mimicked the stairs that are shaped in that form in the Yggdrasil. So I felt as if I was ascending to that higher realm of the Yggdrasil, tree of life, and coming back to reunite with those Aesir gods. So it was a pretty synchronistic, symbolic, and special experience to me. And so thanks for sharing that.
Yes. Please respond, Brendan.
Oh, I'm off mute. Yes, understood. And that was amazing the way you explained that. It was good context. And I just sent in here the earliest inscription of an Odinic talisman comes from a Danish Kosh buried 1500 years ago, and it bears right in front of Odin's face, like around the third eye, it bears the Hakenkreuz in the diagonal pose. So that's just, there you go. There's the actual proof that whatever they say about, it was inverted by the Nazis to, yeah. So there you go. And with the runes and everything. So there's nothing, like, it's funny when you said you went to the castle and they were complaining about the runes. It's like, It's like that's their culture. I mean, it's so offensive.
Yes.
Ancient culture. There's nothing Nazi about it. It's like, it's obviously they used it for reasons because they understood the complexity and the history, but for them to just edit it out and delete it, that will bring the Ragnarok right on top of their heads, and they're seeing it. Like, and Ragnarok means fire. Ragnar means fire. The red one, the red days, when the earth is cleaved asunder and the heavens open, and the gods actually have to come down and battle the dark old once again. These beings like the Svartalfar and like the giants of Gununga Gap and these things. So I mean, anyone who denies that is going to get hit on the head with the Ragnarok, or the flames of divine itself. So we're going to see that happen in real time coming up here, as if we haven't already. I mean, we've definitely seen it, but it'll just open up further. Like, so Saturn and Jupiter had already did the big conjunction, setting that into motion already. This kind of situation. 2020, the judgment period, they actually declared, the Celestials declared it. So like no one can go operate outside on this plane outside of them, these planetary bodies, which, I mean, Jupiter is Thor. It's the planet Jupiter that you see out there, that is the energy of Thor. Like, it is the god of gods, the son of Odin. And and Saturn is also there in the Nordic pantheon. So these beings, like the gods, the Ragnarok was already called. The horn of Heimdallr has been called. And what the war is actually for the gold of consciousness, which is Baldur. Baldur is the human soul, the son of Odin, the being that was tricked by Loki into getting killed. So he was so loved, so beloved by the gods, by all of nature, by the entire multiverse. This son of Odin, Baldur, the gold of consciousness, which is actually the human being's true spirit. He was so loved that he was given a boon of invincibility, and everyone vowed to never harm this being in all of the multiverse. And then so Loki went to each being trying to ask who, the gods went to each being and said they had to take an oath to never harm Baldur. But they missed the humble and the lowly mistletoe. So the mistletoe was the one being that was never vowed to not harm him. So what Loki did, Loki fashioned an arrow and then put the arrow into the hands of the blind god. And the blind god took the arrow, who he was also an archer, and he shot and struck the heart of Baldur, which is the human soul. And there fell Baldur, and the entire universe cried. And that was the crime of Loki, the ultimate final crime that got him put in chains and banished. So it's actually, they want to crush that aspect of humanity, the spirit, the golden soul that's in beings, like the gold of consciousness. That's why they put the gold into vaults. So the beings like the Svartalfar and the dark forces, like they know how to do that, and what the purpose of, like the gold vault has nothing to do with money or anything like that. Like it's just a currency in that way, but the real purpose of it is to put the human consciousness behind bars. That's their goal, and that's what they've done. And so now the higher force has to remedy that, and that's why you get avatars and avatar forces. That's why you get judgments, and those beings know that. That's why they're even so open about it. Like they put things out in movies and this and the like, because when the higher force does come down, which they are afraid of, the highest force, they have to atone. So in that way, they're able to say, look, we told them what we told them. We gave them all this stuff. And in that way, they don't get the blame. It's the very Lokian kind of trick. So that's how it connects to Nordic mythology. There's a huge, I mean, this is just like, I'm barely even scratching the surface. Like, it's tough to contextualize it, but I'm trying my best here. So, there you go.
Yes, a good try. And, of course, your response, Marina.
Thank you.
Ah, okay.
Yes, Brennan, it was very interesting information. Thanks for sharing. As a proud Odinist that I am, it's always a pleasure to hear information coming from other perspectives that resonate with me.
Yes. And Peter, by all means, your own thoughts on the neo-paganism and that's...
Well, what he said is so in tandem what we were talking about earlier with Marina, whereby this whole universe is rigged to inhibit your consciousness, to lower your consciousness. This, and probably somebody has put this all into a game somewhere. Probably quite cleverly.
Yeah, there's a game out called God of War Ragnarok. Like, it's
Yes.
It's addressing what I just said.
yes, in its own way, yes. I haven't played it, so I will get back to you on the full story.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like no matter which way you look at it, there's this struggle to survive or to transcend. Once you can survive, then you can play the game of transcend or ascension. A lot of people get very excited about ascension, and I always think this is a huge red herring, because with all my Qigong training and experience, most people aren't ready to do diddly. They can't even manage their own lives. So, and I'm talking largely from a health perspective. So in other words, you're not going to ascend if you don't learn how to breathe, number one. And you've got to put it as a priority, not as an incidental thing. So we're talking about serious stuff here. At the same time as I say that, the billionaires of today are relentlessly working on methodologies of immortality and whatever their context is. A lot of work is being done to scrutinize life and try and improve it and whatnot. And one shouldn't dismiss these things, but at the same time, a lot of them are shortcuts. Like, med beds in the end aren't going to do crap. They might help a condition here and there, but when I look at things from a Qigong perspective, you really gotta take ownership of your life. Now, but then if we parlay this into yoga has been around for centuries, and yoga will teach one to what most of yoga is relegated to. I mean, it will help you with your breath and stuff like this, but a lot of it is relegated to stunts and tricks, and even to a lot of deception in certain famous yogis, to where they're just, pumping the audience to get a following or whatnot. So to summarize what I'm saying is, we're still dealing with this age-old struggle of, the darkness is out in spades to keep everyone in the dark. What can I say? That's my comment. I'm not being negative. I'm just being objective. I'd like to think, everybody's gonna, go to church and join the rapture, but it doesn't work that way.
Now, you yourself, of course, are not a follower of the Christian faith, dear Marina, when did you come into that consciousness that you realized this wasn't for you, that the Christianity was not where it was at for you? When did you come into consciousness of this?
Oh, well, yeah, sure. This happened when I realized that I was not resonating with the church itself. Whilst I do understand Christ consciousness to be of divine origin and what it represents, which is divine virtues, I understand that the church has been, and the Christian message has been transgressed, of course, by Abrahamic religions and by the church, and now we cannot really perceive them to be the same thing. But I also wanted to comment that it's going to be 6 a.m. here in Spain. So
Yes.
Unfortunately, I might have to let go right now.
I
Thank
understand.
you.
Before you... I'm
So
sorry.
thank-
Let Peter speak first.
Tonight.
Say it, Peter, before I yeah. Is that what you were going to say? Say it again, because I'm not quite sure we all heard it before I...
Thank you for being with us, because I know you're traveling in the morning, and get back to me when you start that Spandau book.
Oh, yes.
Sure, I'll do so.
So before
And thank you so much for having me again.
Yes, before you go, dear Marina, I do have something to give you right now. Let me make certain you get this, and just be patient with me for about a second here while I cut and paste it. And I wrote this out for you while we were all speaking, and this will be placed into both your private messages on Skype and into our message box here on the text, so you can access it through simply coming back to this Skype call, which, in case you don't know, the Skype call technically never hangs up. So that means that you're always able to go back to it when you wish and just access this bit of information. So I'm pressing the enter button here. Let's see if that works. And this is to... I don't know if you can see that right now in the text box, but again, it's in your private messages as well, so you should be able to cut and paste it as a reference. This will help in terms of giving you some perspective on the fact that the Nordic culture was well aware of the 9 planets at the time that they were still a Viking culture, and this puts the 9 planets in that perspective. So I look forward to your feedback on that when next we speak, and hopefully you'll be able to join us again soon. As always, I will always call you when I start the show, but you don't need to answer. You can just come onto the show whenever you wish. And obviously there's certain days you probably won't be able to, and that's fine. It's just that whenever you find the time, just check into the calls on Mondays and on Thursdays in España, and sometime whenever you happen to be available, and you're free to just jump in whenever you wish. Otherwise, of course, maintain your contact with both Peter and Aristides in particular to help coordinate the scheduling, and let us know when you're definitely intending to come on. With that, Aristides and Amy Como, Brendan, all of you would say good night and good morning to dear Marina, and let her go about her day.
Yes, I'll go. Thank you so much, Marina. That was wonderful information from everybody, and once again, so many connections made in between everybody's perspective. Marina, when you get a chance, I sent you the Lightning in the Sun book by Savitri Devi.
Oh, thank you.
I had that.
Kind.
No problem. I already had it. She actually has a lot of books that we can maybe touch on that later. She certainly didn't write one book in this category. So
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Brendan?
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you, and
Yeah.
thank you very much, and good night.
It's enough.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good night. Looking forward to the next one. Bye.
It was so lovely to talk to you, and I wanted to go back to one thing you said earlier about having strategic communications and understanding that most of the general public aren't ready to receive the things that we're gifted with sharing with others. So sometimes that ability to choose what you say is super important, and I appreciate everything that you were able to flesh out for us tonight.
Oh, thank you so much. Likewise.
Yes. Okay, most blessed be, and enjoy your day. Stay safe and be well, and we'll speak again soon, Marina. A man named George Knight will try and reach out to you. He lives in England. He's but 1 hour away from you, 1 hour behind you in his time zone. Mm-hmm. He works with me and is trying to compile his own book on the extraterrestrial aspects or the interstellar aspects of the Third Reich. As a breakaway civilization. So he'll be trying to contact you, George Edward Knight. So just be aware. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good night or good morning for me. Bye, guys.
Yes.
Good day.
Yes, good day. Okay, and with that, we return to a more placid conversation in a sense. Amy, if you would continue where you left off as long as you can. I don't know how you're feeling in terms of energy or being awake right now, but I think it's important to get back onto that train of thought. And so if you tell us a little bit more, I'd like you to try and explain, because I'd like people to understand. It's easy to blame the victim and say that, say for instance, when you were describing to us your present situation of everything you were contending with in the latest episode that you were on, I have the challenge of getting people to understand that you can't escape from it so easily. By the way, Brendan, say goodnight to everyone before you take off. Don't go mute just yet. Will you be trying to join us later if you happen to be able to?
I won't be able to. This will be my final goodbye for the night.
Okay. Well, okay. Stay safe and be well. Yeah, we love you dearly.
May the old gods be with us all.
Yes, of course.
Bye.
Wohalo.
Yeah. Thank you. And blessings be upon you as well. So such being said, you understood my point, dear Amy. Have people understand that you just can't get into your car and drive away to another state and try and get into various social programs. You've tried, and it just doesn't work. You're kind of like the nation is your prison in a very real sense. The society is your prison as it's structured right now.
Tiger Lilies have a great song on their COVID-19 2 CD called Prison Cell. How, like the whole of that pandemic was putting us all in this prison cell where we had to really analyze like what we do with our time and where we put our attention. And no, it's not a matter like the running from this situation is part of the program. They want you to be moving around from place to place, to be dislocated, to be destabilized, to not, I mean, the whole of it is like you go to these places and it takes you years to figure out how to drive around, what your neighborhood is like who in your neighborhood has been there longest, who is from somewhere else. Like these are tactics to really just drive you into isolation. And so the idea that you can it was so great when Brendan was like, just save up money, put your money
drive to a blue state, get on some social programs. Yes.
And was saying yes. And I was like, but that, I guess I forgot to tell you that, yes, I spent most of my youth doing this. Like, I'd driven straight out from DC to Denver in 3 days. I've driven back and forth to Washington State 2 or 3 times. I've driven up and down between here and New Orleans a number of times. Like, it doesn't change the fantastic ability of them to interfere with you through those subconscious programs. And I love how Marina wanted to detail how it's connected to your Kundalini, because that is like such a powerful energy. But in some cases, you can really protect yourself without having to engage with the triggers. There's really specific ways that you can practice through breath work or through, like, I want to say, like, some of the most powerful protective acts that I've participated in were in collective singing. And I think that's one of the greatest things about church is that you get to sing in a collective group. There's a choir, you're singing a group of people, and it happens in other religions also. I mean, you chant in Buddhism, and the Hindus also have chanting, and so this collective singing, I think, is also very protective. I don't think you should run from it. I think that there's a way to step aside and to have witnesses. Part of the problem is that so much of what you end up doing is in isolation. Like, you put so much effort and energy into certain areas, but there's no collaboration. So you're not able to prove that you have certain experiences because it was all, it was done independently. And yeah, my experience right now is actually really good. I'm not in any way I'm not suffering from anything. There has been recently a number of provocations, and that we haven't discussed, but I know that y'all are aware of it. So I want to just reinforce that my experience of this is ongoing, but my ability to protect myself and to not react to the provocation is based on a lot of training, and a lot of it has to do with some Hindu practice or integrative yoga therapy. So it's more of a anglicized practice of trying.
Congratulations, Amy, and very well done.
Yeah, how else could I even speak a bit about it if I wasn't able to really detach myself and not react? Because that's what it is. They want you to react, and it's all provocation with anger. Like, you should be really angry about this particular.
You're totally right. If people could learn from what you said, that suffer from these things, it would serve them so well. So, I keep finding reasons to like you for whatever reason. And
really beautiful. Thank you. I don't know if anybody's ever said something so kind to me.
I've said that several times.
To like you. That's a lovely statement, Peter. Thank you.
Because you're doing actual work on yourself, and and this is really too rare in our world, especially because you're dealing with extreme stuff. Like, some people are just trying to wrestle with their relationship, with their job, with their family situation. You're dealing with extreme stuff, and whether it's self-induced karmically or not is beside the point. You're dealing with heavy stuff, and you're dealing with it, and it's very commendable.
Thank you. And I just wanted to go to that particular schema of seeing your being in the physical, also in the energetic, related to your breath, related to being able to notice the breath, and then the emotional component, that all of this happens, and sometimes those emotions are just right at the surface, and you have to recognize them. It's not a thought, it's an emotion. But then, of course, there is the thinking, there is the intelligence, that you can use your witness perspective, that you can step aside, get somebody to support you, get some witness also to give you feedback, because you don't know how you look. You can't always tell that you're just very anxious. Like, sometimes for me, it's a matter of, like, I can't calm down. And I don't realize how anxious I am. I'm just trying to placate others. I'm just trying to please them so that I can somehow feel valuable through their complacency, because now they're comfortable. So, okay, so I've created that safe space for somebody else. And that, again, it's part of it, but it's not the whole thing. It's not the overall spiritual component of it, where you're just nothing. Like, you're just a speck of dust in the universe, and all we do is move stuff around in our lives. Like, that's all we do, is we're here to move stuff around. So having all of those layers, the physical, the energetic, the emotional, the intellectual, and then the spiritual, your connection to the outer world, having all of those as where you start. Like, you start at all of those different intersections, and then be really honest about, am I physically able to do this? Like, what is going on with me right now in my physical body? Where is the resistance? Where am I open? Is my mind open? Can I feel good and safe here in this present moment? And so, yes, all of this is all inner work, and it is incredibly easy to expound upon it and talk about it, but to put it into place when, you know, you're standing in front of the police officers and they're giving you this story, and you're trying to make sense of the story compared to what you have experienced, and not wanting to explain to the police officer why it is that they have arrived in front of you, because it's so complicated. Like, you just have to, like, sense that it's a small part of your life, and
It's
you're
like
gonna
being in purgatory.
Well, there is that element of, like, we're all dying. None of us are really, like, going to escape it. There is death at the end of it. So anything in between birth and death feels a little purgatory. But I'm also just really happy. I sent Douglas a video that I took earlier today, and we got a new swing in the tree, and it's so fun. This swing's so much better than our old swing. It was incredibly fun. So I'm really just trying to focus on all the good things that have been happening. Like, I've come to see that whenever I, have these interactions with people who are just trying to refer me to somebody else, or set an appointment to talk about how I need to do more work for them that is unpaid and volunteer, I have to just be reminded that there's so much good that has just arrived in my lap, and I'm like, really, there is nothing that I need to complain about. I can refer back to something that has really been activated inside of me, like a joy that has been suppressed for so long. But it's at this point I'm really so grateful that I made it through, that I was never in a position where the drills that I had been put through in order to facilitate that particular suicidal ideation, that they never took place. Like, I was always able to go back in my own headspace and understand that this is all temporary, that anything that I am doing right now, not only am I just doing it because it's what I believe I should do, but also I can question that and say, how is this going to get in the way of my future joy? And notice that there is future joy, because a lot of this stuff is really heavy. A lot of, like Peter was saying, like, there's so much in the dynamics of how I've arrived here in this moment that is unexplainable, and I shouldn't have to explain it. I shouldn't have to justify or analyze or go back through any of my experience. I want to be here and now, and it is a good time. It is a good time for me, and it's really been challenging to deal with the severance. But I've
I have a key question for you, Amy. It's my time to leave, but I have a key question for you, and it's just like this lady I met who does the colon therapy on me, I want her to export her work. It's so important. It's like, is there any way that you could pragmatically take your knowledge and export it and help people vis-a-vis counseling? Now, in other words, I'm kind of asking you, could you become a certified social worker who helps people with these particular type of issues? Because I think when they go to, many of them don't go to counseling, but you would be a perfect counselor for these type of individuals. And if it could be done through certified social work where you get paid for it and their insurance might cover it, is this something that might be possible?
I have, anything is possible, and I have in the past looked into like an MSW. I really have gotten beyond the whole you need to study more, because I feel like that's kind of a trap, that the study and the piece of paper is not the doing.
Well, but the thing is, people need help.
Yes.
Can you write a book? Can you write a book or do something that would help people?
I just, the thing is, I've kind of moved away from
that whole paradigm.
It's more, for me, it's more of staying where I am and noticing what can be done. Like, what can I do in this particular situation? Like, I live in a town that is one of the highest unemployment rates in the entire state. Like, there's no jobs here, and the whole state sends all their poor people to this town. And so there's a lot that I can do right here, and it's such a great location. Like, I'm right along the river, but it's not the really sick part of the river, and it's right next to town. Like, I can literally just walk and be in what would be like Main Street, would be like, it's such a small town, it's hardly a main street, but I can get there very quickly from where I am. And so I'm still just adjusting. I've only been here a month, so we built a new swing today. We started another outbuilding so that I have a place to move my stuff to, because that's sort of the issue, is like I've left a bunch of my things in several places, and that's really irresponsible. So if I
how could you do otherwise? You had no choice. How could you carry it?
Right. It's just, it was just how it went. And so, we're working on it. He got the building floor framed out. It's been raining, so the rain's kind of, the driveway gets flooded in the rain. But we're doing okay. Like, I'm really in a good spot, and I know Peter needs to check out. I'm also feeling like my eyes won't stay open. I'm really just, this is kind of late. I like to be in bed before now, but I wanted to come on because, again, you still showing up with all of the conditions that have been placed upon you is so incredible to me. I just feel like you're one of the strongest things I've ever been in contact with.
Oh,
like,
bless you.
Just keep going like that. And it's true, like, the two of us, like you feel like I make you look good and you make me look good, and that's good.
Yes.
It's very hard to explain.
Very well. You expressed so much about Douglas so well. It was beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Like, to have just this simple operation go so horrifically wrong, but then to still show up and on air, like, sorting out, like, okay, I got to go to this account. I got to find this money. This is the money I have, people. I need more money. Just like, to walk us through, like, how difficult it really can get, like, to be so distracted by your own physical needs.
Yeah.
is the main weapon that they have, is to put you in a position where your physical needs are being so
Compromised. Yes.
yeah, that's it. That's all they do. That's it. And so when you realize the game, like Marina said, you can just find other people. Like there are other people out there. Like you just find like younger people who are also having these strange experiences without anybody noticing, without them having the outlet. And that's kind of been my refocus also, is that both my fiance and I have put in a lot of our time and attention to people who are older. And not that we don't respect the elderly, it's just that we've had enough of caring for older people, because like there's no reciprocity at a certain point.
Yes.
Like, you know, like they really just need more care. They're just needy, and we do more than we can, and that has to stop. So we've been really trying to redirect our focus onto the younger people who, you know, because we don't have children, it's a great opportunity for us to really just say like, okay, well, how can we facilitate what their needs are? Like,
I have one more thing to say, Amy, before you go. I didn't know you were getting married. Congratulations. But I would would also say that if you find somebody and you have a compliment, this could do a world of good for any human being, but especially one who's suffering from what you were suffering from.
Yes.
It came about rather unexpectedly, and I just couldn't avoid it. It was like I had been talking about this, and then he put it in front of me, and I just, it wasn't planned. I wasn't looking for it, and it appeared. But I had been saying like, I'm really not interested in just dating anymore. Like that, I've done that. I've had years and years with different people that there was never any commitment, and I just wasn't interested in doing that anymore. I wasn't interested in dating. Like it wasn't as fruitful as what I might have imagined it to be like as a younger person. And I had a lot of fun when I was young, like just dating people from all different kinds of lives, like just different, living so far away from my family, you end up meeting different kinds of people, and that really did shape me. And you know, part of it was the fact that my family was so neglectful, and I could actually not have to be influenced by them because they really weren't involved in my life. And then I was able to glean from other people's families and their learning. And I dated a lot of different people when I was young, and now I'm not young and I haven't been married, and I wanted to do that, and it showed up, and so that's what we're doing.
Well, again, congratulations, and I'll look forward to talking to you some more, and I'm going to say good night to everybody. People, remember to donate to Douglas. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. And with that, I'm going to say good night. We'll be back on Wednesday.
Yes, we love you dearly, Peter. Sweet be thy dreams, and blessed be thy slumber.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Of course. Yes, stay safe and be well. That's skybooks.usa.com. Everybody remember to check him out. What I'm doing right now is just kind of furiously writing what I can into what I've already written about the planets, and going to kind of enter that as a correction errata to everybody I've sent this to. Further details that will probably be illegible to them, but if they apply themselves, they will be able to read it, and it's part of the challenge. A kind of litmus test to see if someone can get past the Dietrichonic to picking up the message. Of course, the medium itself is the message, and that's part of the point. We'll go into some of the nuances of that later. There's only 3 of us left right now, Amy, Aristides, and myself. Amy, as you said, you're kind of falling asleep. But by all means, express whatever thoughts you want as you fall into dreamland. We love you dearly. You have a blessed day. And as always, if we'll try and call you again on Wednesday and bring you back at the same time with us, and hopefully this will be more regular. You could just kind of hang out in the opening hours and participate where you feel their need to interject. So I think that'll help everybody.
I love it. And you're going to bring on some more people. So
maybe. We'll see. I'm not adverse to doing that, but I'm not exactly, shall we say, we got the point across tonight. We accomplished getting together with yourself and Marina, and having the two of you introduced was a major, shall we say, objective of mine for tonight. We've accomplished tonight's objective. Yeah. So we'll see how long I stay on. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That is the truth. I don't know how much I would do if I were you.
Yeah.
That is true. So we were supposed to do some mapping. We didn't do any mapping.
Let me try and put that into some context so that everybody knows. Dear Amy is yes, that's right. We yeah, that fell through completely. Holy shit. Let me remind everyone or inform everyone. Let me inform everyone. Amy and I would like to work on this comparatively simple map. I'm giving her far more detail than she needs, but I've not yet completed the number of simple labels that I actually want, and hopefully we'll just get some of these simple labels like Eurasia, kind of like as an example, Amerasia, this sort of thing on this blank map. And but I wanted to add in some of the details to contextualize it for the sake of future reference, because I'm trying to put this in my book anyway, so I might as well get it done now while I'm giving her the label list. I got distracted by this horrific trauma that I'm going through right now, and I'm bleeding or hemorrhaging this trauma with a lot of other traumas that it's bringing up. It's resurfacing all these magical traumas of my experience with Michael Aquino. So I wanted to get those out until Wednesday when I see my doctor again. And when I see my doctoress again, we're going to have a better idea of where we're going from this point forward. But in the meantime, I want to get this magical trauma out, meaning traumatic experiences triggered by magical events that I experienced with Michael Aquino. And I'm going to then return to the mapping with our dear Amy. So then all of this will ultimately probably bring me back to the book that I'm working on, which is not the one with Peter, but a different book. And then this magical stuff goes towards the book with Peter. Perhaps we're going to decide whether he wants to put it in. It would be quite jarring because, and maybe impossible, because my narrative style and his narrative style are so different that they may be impossible to mix. He may take elements, and but then I'll at least have this as the core for a kind of book on magic that I will publish separately. People will understand what I mean by that when they see it. It's not so much a grimoire of how-to, but borders dangerously close without going over the edge where people are given that capability and culpability. Well, with that, my dear Amy, is that coherent?
Definitely.
Okay.
When you sent it to me, like I was like having issue with even reading it. I was like, I don't need to know this. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna stick with the Lord's Prayer. I'm gonna just go ahead and let all of that be somewhere else. And it was kind of heavy, and like you mentioned the other night, I immediately thought of the people who had been involved with you and were encouraging you to give them more information like this.
Right.
And you had resisted, knowing that they weren't. It was pearls before swine. Like you can't be telling people things that they're just going to hurt themselves doing, because they're not ready for it. Mm-hmm. But no, I'm really glad that you feel like you've gotten motivated to do more creative stuff. I've always seen you as an artist underneath it all. And I feel like you should be promoting yourself in this light, not necessarily feeling like it's, you know, just something you can't make money doing, or you know, like a hobby. Like, I think a lot of people who are truly creative sometimes get forced by the commercialism to do things that aren't really expressing themselves and are more conforming to an overall scheme in order to make it palpable for the populace. Like, the rest of us can understand it if you do it like this. And I've really wanted, like, other people to feel like that whatever happens is the right thing for them. Like, you don't have to create something so that it can be published and marketed to an audience that is ready to receive it in that way. Like, I mean, is that really why you do anything? Like, why would you waste your time, like, trying to please other people in that way? Like,
thank you.
You should be creative with the forces that are generative within your own being, within all those levels, from physical to energetic to emotional to intellectual and then spiritual. Like, all of that should be at play with the things that you create and the things that you make. Mm-hmm. And if it's not, that's like, you know, maybe there's a process there that you could explore. Like, you could look at each part of your project and say, like, how is this physically manifesting, and what kind of energy am I bringing to this? Like, how am I arriving today at my work? Mm-hmm. And then, you know, emotionally, like, that's sometimes a little more tenuous. Like, there's been a lot of high emotions around here, and there's a lot of crying that happens, and I've always been a big encourager to let the water out. It's just water, let it out.
Yes.
And you know, because at some point somebody said that to me, like, at a very young age, that it's totally okay to cry, and that felt really welcoming. So, you know, even if it's something that doesn't feel good, like anger or grief, having the strength to carry through with your emotion and not let it overwhelm you, like, to just let it out, to just experience it and to really look at it. And then the trick is with your emotions is, whatever the emotion is that you've identified, can you hold on to it? Like, is it something that you can actually, like, possess? And often that's never the case. Like, you can't ever really hold on to a good feeling. It disappears.
Sadly.
And then it's true with your thinking. Like, the way you think right now is not going to look the same tomorrow.
That's right.
And it's not the same as it was yesterday. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I'm wasting time for you.
Oh, you're not wasting time at all, honey. We're not. I mean, I shan't be on too long after you take off into the gentle day, after you retreat into the sunlit sleep that you've earned, because I myself am in terrible pain. I don't know how much longer I can last, but I'll distract myself as long as possible by bringing some other people on. We'll make a bunch of calls. And,
yeah.
Okay.
I think you could do it. You could probably last a little while longer if you got some talkers on.
Oh, sure.
You know, like, yeah. I don't see why not. I mean, how many listeners do we have? Oh, don't know.
Well, we had quite a bit tonight, that's for sure. Numbers were definitely up, and
Marina's big draw.
Yes.
Somehow.
Yes.
I like to. Yeah, no, I really appreciate that you're still here, that you're still doing it. You're letting everybody know. You've managed to maintain your rent somehow.
Yes,
I mean,
incredibly.
I can't,
Thanks.
I can't say the same. I am not. So I think you're definitely you're earning your keep, and I think this whole thing with getting a new nose, I to push them. I think you should be like, this is the nose I want. You screwed it up. Get me this nose.
Oh shit.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. So,
bring them examples. Bring in an example. This is the nose I want.
yes.
They can do it. They can do it. They can make you look how you want to look. And I can't believe they did that to you, honestly.
Actually, it's so easy to believe. It is so easy to believe that this is. It was almost like, what did I expect? Why did I do this? Why did I?
You just knew it was like the last day of Mercury retrograde, and you were like, I just don't want to do this, but here I am.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, go on, honey. Yes, whatever else comes to your mind, you're welcome to express it.
Just bring a picture of Hitler and just be like,
yeah, I need that. Yeah. Oh, I need that.
Because, well, I mean, it kind of did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of is. Yeah. Well, or you could bring a picture of your mom and be like, "This is my mom. Can you make it look more like her?" That's very.
Yes, yes. There's always that. That would be a smaller nose than I was born with. Yes. And Troy Bellamy says, "Hope you're feeling better, Douglas. I'm listening tonight, catching up on sleep. Good man. Thank you. Hugs to dear Troy Bellamy. Always appreciate his coming in and participating. It's most welcome." So here we are. Hugs to Troy. And so let me start making those phone calls. I'll call him too, of course. He can come on if he wishes. And, you know, it's been wonderful to have you with us expressing yourself. And as Peter said, he finds more and more reasons to like you. It's adorable. Okay, then. Let's start making some of those calls.
Peter was right. Everything he said.
Yes. Yeah.
He should be a counselor.
Yeah.
That's like exactly what I'm letting go of. Like, that's like my need to fix other people. Done.
Thank you. Yes, that's
I
mean, I
study for a degree. Maybe they could just call you up and send you a little, send you some money, and then
That's enough. Just call me up, send me money. That's
that is. You know, there's this thing for that, like I said before, called cam girl work, which
I know
is always an option. Yeah.
I decided I was gonna do anime.
I didn't mean all that. I meant schedule a phone call, to get some of Amy's wisdom and compensate her for this wisdom. But
there you go.
Yeah, other ideas, okay.
Yeah.
That was my compromise from the cam girl work, because I feel like cam girls, there's no mystery, and any man worth his druthers wants some mystery. So
I don't know about that.
Check your druthers.
Have some mystery. No, I think that people are more likely to engage in their own imagination when it's not a real person that they're looking at, and that it's like just an image of something, something that might be attractive. I don't know. I hadn't really thought it out, and then I moved somewhere where there's like no internet. So
of course. Yeah, that really helped, didn't it? Yes. You've got a knack for that. You've got a knack for getting yourself out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Go on.
It's all along the border. I've not lived anywhere that wasn't walking distance to Canada since moving back to Vermont.
Jesus.
Every place I've been has been walkable to Quebec. I think that's significant somehow. I don't know how, Not quite sure why, but I do think that, the fact that I've been here almost a decade, and each time that I move, I'm like within walking distance to Canada, or the property borders Canada somehow, which is just interesting to me because I haven't been to Canada since I've been home, and I used to go up all the time. That was we used to have study groups up in Canada. It was like our high school study groups were not actual study groups. They were going to the bar in Quebec.
Hey, that's a study group of a sort. You're there to study the human condition. People seem to be in a variety of them at the pubs that you visited. Continue.
Learning your French. We're studying how to order different drinks in French.
Oh.
Yeah. No, we did that quite a bit. And so it seems interesting. Like, I've been so close, and yet I don't ever go up there anymore. I have looked into trying to do some kind of wellness work, like in the spas, because just above us is like these really fantastic spas, like in the eastern townships outside of Montreal. It's like these fantastic spas, and I never go, and I would love to. That's why I'm like, if I could work there, at least like I'd be forced to go there. And then I would be like forced to like do good things for myself too.
I like that, forcing yourself to do good things for yourself. Imagine that.
I mean, it has, it has gotten a little, my routine is just like I don't have no routine, like, and we're just getting used to like each other, like living together. Like, having stuff moved around, like I put it somewhere, he puts it somewhere else. Learning not to kill each other every time that happens. Stuff, which every couple goes through that. Every roommate situation is like that. Like the where is my game is a real condition amongst people who live together. So playing my where is my this, where is my that, a lot of that. But trying to be lighthearted about it also. Not letting it ruin your time together. Can't find the stupid cook pot on the stove over here, not that stove inside. Like, yeah, that kind of stuff is all, it's getting sorted out. So I'm gonna have a little more stability so that I'm not having to like spend half my day like figuring out how I'm gonna bathe or how I'm gonna make food. Like, it's getting a little more stable. Which that is the point of me being very strict with like not caring for others, like not trying to help everybody else. Like, just having, it's called chode, it's like CHOD in the Tibetan Buddhism. And it's severance, and it's like a major tenet. Brendan mentioned something about the attachment, like attachment, how a lot of your suffering has to do with an attachment to a desire. And for the Tibetans, it's all about just severing, like getting rid of any attachments and noticing how things change. If you just say, well, I don't really need that job. Like this whole like trying to set up interviews when you don't have the internet, it's very easy to detach from that. It's very easy to just say, you know what? I'm not making the effort to go talk to you about a 1 week of work for almost no money. That's the severance. That's the cutting away of the illusion that me getting a job is going to fix things. It's not. getting a job is going to distract me from the things that I'm called to do. And somebody who I really respect and really care for, an elderly woman who also lives in this town. She moved to this town. She was living in another town and did not like it. And her daughter bought her a house in this town because the houses are incredibly cheap here.
Of course.
Because it's full. Yep. But she had said that, you know, so it's very hard for her because she's dealt with a lot of loss. Like her daughter died of a drug overdose.
Jesus.
She has a lot of brothers and sisters. So you know, her one daughter dying like really brought together the other brothers and sisters. And sometimes it's hard for her as the grandma to say like I can't watch your kids. You know, like she wants to support her other children. But she's, you know, she has to explain to them, like, if I'm watching your children, I'm not doing what I am called to do. Mm-hmm. And then she said that to me in such a way, and then she says, you understand what I mean, right? And I looked at her and I gave her a big hug, and I was like, of course I understand. That is fantastic. If you're doing these things that you think are helping somebody, you're not doing what you're called to do. And I think that's a beautiful way to force people to really look at their life and look at their motivations and to see how their actions are perpetuating things that they don't want. Like to see that, like, I think I want to change my situation, but I'm not actually changing my situation if I keep going back to these people who are not reciprocating with me and just throwing myself down like a doormat.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna watch your kids. I'll watch your dogs.
Oh, yeah. And the more you do for them, the more they ask.
And I don't think that she meant it in a hateful way. I think she would love to spend more time with her grandkids. You know, like they live in the same town. So I think she would love to spend more time with her grandkids, but it's just that overwhelm of like, what am I closing myself off to? Like, there's other people who are more qualified, you know, more energy than grandma. Just with kids. So it's that dance that you do with responsibility and joy. Like, how much joy are you going to get from doing that, and how much responsibility am I letting go of by not doing that? Like, am I really just writing off my family, or am I cultivating more joy for myself and being available to that divine voice that's calling you to be the whatever, to be the thing that you're meant to be, you know?
Mm-hmm. Right.
I can't explain my choices to anybody because they're profoundly disturbed. Like they're not like simple, like, oh, well, just get a job at the Jolly store or at the or like everybody's got a Jolly store, but the gas station. Like if you just go and work at the gas station, you know, 20 hours a week, you know, at least then you'll be at the gas station for 20 hours a week. And
that way you can prostitute yourself to all the bypassing truck drivers. Yes. And think of the money you'll make then.
I just love you, Douglas. That was exactly my response to that. I was like, I'm going to have to get a gun and I'm going to have to shoot some crack addicts because I can't not. If I'm working at the gas station, how am I going to not do that? Like, it was really like, I just, you know, a lot of times I'm just, the severance is the smile and the nod and
yes.
the no longer eye contact. Break the eye contact.
Yes.
Walk away. That's the severance right there. Yes. And the more I do it, I feel a lot better. I feel really free. Like I told you the other day, like I just lay, I know it's nothing you like, but I laid in the sun. I was able in the afternoon laying out in the field in the sun, and it was gorgeous. The sky had no clouds anywhere.
Nude! She was nude! Just so people know. Want you to have that image.
But that's like the thing that.
And how many drones? How many drones came to buzz you to film you in the nude?
2.
2.
Just
Just 2.
Just 2. And I feel like good for them. I'm gonna copyright all of that material. You guys are screwed. All gonna be legally copyrighted. You won't be able to look at it without paying me.
Okay, where can we pay?
Where? Thank you. I don't know. I have no
In fact,
idea.
I feel like not only do I understand so much what you've been saying, like I feel like you understand what I'm going through. So like, when can I book a call? Like, what do you say, $50? Like, I might need your advice.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I feel like all I really need is just a phone call.
Right.
I gotta tell you, I haven't even had the phone all week because he got his phone back, but he went to work. So he's been like building a house. And so I can't connect unless I have his phone, which is why I'm like out in the car right now because I got both the phones. Yeah. But yeah. So
Why do you have both the phones?
I have to have the phone in order to use my phone. Like I need his phone to use my phone. But I wanted to come on, and I wanted to let you know that everything is really changing very quickly for me. And as disturbing as all of the events and the hysteria have been, things are starting to like really smooth themselves out because there's that thing that happens like when you put up a boundary and you start to learn who people really are. That's really that's a sure sign that you're doing the right thing is when you tell somebody that you're not willing to keep working for no money and they get angry with you. There you go. That is exactly what you needed to say to them. If they're angry because you are now asking for some reciprocity, or you're asking to be paid for the things that you've already done for weeks and months and years.
Yes.
And they're angry at you. Well, there's your answer. Like they knew what they were doing.
Yes.
They knew they had no plans of following through with what they had agreed to. And so, having that validation has been really fruitful. Like I have an interview set up, and then I haven't set it up yet, but I've looked at something else. And they're both things that I think I could do. One's a remote job. They're not even going to review it until October. And then the other one is something at the State House in Montpelier in Vermont, which I've never lived in the center of the state before. I've never gotten away from Canada. In Vermont, I'm always right on the border. But this other one's down in Montpelier. So I might be willing to do that. There was some interest when I looked into what he was talking about. I was like, oh, I could maybe do that. I could maybe feel good about doing that work. So yeah, I mean, that long stretch of not really being able to put together anything is ending. I don't know if that has to do with the Vedic astrology. I don't know if it's some past life, like just needling its way into my present moment. I don't know what it is, but
Well, if there's one thing we can learn here, it's that no matter how hopeless things seem, they can change, right?
and that is the thing of it, is if you can get to that space in your own thinking,
Right. And it
Where
starts
it-
with you. It starts with
Or-
you.
say that again.
It starts with you. It starts with you. Like you said. You have to think it into, possibility first, and then
Right.
and then the impossible can change.
Yeah. You get it.
Does-
If it can't, if you say
Right.
it can't, then guess what? It won't.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm multitasking. Yeah, it's,
No,
yeah, that's yeah.
it's okay because, it's all right. Amy knows what she's talking about.
Yeah, that's
She's got
right. She's got it. She's got this down.
And I'm here. I think I'm done my bullshit, so I'm here.
Severance. Just get rid of it. Get rid of all your
Yeah.
stuff. Just severance. You think you need a phone. Guess what? Don't have a phone for a week. You realize it's not going to kill you. You're not going to die if you don't have a phone. I know that's hard for a lot of people to
Right.
imagine.
I mean, at this point, not having a phone is bound to be like a cathartic experience, You just be something else, You'd be like, wow, I have to figure out how to be like a regular person now, a human being that's like existed for 99.9% history.
Exactly.
Oh.
That is it exactly. That they don't remember that the phone does not feed you. The phone does not smile at you. Like, it seems like it might have something to do with those things, but it really doesn't. It's really not happening.
That's right. Don't be fooled. The cam girls don't actually care about you. Unless Amy did it, that you would absolutely care.
Yes.
But only so much. Not in a way that would drag her down. Anyway.
Oh my goodness.
That's right. Get rid of those attachments. It's like you're the hot air balloon, and they're like those sandbags that they put around the outside. You just cut them away. Right? Just cut them away, and off you glide.
This is so therapeutic. Let's take a look at the people in the chat before I go back to my multitasking here. I can't believe we're maintaining numbers. How the fuck are we doing that?
Because we had so many great people on tonight. Like, let's face it. I mean, gosh,
Jesus.
Marina and Brennan and all his constant wisdom, and
He told me he called everyone by mistake. He told me he called everyone by mistake.
Oh yeah.
Amy Como did that once while Sammy Romero was having sex. Sammy wound up throwing.
Hey, no. Skype does I feel like weird stuff sometimes, where it's like some kind of ghost callback, like your phone didn't figure out you guys get disconnected or something, and it tries to call the person back, and so wait, the other. Was it last time? I drifted off, and then not too long after you ended, and then the phone rang, and it'll say the whole bunch name. It's it might say this call all these people. So regardless, if I see if it's from the gang, it's I'm gonna answer. It's oh, maybe they had to call me back. So I think I'm asleep. I hit answer. And it's Pixie Star Fox is there. And I'm I have 3 or 5% of my brain processor on it. What? And she's there. I forget what she said. I was just I was what's going on? I was did you call me? She's no. I'm no, but I'm and I honestly, I don't know. We'll get the story from her, but I think she really didn't mean to. It didn't seem conscious on her part. Oh, hey, I wanted to talk to you. It was just all of a sudden we just got connected, and then I was oh, what? and she, I don't know, we exchanged a few words, and then I was like, hey, I'm super tired, I'm gonna hang up, bye. And I just like didn't even wait, because I was just like, I gotta crash right now.
Oh man, I love it.
Yeah. I mean, if I was like, if I felt peppy, I wasn't doing much, I'd be like, I would talk to her for a minute, but sure. But I was just like, oh, what the fuck? I gotta go.
Oh,
could have just been a Skype thing.
I think it's a Skype thing. I think you're right. I've seen like,
Yeah.
I find like I have the phone off and I get on and it says that like the call is being made right now, and I'm like, oh, but it's fucking noon on Friday. I'm pretty sure nobody cares at this point. Pretty sure. It look like I've just missed the call. Like it just came through.
Yeah, it's rude. Yeah. Or it was a call, but I can't connect to the call at first.
I don't know. It's strange the way that the Skype is.
Yeah. It's wonky sometimes. I mean,
I don't have service on my phone.
And plus that, like it's even wonky for me occasionally.
It's weird that I will get Skype messages and my phone's not attached to the internet. That's weird. That just happened.
Yeah. Well, you can go through the your data if you have data.
I don't have.
I don't know what your data plan is.
It has to be on the Wi-Fi to use it, and when it's not on the Wi-Fi, it shouldn't be giving me messages from Skype, but sometimes it does.
Yeah. Well, no, it's an app that can work through your phone's data if it has it, as well as the Wi-Fi. So I don't know what you have for data on your phone, but most phones, there really are no phones without data at this point. Like you can't get a non-data plan. That's about probably 15 years ago.
I don't have a plan.
All right, okay. Oh, so you don't have like regular paid phone service? There was no Wi-Fi. Oh, I see. Both of them. Okay, I'm sorry. I assume you might have like a phone plan and like data, and then like Skype works. Like I was just out on a walk and I was listening to you guys and and etc. But okay, if you don't have a phone plan, all right, that's all. You don't need it. You don't need it. You don't need it either.
No service, and nothing should be showing up on the phone.
Right.
Like it just does weird stuff anyway. Like the phone does weird stuff. The other day I got this message. I hadn't been on the phone for a week. Like I hadn't even made a phone call for a week. And I got on and there's this voicemail from some woman saying, please stop calling this number. It's my brother's phone. And then just before she goes, oh, I hope it wasn't the doctor's office. And I never called this
Hate to blow them off for my poor brother's condition. Yeah.
Look, I mean, it was so nuts because I hadn't talked on the phone for a week. And then this woman obviously had transposed the number wrong. Something. It seems like she would just hit call back. But I'd never called them before. So I just texted her, all right, I'm going to block you. I've never called this number, but I'm blocking you now. You're blocked. Yeah, it just does, the phone does weird things. The phone is not, it's not explainable. None of it is explainable to me. And I'm really happy when it works. Like it's been working for me tonight.
Yeah, because it's the exception to the rule is why you're happy about it.
Yeah, they are wondering what's up with me because I don't even pay attention anymore. I don't even turn it on. It's like days go by and I'm like, I haven't even gotten the laptop out to the library. That's how disconnected I've really been. And a lot of it has to do with like trying to get settled in a new place. Like a lot of it is like, how do I go forward from here? Like, what is the real expectation of me? Like, what's my absolute best possibility at this point in time? And that, that always changes as soon as he shows up and lets me know what his plans are too. So I'm always having to adjust to not being single, because I've been, virtually single, as even in my relationships. I haven't had really like a commitment. Like, I've been involved with people, but there was never like, oh, we're doing this. This is it. This is how it's going to happen. And so now I'm like, okay, no, I'm really not single. I really need to think about how this is going to affect him also. And it's challenging, but I'm enjoying it. It's not undoable. It's challenging, but it's not undoable. And I think both of us are just at an age where, like, we really know ourselves really well, because we're both, he's 53 and I'm 48, so we're doing we're doing us. Like, we know who we are, we know what we like, and we're pretty happy with each other. And that's just been the case since we met. Well, we met 30 years ago. I'm not being exact with this. Like, we met when I was 18, and he was going to school up here, and he was living with some of my high school friends. But I didn't really speak to him until February of this year, where we had some conversations, and we started talking about a lot of Douglas's stuff. And it was interesting to
Tokyo? You were talking to Tokyo about my stuff?
About Unterland in particular.
Wow.
Because he'd known about that.
Oh, yes, that's right. Share with our listeners what you feel comfortable sharing about that, please.
Well, it was more of like, this was really just an emotional, like, I mean, because so often, like, you struggle, like Brooke says, like, you can't tell people what you do. You can't tell people I come on this show and I talk to the vampire son of Adolf Hitler. Which it's difficult. But then...
Yes, it's hard, isn't it?
it's because they're going to judge. But
by the way, just be patient for a second. Hold that thought. Aristides, you have talked to some people about this. What is it like?
Wait, about what exactly? So I'm not speaking
about
you do this radio show. You produce it.
Yeah, I help. Yeah.
Help.
You tell people about this, right? You talk to some people about this.
Yeah, I don't know how to work OBS and all this stuff. I don't.
No, but I mean, you talk to some people about me, right? What is it like when you try to tell people about me?
There's only certain people that it's going to be really productive in the end, but you got to expect that. Not everybody, what was it? It's like they said about Jesus, like many rejected his message.
Yes.
Right? Isn't that true? Like,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. You see that a lot.
Dude, they nailed him to a tree. But
I think that's like, you hear that phrase a lot. And he rejected his message.
Not only that, they kicked his ass and fucking killed him. I mean, it's not a position I want to be in if I can help it.
Yeah.
I mean, all I can say is I'd rather be deified than lynched. So,
all right, yeah. See what we can do for you here.
Deified. Like, you want all of the glory tomorrow, right?
No, I didn't say that. I'm not trying. All I'm saying is I'd rather be deified than lynched. I'm sure most of us would. But yes, continue, honey. Back to your thought. Obviously, our man Aristides has a hard time, shall we say, trying to express the difficulties he has when he's trying to tell people about me.
No, if I think they're gonna get something from it and not just, if
Not just
like anything,
react.
you have to know that they're like, it seems like they're at a point they'd be receptive to this information. And,
Right.
just like,
Right.
so then often it works out. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And so, thank you. And back to your thought, dear, Amy.
When I started talking about Unterland and how Hitler escaped to live in the Middle Earth, to live under the ground.
Yes.
He already knew about this. Like,
Incredible.
he was already
that's incredible.
Yeah. Right, exactly. Like, to be in the middle of nowhere in Vermont and to have somebody be like, oh yeah, right?
Yeah.
And, my grandfather was rescued off an aircraft by the British. He'd been in the ocean for 2 days. Yeah, like, it was really, like, it was kind of like returning home. If I could describe like my experience of like having that first conversation with him while he was changing my tires for me, because I needed tires changed out. And we were just talking about his grandfather and his experience in World War II, and like his friend was there also, and he also was like, he wanted to talk about Aleister Crowley. Like, he had been like a part of a very abusive family situation, but it was also military. So like his friend had like his own slant, and he's older, so like a lot of the stuff like he had to settle into it, like, because he's older, he wasn't like willing to talk about it as readily. But Tokyo was like, Tokyo doesn't hold back. Like, he's like a bull in a china shop. He just goes for it, like, whatever it is. And sometimes he regrets it, but he does apologize when he's hurt somebody in some way. But he just goes for stuff. So when he met me and like we were talking about this, he just like went right into it. He was talking about just like the situation with his dad. Like, his dad was a Vietnam vet, and Tok was the first son in their family not to join the military.
Right.
Like, everybody else had been in the military, like all.
And the military wouldn't forgive him for that. The military tormented him the rest of his life. Go on.
I was like, listen, I understand. Like, he's been institutionalized twice, and when he started explaining to me like his midwife parents, both his mom and his Vietnam vet dad was a midwife, and as is his mother. His mother delivered over 500 babies.
How did his Vietnam vet dad become a midwife? How did something like
Isn't
that?
that fantastic? I think that's a really interesting thing.
Yeah.
Is that he did not have a great experience in the military. His dad went AWOL in Vietnam. Like, just like got spooked and was like, nobody is in charge here.
Yeah, that's right.
Into the jungle, and realized, I don't know how I will survive in this environment.
Well, a lot of guys didn't.
He went back to the unit and surrendered himself back to them. They punished him, and
of course.
I was talking about the military being full of closeted homosexuals.
Oh, fuck yeah, to say the least. Go on.
Right, and I get all this from you. Like, everything I say is like something that you've said, and I don't want to have to explain you and why you know all this stuff. So I'm just like agreeing with him, and he goes, yeah, my dad was put into a pit because he was given the option of the pit or the stockade, and he saw all the rapes happening in the stockade.
Yeah, all the men just jumping on each other and butt fucking each other, dogpiling. They were all dogpiling each other. Go on.
I have no idea, but like, that was how he introduced his dad to me. Like, his dad was so not into the homosexuality. He was willing to go into the pit where they shit and piss on you and don't feed you, and it's cold and wet all the time. Like, just that's to me, it's like it explains so much about like why would they be like campaigning to put Tokyo into the mental institution. Oh, that's right. His dad was in the Vietnam War, and he was kind of like not really
Playing the game. Yeah.
So yeah, there's that. And then he was born in Pittsburgh after a 4-day labor, and after 4 days of them being in the hospital, these two midwives just marched out with the baby when he finally arrived. Like, they didn't get a birth certificate. So Tokyo never had a birth certificate until he was 18.
Jesus. Well, how did he manage to get one?
They had to pay. She said it cost her $1,500.
$1,500 in those days? What would be the equivalent of that today, Aristides? What would that be in today's money?
I don't know. She said it was $1,500 to have a name added because they just wrote it down as his last name. They just put it as born birth certificate Bloker, but they didn't collect the birth certificate, so they had to pay to get the name on it.
Lord.
And that's how he got his name Tokyo, because his sister had been calling him Tokyo since he was in the womb. Like, since he was like inside his mom, she had been coming up to the belly going, Tokyo.
How do they spell that?
What's that?
How do they spell Tokyo? Like the city, or with an I in it? Because the way people used to spell it would be with an I in it. So Tokyo, or is it just Tokyo like the way the Japanese romanize it? Tokyo. Okay.
Tokyo.
Wow!
Yep.
Holy shit! Okay. Tokyo.
And it was I guess that they had some kind of company where like they would ship stuff. Like there was like a warehouse.
That's what Brooke Gibson was claiming. Brooke Gibson's vision of this was that there was a warehouse and that they were loading at the dock or something and just saw the box to Tokyo.
Yeah. And his sister, who's only like a couple years older, like would see the Tokyo and spell it out and then whisper it to the belly. So that's how he got his name.
Oh God!
And he literally got a chance to change it and decided to just go with it, like no middle name, just Tokyo.
Oh my God!
Yep, that's how he got his name, and like learning more about him, it was really just like this so lovely to just have somebody like understand what you have been telling us.
Yes. Thank you.
Without me having to like go in, like just knowing that because of his background, like knowing that the military is full of all this fucking weirdness.
Yes. Satanic faggotry. Go on.
And knowing that like the secrecy factor, like his grandfather has all these records that are absolutely unprovable and you can't research them. Like when I was there and like looking at the photographs and like the things that the mementos from the places he'd been, he was stationed with my grandfather over in the Philippines.
Wow.
Which, yeah, like you can't find records of any of this. It's just because we know our families that we can trust that this happened, because you can't. Like, what were we doing in the Philippines in World War II? What was going on there?
God, don't get me started. Obviously, the Americans had conquered the Philippines, had conducted an extermination campaign. The Japanese liberated the Philippines, had many collaborators on their side, and then the Americans said, well, we've got to annihilate the collaborators, and went on this campaign of terror that they romanticized in their propaganda films as something positive, something good, like a bunch of people fighting for the sake of their colonial oppressors was something that was even conceivable. The Americans propagandized it as such. And then, of course, after conducting a wave of campaign and annihilation of terrorism, when the war progressed the way it did, with the Americans suing for peace, and the Japanese generally withdrew from the Philippines, but left a lot of stay-behind units, which, of course, Americans would call stragglers, and would present as just like individuals who were like lost or some bullshit. All of this is part of the absurdity of the situation as represented by the Americans. It doesn't even make any sense. So when, I could go into some details about that and would happily do so if people are curious, but the main point is this is what America was doing in the Philippines. So they were trying to maintain a colonial empire. And so, yes, it makes sense that, at some point, these people would, encounter each other. And so continue. Go on from there, please. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that both of our grandparents were in the Philippines. Like, I learned this only about my own grandfather through some photos that one of them happened to say something about the Philippines on it. Other than that, he never mentioned it. He only said that he never saw any battle. Like, he was only administrative. My grandfather enjoyed being in the military so much because he came from a huge farming family with no money. Like, his mother was the last girl of 14, and then he was like 11 out of 14 himself. So like he left, and the military was like everything to him. Like, it just did everything. He had a place to sleep, he had food, he had money.
That's the fucking problem with the military. There you go. It's everything. It becomes everything. It encompasses your life, and it's worm to sperm. Sperm to worm. I mean, instead of womb to tomb, it's sperm to worm. Yeah, go on. People are born on bases and they die on bases. Yeah, so go on, honey. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was sort of the beginning of why, like, I was really like, not willing to believe all the rumors that I'd heard and wanting to like judge for myself, like what kind of character this guy is, like, despite like all this crazy stuff that's happened to him. Like, I mean, we all have crazy stuff happen to us. Like, sometimes there's stuff underneath it that's really just kind of endearing. And that, that's what I choose to focus on, is that he really, he has struggled quite a bit, but he wanted to get married. And I had been telling my girlfriends, like, it just seems like I don't want to date anymore. Like, I would like to just have a marriage where there's like a contract where like I don't have to worry so much. Like, I don't have to like be like, okay, I'm in the hospital again. Who's gonna help me? Because my family's not gonna help. I'm not, like, they don't believe the same things that I believe, so I'm not gonna be able to say to them, this is what I want, please make sure it happens, So like, that was something that, being so sick over the last 10 years, like, I really started to think like I need somebody to advocate for me when I can't speak for myself. And it just started to snowball into this. Well, the only person that will legitimately have that would be a husband.
Yes.
Like, and we went ahead and did all the paperwork. So even though we haven't had a ceremony at this point, we can take our time with it, because we've signed papers where we each have power of attorney over each other, and that should help if we need it.
Okay.
So that took pressure off to just simply have that clarity about, like, this, we're doing this to support each other, not out of some naive, foolish love.
No, it's very pragmatic, and I admire that. What about, I can't resist asking this, what about the snapping turtle? You put it in the driveway moat. Aren't you afraid that ultimately it'll get run over?
Oh my God. What I need to do is take a picture of us pulling the freaking car out of the moat. So you can see it's like there's a spring, like it's a huge lake. It's like a moat, but it's like a lake. Like when it rains, the spring fills up from underneath, and you can't. It's impassable. Like the small car it just gets stuck every single time. Like today, it was I should have videoed it. I don't know why I didn't, but yeah, the moat is so big that the turtle now has a job to do. I found this little snapping turtle was just a baby. Sent Douglas a picture because I know how much he likes turtles.
Yes.
And I moved it down to the moat so that it could do a job. It could be our guard turtle. It can snap at anything that comes in.
Yeah.
But the moat is big enough that literally we can have a pet snapping turtle and it's not going to be a problem. It'll be fun.
Jesus Christ.
It's not I mean, it's so ridiculous. Like the moat is just, I don't even know like how it, I mean, I was going through the paperwork they've been dealing with this for years.
Mm-hmm.
Like him and the neighbor have been going back and forth about this property. Like he paid for it to be subdivided so that that guy could buy it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the neighbor paid for him to get an excavator and fix this driveway that's the moat.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't work because there's a spring, because it's a low part of the parcel. And we're not supposed to build a drive through a wetlands. So, you know, there's like all these different things that came up after they'd talked about it. And then when the neighbor backed out and didn't pay him for the subdivision, it wouldn't put a gate up, so now we can't even use the drive. Like that, to me, is like, just, like, it's not a normal kind of harassment. It's this very, very specific, like, they come at you and they're like, I'm your best friend. Please come to my wedding. You're the only guest at our wedding, you know?
Yes.
Like this kind of thing where it's like, there's this feigning of intimacy, like you and I against the world, and then they just snap and they're doing stuff like putting up a fence across your driveway so you can't get in and out anymore. Right? Like
so
that,
painful.
but it's like it's like when you see it for what it is, it's clearly that mechanism. It's clearly the game stalking, like, come a little closer so I can torture you better.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the emotional component where they want to drive you crazy.
Yes.
They want you to feel like you can't talk to anybody about this. There's too much to explain. But the fact is, like, it's not it's not unique. It's very formulaic. And so they feel like it's this, like, these two people, my fiance and the neighbor, feel like it's a very specific thing for them. But essentially it's not. It's a routine, like getting people to hate each other and causing disruption and chaos. Like it's not peace and prosperity, which is that's the only thing that I would like to promote at this point. I appreciate that everybody thinks I'm such a great counselor, but
Yeah, when he said that, I was thinking that's the last thing on earth you fucking need. The last thing on earth you fucking need is to go around here and everybody else's fucking problems. Help me, Amy! Help me, Amy!
did this to me when I needed her to do this other thing. Yeah, I can't.
And what about all the people? Are they finally getting it? Now, your town is small in the sense that the population is small. They all effectively know each other. The majority of them have been fucking each other. What is it that when they've been coming up to you and saying, your parents are really sick, your parents could use some help, and you're telling them, I know, they made me homeless. Are they finally getting the message? Did they finally get it that your parents are, fucked you over and And they don't deserve help? I mean, are they finally getting it or what?
I don't know. I honestly, like, this whole severance thing, it really prevents you from putting in too much more energy into those interactions, you know? Because it's just it's just none of my business. Like, I have to go on. I have to just carry on. And being here, like, me being able to lie out in a field of couple acres with nobody coming over because of the mud pit.
I guess that's some comfort. Nobody's coming in. You can't get out, but at least you know nobody's coming in unexpectedly.
Nobody's gonna show up here. The other neighbors, like, they probably look at me.
How do the police? What about when the police are called? How do they even contact you with that moat? What do they?
Well, that was it. That was what I was so surprised at. I was like, how did you get in here? And they were like, oh, it's kind of dried up. We thought we'd have to walk, but we just did it, and it's okay. These are good trucks. They had so much fun. Like, they loved running their SUVs through the mud.
Jesus.
Because, I mean, he's worked it over so many times that, like, it's predictable. Like, you know where you're gonna get stuck. But I told them, if you get stuck going out, we'll just pull you out with the tractor. That's what we have to do. Like, we have to get the tractor. Somebody has to be in the vehicle that's getting pulled out to push the brakes and to steer. But yeah, it's the dumbest thing ever, really. Dumbest thing ever. And I want to just impose a little bit of sanity in the whole situation and say it really doesn't matter in the end. It just is so insignificant to, where we're going to end up in another year or another 2 years. It just doesn't even matter that much. And so to get all tangled up about it, and the thing is, like, I was going through the paperwork, like, looking at the ex-wife, like, her response. She was like, you can call me and I'll be $100 an hour. And right now I'm sitting at $8,000 that you owe me.
Jesus.
So they really have been back and forth about this for a very long time. And so, again, it's like another thing that's going to get resolved. I don't really need to intervene. He calls it the SIP in Richford, the social isolation paradise. That's what it is, because you can't get in
I like
or
it.
out.
Yeah. Wow. Holy shit.
The river. You can fish all you want. It's, it's not a bad deal. And like I said, like, I can walk to town. Like, there's a road. I could walk the river up to town. Like, I don't even need the road. I could go along the river and just be in town. It's not that far. And, living out in the woods, in the birch woods, it was a half hour down to the gas station and nothing beyond that.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
So
this is, I'm just getting used to everything. I'm just, like, trying to, because it happened so quickly. I just need to make a plan. And, we have other friends who are willing to help, and we just don't have we don't have a good plan at this point. Like, he's helping build a house, and I have a couple interviews, but I just need to, like, I need to figure out how to do this, like, with the generator and the scooter and the, like, I have access to all kinds of things. I don't know how to run the scooter. Like, I can't figure it out. I've never been on a scooter, so just trying to feel safe about it before I, like, start getting on the road with it.
What do you call those stupid things? Because this is something that I was trying to figure out about how to describe to people. The crazy crackhead who lives upstairs. When I'm trying to describe to people his mode of transportation, I call it a scooter because we used to call these things scooters when I was young, but nowadays scooters mean these little like mini bikes, like these motorcycles. They're like motorized bicycles with a little like compartment for the a little shell over the engine and shit. So that's more of a scooter these days. What do you call this stupid thing where they stand on this little stick and they've got the stick and they're just riding on a stick and kicking themselves on the stick, but it's got the stupid little motor as well? What is that? What do you call that these days if not a scooter? What is that? Aristides? If Amy doesn't know, I would presume Aristides might.
I'd say it's just a different kind of scooter. It's like a stand-up scooter and not like a sit-down scooter.
Okay. Stand-up scooter, thank you. Okay, so
Yeah,
standing scooter. Wait, go on.
Yeah, it's still correct to call it a scooter.
Okay.
Yeah, I see a lot of those.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what the idiot rides. That's what the idiot has. Yeah, that. Bicycles. He doesn't even have any motorized scooters. It's like, he's like limited to... I don't know. Absolutely bizarre little methods of transportation that are not practical to me in any modern sense. So just thought I'd bring that up because Amy brought up the scooter. Now I'm presuming, Amy, when you're referring to you don't know how to use the scooter, it's more like this mini bike thing, right? Kind of like a grade
like
down.
A little motorcycle.
Yeah.
It's like
downgraded.
It's not like it goes like 20 miles an hour. It doesn't go 50 miles an hour. Like you're not going to be on the highway with it.
Yeah.
But it's like it's heavy. And
it's heavy. So you're not going to be picking that up when that thing breaks down. That's not something you're carrying home. Go on.
Yeah, well, and to manage it, I haven't done it. Like I couldn't even figure out how to start it. Like it was here the other day and I was thinking I was going to take it. I couldn't remember what he said, like how to start it, like which button, like you got to do this and then that to get it to go. And I still haven't driven it. I'm waiting for him to be here so that there's a witness for if I fall, because I tend to fall. So I'm waiting to have him watch me as I practice for the big day when I take the scooter to town. But that thing gets like 60 miles a gallon. So, around here, like, it's worth it. You put in a gallon of gas and you're like, you could drive for an hour. Like it's worth it because of the gas economy. Like it's not a bad solution in any way. And the thing that he bought the other last month was a electric bike. There was a place going out of business and the electric bike was like 70% off. It was so cheap.
Mm-hmm.
And so he purchased an electric bike to have a backup, just because we weren't going to have much money because he'd spent it all on the bike. But at least we have this electric bike that you can take the bike back and forth to the job site and not have to put money in gas. And he really likes it. He's lost a lot of weight riding the electric bike, which I think is really...
How does riding an electric bike lead you to losing weight?
Well, because your legs are still working.
Interesting.
Going further.
It's true. It is a lot of effort and exercise and energy to ride a motorcycle, for instance. I know that. So that's, yeah.
Yeah. And so he got his fill of motorcycles. Like, he doesn't want to ride a motorcycle anymore, but he's got this scooter that his sister didn't want. Like, she was scared of it. Like, she ditched it on some wet leaves at one point and was like, I don't want this thing anymore. And so
wow, what the fuck happened? I mean, like, what happened to her where it came to that?
Well, they're dangerous.
Yeah, yeah, true.
There's no protection. You're in a vehicle, you're protected. In a scooter, it's like you could get a freaking bird in your eye. Like, there's no protection.
No.
And it's heavy. This one is really heavy.
Wow.
So, yeah, I don't know. Like, the electric bike, though, like, you wouldn't necessarily go for 30-mile bike rides every day, but because it's electric, you can,
Mm-hmm.
you know? I mean, some people might go for 30-mile bike rides every day, but you know, like this makes it like it's not that big a deal. Yeah, it was kind of interesting, like to have him on his bike, you know, taking like 2 hours to get back from the job site because he's on the bike. No, and I you know, I don't care. Like I think it's great that he went and like spent all his money on a bike. Like I don't care, you know, that it's, you know, it's just something we're only going to use when we can because it's winter here most of the time. I don't really like the bike. I don't really like the electric bike. I like my bike.
Right.
And I need to work on getting all that stuff over here. And it's very hard without any money. Like that's a kicker, is all the things that I was told I was going to be doing never didn't turn out. Like the job that I'd interviewed for said they started in August. They never got back to me. I sent them an email in the beginning of August. Never heard. And then the other job turned out to be just for a week. She said it was like, oh, this is going to be full time. This is going to be, it's not just going to be in the summer. This is what she told me in the interview. And then she's like, oh, well, it's for a week and it's $800. And I was like, I see no point in driving over there for a week's worth of work. I just see no point in that. I did send her somebody else who had been emailing me. I directed that other person to talk to her because I just don't see how I'm going to benefit from $800 for a week of work.
No, this is awful. Everybody's treated like they're a homeless person just trying to get their next fix. That's everybody is. That's because I guess that's what most people are these days. Probably that's the majority of the people that they deal with are that desperate, where they'll do something like that and then keep themselves high for a few days thereafter. And this is so awful. You just want to cry hearing about this. Oh my God.
Well, I just think it's like a harsh reality. And for our parents' generation, who honestly, they never went without. My parents have never gone without.
That's true. That's true. All these old fuckers, they've had everything and handed to them on a platter in terms of opportunity, and they think that the younger generations are somehow slackers. Go on.
Like we should just be able to make this work somehow.
Yeah, like we did. Yeah.
I've been doing these gig work situations since I was 20 years old. I'm not doing it anymore. Like, you're lying to me.
Yes, no, it's true. Yes, it was all a false promise that, hey, you work, you get rewards. There's the harder you work, the more the rewards. It's all bullshit. Go on.
Well, and it's very hard. Like, even my friends who are doing well and who have full-time work, who really enjoy their work, like it really allows them, they work remotely. It allows them time with their children. Like, it allows them to travel. Like, even though they're doing well and they enjoy their work, they're still not okay. Like, there's just a lot of like feeling of regret. Like, for whatever reason, like it's not like, even when they're doing the thing that we're supposed to be able to do that somehow I can't do. Even when that is going well, there's still, it's like this compromise of like, you turn around and all of the kids you went to high school with are struggling with addiction so bad that it's hard to watch. Yeah. Like, you feel bad just knowing, like, it's like a survivor guilt. Like, I don't have this addiction. And kill yourself, and it's killing me to see this, and then to watch you do this to yourself and know that there's no hope. There's nowhere that you can go. And yeah, I just, like, I understand, like, even even for those that are doing well, like even those whose parents like we have some friends who they live with their parents and they're married.
That seems to be the norm. Some friends, that would be the majority, I would assume. They live with their parents and they're married? Yeah, how?
Yeah.
Whoa! Whose parents are they living with? The husbands or the wives? Which, you know.
The husbands. The husbands.
Oh,
Well,
man.
it's the husband who is my friend. The husband is the one that who is a peer of mine, like I know. And they're you know, and in a lot of ways they're doing really well. They're financially successful. They don't have a mortgage, you know. At the same time, they're like watching their aging parents like fall into the floor. Like,
Oh, wow.
that's got to be like a compromise that I don't think I can make. Like, because I tried for 7 years to be available to my mom and dad who were really sick. It just got worse and worse. You know, like it became more and more my fault and never like resolved anything for me. I can't imagine what it must be like for him, even though he's doing really well. He's married. They're very successful. But it's still got to be just awful to have, you know. And his little sister says, like, it doesn't suck. Like, she's really, like, she's just
His
a
little
baby.
sister, is she living with them too?
Yeah, but she has her own house. Like she's got they have a bunch of properties. That was their thing, is the parents had properties.
I notice all these white families in your area all have properties that they've inherited, and they're just like rotting in them. They're like, you know, the property's rotting around them generally, a lot of them. It doesn't seem to be that way in this case because they're forced to upkeep because, you know, they're actively employed and shit. but
Well, and they have their kids living there. So their adult children are there to care for the home.
Yeah.
See,
Oh.
like that's the difference. Is like,
But you know, the other people, they inherit it from their parents and they're living in the house alone, and they're not seniors yet per se, but they're all dying on the vine. They're all withering alive because they're all, you know, drunk and drugged and everything else and crazy.
well, that's the option here. Like, there's no economy. It's vacation homes. People who want to have a good time. What do? You sell them some drugs,
Cool.
right? That's it. That's all there is. It's like, we just ran into another friend of ours who's had 4 kids with his wife, who they were high school sweethearts. So they've been together since high school. We've known them since they were first getting together. They've had 4 kids together. They finally bought a house together. He went back to work in the same place he was working in high school because there's just really no jobs, and he was able to negotiate a better paying position. So if he'd have stayed in that job, he wouldn't have been able to come back and tell them, no, I need more money. This is what I can do for you. So, you know, even them, like they just decided this year that they're going to finally get married because they hadn't done that yet. And I was like, that's awesome. And he was so shocked and excited that, because he knew both of us, but he knows us both separately. So we found out we were getting married too. It was just kind of like this nice, like, oh, that sounds awesome. Please invite us. Like,
Yeah.
because, you know, like they've been together since high school, and they never, like, their families, their friends, nobody was ever like, hey, are you guys gonna have a wedding? And they just decided, like, this year, like, we're gonna have a wedding. Like, we're gonna do it. We're gonna finally, 30 years later, kids are all grown, their daughter's gonna marry them. I was like, maybe your daughter should marry us too. We really don't know. We don't have a plan. We're not really. I mean, we came up with some ideas, but if they don't work out, that's not going to be the end of it. We'll be fine.
Wow.
Because, like, yeah, we have to have that kind of attitude, don't we?
Yeah, of course. Of course, the only way to make it through this, what the nightmare that we're all living. I can't believe we're holding numbers. Of course, we had a much higher when Our Lady Marina was here to talk with Amy, and then we had, two girls to play off of. But, since she withdrew, and you usually get a drop that goes down much further than this. So we're maintaining good numbers. They were extremely high, but they're still high. So people are obviously interested in what you're saying. They probably relate to much of what you're saying. So you're helping people in that regard. You're helping to express their own experiences, which are probably as fundamentally depressing as yours could be. But as you said, you seem to be in a space where you feel that you have much to be grateful for. As I said before, just so people understand a little better about, in case anyone is curious, because people do ask these questions, and I think these questions are welcome. They ask me about, the guy I call Flippo, the speed freak, living upstairs, and they get concerned about, as I said before, he's making crack. And for those of you who do not know, when you've got a crack laboratory, it is, if this is found out, say for instance, the person is arrested or the person is gets killed or whatnot, and then the landlord finds out that the place they've rented has been turned into a crack lab. If they then somehow the authorities are involved, like it was inescapable or unavoidable, like the authorities shot the person, or something of that nature, the authorities were investigating, they got a tip or something, and the landlord cannot hide the fact that the crack lab was in the property they rented out, the FDA, I believe, is the responsible authority that then comes in at that point, and they declare the place literally uninhabitable, because all of those chemicals will seep into the walls, and they seep into the floor and everywhere else, and you literally have to tear the entire place down and rebuild it. Essentially, you strip it, you for all intents and purposes, you're deconstructing and reconstructing the building at that point. And this is what my landlady will be left with if something happens to this fucker. And what could happen that could also lead to something similar to that is what happens to so many crack labs is they blow up. So fires, the place could burn down, the place could blow up. Now, despite all this and concerns that people have about it, this is not innocuous, by the way. This is nothing to be dismissed. This is like, in its own way, a horror story that would bother your normal person. Your normal person would be bothered by this. I, of course, am beyond all that because my lifestyle has just been so unconventional, to say the least. Speaking of which, yeah, that was nice of Peter to come up with that. Doug's sexual trauma, Marina. Let me share that with you in some detail. That was interesting when he decided that. Yeah,
right?
that was. Yeah, you like that?
I mean, maybe he could have let you break that ice. Like,
yeah. At some point in my life.
by the way.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's common knowledge, so.
Well, in a sense, so. In a sense, no. It's those who listen. Maybe it's common knowledge. It's certainly Marina had no idea, and likely was never going to find out unless I told her. Simply because just because of the specifics of that situation. God knows, whatever the fuck is, he processes differently. Let's just put it that way. And it's
all right. It's like,
yeah,
even better to get it. I mean, it's gonna come up. Get it out in the open.
Yeah.
I don't think she's gonna like run away screaming.
Yeah, I think
the girl's been through some shit herself. So
yeah, that's true. Yes, I'll bear that in mind. Yeah, like I did about what Sammy Romero brought up when I was telling him about I call him Manila Ice after the drug and the capital of the Philippines where he was born. So when I was telling Sammy about Manila Ice upstairs, he did bring up a good point. I mean, compared to what could be up there, based on my experience, another sorcerer just hurling curses throughout the day, the kind of feds we had next door for a period of time, this is comparatively wholesome. So yeah, Sammy's right. Yeah, comparatively speaking, bad as the situation is, what I've got upstairs is comparatively wholesome. Yeah, and in a sense, I feel my blessings with that. Now, I'm not quite sure if that's the taste or the flavor with which Amy's experiencing her blessings, quote unquote. But I get the feeling it's kind of like that to a degree. I mean, when you're happy, Amy, because you can nude sunbathe, because you know no one's going to get past that moat other than the police. Oh, Jesus. What a world. So,
I know. That was the one thing, like, when I was isolated at the lake house, I would itch for the days where there were no other campers, where I could nude sunbathe out back because there weren't that many people at the lake. And so, like, to be here and, like, to have the whole lawn to myself, plus the turtle.
Yes.
You know, it really was it. And the sleeping situation sucks. Like, we're trying to work out what can be done in order to get us, like, more together in our sleeping area, because that's
wait, is it different schedules, or you're just not used to having another body near you? What?
No, mainly it's that we don't have a setup for two people.
You mean there's not a bed big enough for the two of you because he's a big guy?
Well, he snores. He's a snorer.
Okay.
And so what ends up happening is we'll be cuddled up together, and then he'll just start snoring, and I have to, like, disentangle myself. It's what I've been doing. But I have a king size mattress, but there's nowhere to put the king size mattress right now. Which is why we're going to build this shed, but it's starting to look like he's going to be too busy with his friend's house to really get the shed together in a good amount of time so that we can get my stuff over here. So we're, like, today we went through his house and he started, like, moving stuff around, and, like, just, like, he's never really lived here. Like, he's always had another woman that he had a house, and he was living with her somewhere. Like, and it wasn't like another woman every week. It was like he's with these women year after year after year. So he was never actually living here. So a lot of it is just, like, stuff he's collected here, and there's just no room for me. Like, that's basically all it is like, he's got all his stuff for the last 30 years, and there's no room for me.
Right. Wow.
And so that's the real struggle. And so, like, we went through the house, and, like, I'm really sensitive to mold, and there's a lot of mold in that house. So before winter, something has to be done about that if we're going to be in the house for the winter and not in the new building.
Yeah.
But then I keep thinking, like, why don't we just keep this as a summer place? Like, it's really perfect in the summer. Like, it seems like a pain in the ass in the winter. Like, the driveway is super long, no matter if we get the guy to take the fence down or not. Like, the driveway's still really long. With snow, it's hard to plow in and out every day, you know? So it might be a good idea. Like, that's how we've been trying to work it out, is, like, what are we really thinking for the winter? Like, is there a way that I could work, and that way I could afford to get an apartment, and then we could just come back and forth? You know, like, that's something we could consider. But there's no apartments here. Like, he agreed that he would help me get an apartment if it was necessary. But the situation in this particular area is there are no houses. Like, you cannot find apartments, you cannot find houses. Like, they're selling my grandmother's house for $200,000. It's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, and that's pretty cheap. But the neighbors at the lake house, they're selling. They said they never sell, and they're selling for $300,000. They don't even own the land. The land is all on lease land.
Jeez.
Yeah, like, you just can't afford anything. Like the jobs you're gonna get here are not gonna get you into housing. And there's just a part, like what I did last winter was like I took care of properties that had nobody in them.
Yeah.
Visitors, you
Yeah.
know?
Jesus. Yeah.
What it is up here.
And you were dealing with mold then. You were dealing with mold then.
Everything is moldy up here. Of
course, my crypt is a mold hole, and you know, you'd feel right at home. You'd say this place is as uninhabitable as any place in Vermont.
Yeah, I'm allergic is the issue. Is like I have a visceral reaction when there's mold in anywhere.
I don't blame
it doesn't visible. Like I will sense it. And my lungs will sense it, my eyes will hurt, and I won't be able to be in the room very long.
Right. Yeah.
And so that, you know.
Not to mention you'll get the headaches. The headaches will start to pound, correct? Right?
I've been really good about getting to the chiropractor through all this. So I don't get headaches as long as I have chiropractic care.
Okay.
But it's the lungs. Like I literally cannot breathe. And I can take my meds, I can take the inhaler, but it doesn't really help. Like I might as well just smoke cigarettes. Cigarettes would help just as much as living in a moldy house. Like it doesn't work for me. Like I can't make it work. Like it's too. When they did the test, you know how when they do the allergy test, they poke you with a little bit of whatever's, and then they tell you based on the size of your reaction how which ones are the most reactive, and the mold was huge.
Wow.
The mold was a huge
Now
reaction.
this was done a long time ago when you were a kid, right? Because that's something that was done a long time ago when I was a kid.
Right. Yeah. It was something that they did because like I had all kinds of issues. I had all kinds of health issues. And my parents were healthcare providers, so they would bring me to the doctor 4 times a year. I'd get sick every season. I'd get a new something. And the allergy thing was really helpful because it really helped me like figure out how not to be around what I'm allergic to.
What about when people hear you tell them when they come up, well, hey man, your parents are getting old and they're all alone, and you know you've got the brother and all these other issues, but when you tell them, yeah, they made me homeless, yeah, I know, how do they respond? How do they react to that?
They don't have anything to say. I'm trying to think of like the situations where that has happened, and mostly they don't react at all. Like it just wasn't what they expected. Like the story they got had nothing to do with my situation where I needed to have a surgery. There was no way I was going to be able to work while waiting for this, trying to get this surgery. You know, like that wasn't part of the conversation when my mom was like, we don't know where she is. I mean, she's sick. Like, she's been this way for a very long time now. Like, telling stories, like, not making any sense. Like,
no, you went off. You went off. Let's see now.
I went off?
Yeah, you went off. You're back. So you said telling stories, not making any sense. Go on from there. Yeah. She your mom.
She's she's very sick, and it's really beyond one particular person, me in particular, who I just can't do it. I did it for 7 years, and it wasn't fun.
Not to say the least.
No, and it really was like, I don't recognize these people. I don't even know them.
Yeah.
Like, they're treating me so horribly, and I can't even, like, I don't know them. Like, I don't know who they are. Like, they don't know me. Like, they think they know me, but they know, like, a version of me that they created while I was living somewhere else.
Yeah.
And it's not going to change. They're very old. You know, they're going to get worse. And I been picking my dad up off of the street and taking him home for 7 years.
Ugh. God.
It just I can't go on. Like, I can't keep engaging with people who only want to hurt me, and I've had to be like savior to them in every way, like saving their frickin' life from their own ignorance. Like, it just is so hard.
Their own insanity. Yes. And there's they're right down the road. Like, I see them driving. Really? Jesus, you're kidding. That's got to feel strange, kind of. Or you've locked it out. You blocked it out at this point. You've calloused yourself to any feeling when you see them. Yeah.
It's 7 years of hearing I'm going to get paid to help them and never getting paid. It's just severance.
Oh, relatives will use you and abuse you. They don't give a shit. You're just a fool to them to exploit. It's like a serial killer. A serial killer exploits his family, which enables his serial killing, and his family will cover story for him. They'll rationalize for him. Or a child molester, a pedo. A pedo will come home with the ankle bracelet, and his mother will just say, he talks to children because no adults understand him. It's like that, only they're the ones who are the criminals. They're abusing you, and by helping them, you enable their criminality. And the criminality is exploiting you. It's called cronism. It's basically when a spider gives birth to so many babies that it can eat some of them. Certain fish, certain animals will eat their young. This is what Kronos, the Father Time, did mythologically. Peter always refers to that story, but he'll discombobulate it in such a way that nobody can understand what he's saying because he doesn't really have a point with it. But I do. When Kronos, who's known as Saturn, that would be the Latinization, the Romanization of the Greek god Kronos. Father Time would be Saturn. He ate his own young so that they wouldn't take his place as the godfather of all the Titans. And ultimately, of course, he was killed. But until that period of time, the scientific name, cronism, became the term for animals that eat their young. Well, humans do that too. Humans eat their own young. And they'll say, oh, I need your help. And then, you help them out. And you sacrifice your life helping them out. And they'll just eat you alive. They'll eat you alive and feel no guilt. Feel no guilt about it. It's they feel they brought you into this world. They can eat you back up. So go on, back to Amy with that.
No, that is a perfect explanation for like how they lose the capacity for compassion.
I'll give you a story. Get this. There was this one guy I knew named Brian Frank Carter. His name was Brian Frank Carter. His name doesn't really matter, but it's important to myself that I feel that I'm capable of remembering it. But at any rate, Brian Frank Carter, when his mom got old and started to die, he had siblings, but he went to her home to take care of her while she was dying. And so he took care of her for a number of years. I don't know how many, wasn't too many, but still, sacrificed maybe a few years out of his life. Maybe like 3, 4, 5 at the most. Bad enough. And then when his mother died, in her will, she basically said, she gave all her money to the other siblings. And she said, I give all my money and the property to my other children because they were smart and intelligent and practical and didn't come back to take care of me. But Brian, who was a fool, came back to take care of me and wasted his life. Years of his life that he could have spent otherwise, wasted on me. And because of this, he deserves nothing. That's basically your average parental reasoning when it comes to helping them. So you may as well not help them at all, the majority of these people. So there you go. How's that for a story? It's a true one.
Well, I think that even when you have a good relationship with them, it's not easy. Like, even like my friend who lives there with his wife and like cares for his parents. And
I can't understand how the wife even tolerates that shit. I can't understand that. How could they even have sex?
they're well off. It's a big house, and they
Okay.
have several properties. Like,
Okay.
they've got properties that the sister
So
lives in.
basically, they're just privileged. They're privileged assholes. It's like I
But
wish.
they're not assholes. I'm not gonna. It's not. They've never done anything to make me hate any of them. Like, all of the whole family they're fine. They're good people. It's just the situation here where you don't have access to work that will support the housing. Like, if you don't have a mortgage, if you don't have to pay rent, you can live with somebody and it's fine. But when you have the burden of doing everything for the place, like doing the electric, doing the maintenance, doing all of the work on the house plus the mortgage, there's no work here to support all of that as a single person. Like, a single person living in Vermont. And these are all people who I grew up with. Like, these are people who are from here. We are natives. We are the indigenous people of the area. We're not a colonizer. We're not coming from somewhere else, transplanting. None of that. Like, this is all people who have lived here their whole lives, and we're all in the same boat. We live in moldy houses. We can't pay for the work that needs to be done. We have to know how to do everything ourselves. I mean, it's not an easy place to get along. There's no, like, you don't really have opportunity to like walk away, because like I said, like, I just see my parents driving around all the time. I see people who know me and don't understand what's been going on for 10 years, and they think like I have like some responsibility towards them.
That's a good one. Yeah.
I really don't. Like, there's nothing. They gave power of attorney to my brother.
Oh, God.
So he's in charge. He's never done anything for me. He's never done. We haven't even had a conversation as an adult. Like, we've never spoken to each other about anything at all. And the idea that we're going to share their stuff, who came up with that? I'm pretty sure my parents didn't come up with it. I'm pretty sure somebody forced them into it, and then they did it, and then tried to break it to us, and we were reasonably like, no, thank you. Like, he doesn't want to share their property with me. I don't want to share their property with him. We don't speak. Why would you do this? And then, where are they at? They're sick. They can't make decisions. They've been making bad decisions all along.
Yes. Absolutely. I'm sorry?
I've just been summoned.
Okay.
I have
Understood. We love you. Have a blessed
I know.
day.
It's 2:00. I gotta go. So somebody else on this call, I know you're up. I know you're listening.
No worries. We've done well. For tonight.
Okay.
And,
All right.
all
I
right.
have to find out what your new nose looks like.
Give it some time. Yeah.
Take a while.
Yeah.
Your new nose is coming.
Oh my God.
It's fantastic. Okay.
Oh.
Love you guys. I'll
Okay.
talk to you soon.
We love you too. Blessed day. Okay, that's Amy Como. Yes, wonderful young lady.
Oh.
And now it's just Aristides and I, and we'll probably close the transmission for tonight. And of course, thank you, Ari, for helping to make this possible tonight. And
Of course.
yeah,
You, Amy.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. I feel like it was like forever ago. She said, "Oh, I'm tired."
it was.
No,
She got a
she's
second
sleeping
win.
now, and she blessed us with another like hour and a half of her wisdom. So
Yes.
bless her for that.
Yes, yes, and bless you too. And all right then. Well, everybody, we will be back Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. Obviously, I'm taking care of health issues, which should be quite obvious as to why. Jen Arcana says, I admire your patience. It's literally a lesson, Mr. Dietrich. Oh, love you, Jen. You're on the call, Jen. Phil, welcome to jump on. Let me give you another call and see if it works.
Hi, Jen.
Yeah. And
Hi, Jen.
yeah.
We miss you. Tell us you're okay.
Yeah, please. And come on and share with us your wisdom. You've got so much to share, and we want you back among us. Good God, we miss you. You had no idea how much. You really okay. So
I see you got John Henry Mills Warrington into the fold here.
yeah. Well, I mean, he never was out. It's just that I never.
Right, of course.
Yeah, I never called him because he didn't have it. He didn't have the internet for the longest period of time.
Oh yeah, no. I think it was like his own thing, but that's cool if he's in touch. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's hope he reaches out once in a while. So as of late, so let's try Jen Hawkins on both her accounts again. See if she responds. It says both of them. They say she's unavailable immediately. They say that. But Jen.
Oh wait, she left him at look in the YouTube channel.
Oh, this is. I have to get my business all sorted. Okay.
Yeah. I know the feeling. I mean, shit.
Yes. Our prayers. Let's give her our prayers. She says, but she says my password. I have to recover that. But okay. Well, she's able to get into the chat. I love to listen in.
No, I mean, it's great if she checked in. I understand if she's not ready to.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah. Jump into the,
the fire.
Yeah, into the hot seat.
Yeah. Yes. Make no mistake about it. This is nothing casual, people. Your entire life will be impacted by just acknowledging my existence. No exaggeration. So let's see. We love you too, Jen. Love you too. There we are. The Arcane Observer. Okay, and what else do I tell her? Oh my God. Aside from that, that's obvious. I mean, what I'm saying is not even particularly constructive, but Jen.
It's just acknowledging this.
Yeah.
First, we'd like to acknowledge Jen, and thanks for checking in.
Yeah, absolutely. See how articulate Aristides is? Thank God. Honestly, it's like
well, in another hour that could change. So
yeah. Yes, that's true. Yes. Oh, well, my dear Aristides, I'll be opening that box of water soon. In the meantime, yes, to everyone out there, yes, water. It's actually water that I need. Add a new computer. So everybody is very fat. Aristides, tell them start a GoFundMe for the fucking computer. Open up a GoFundMe for the computer to you. I mean, Aristides,
makes sense when people donate or I mean, sure, if they send you money, it probably won't.
Yeah, it won't go to the computer. It's not going to go.
No, right.
So everybody, we need to start a GoFundMe for Aristides.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that way maybe it's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
That's the thought.
Yes, please. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. And I do have an idea, or what Brendan said was absolutely correct. These days you can get a little micro PC.
Yeah.
And
that's what he's recommending. Yes. That dude's not going to get anything for me because that guy can barely get anything for himself. Poor bastard.
But he survives against all odds.
Yeah, that's true. He survives. barely. Like all of us, we're just treading water. We're all treading water. This really fucking sucks. Oh shit. That's why I resent those people Amy's talking about. She says, I hold nothing against them. They're nice people. They got all these properties. Yeah, big house so the wife and husband can fuck each other while living with their parents, you know. Without, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I resent them.
Or like, yeah, no, that's life. It's like, oh, your job is to just watch our property.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Give me that job.
Yeah, no shit. Now, beyond that, the way she says it, it's like, what was it she said? It's like, they're such nice people. It's like, well, they can afford to be. It's like, damn, if I had that shit going for it, it's like this one woman told me. She had this one wealthy woman who was transitionally a sponsor of mine before she got driven away by Lori and Ann Fenton stealing a bunch of money from her. Before that went down, this woman, she owned this property that was she had so much acreage. They had like 17 little tiny pygmy ponies. What do you call them? Shetlands or some shit like that. And it's like, and so then onto this property, her daughter, a boyfriend moved in with him. And she said, he's so nice. He's like, he always asks what he could do to help around the house. And, you see him in the morning. He's so cheerful. And I told her, honey, if I was living under your roof and fucking your daughter and raiding your fridge and drinking your husband's beer, I think I'd be one dumb son of a bitch if I weren't nice and asking what I could do to help around the house once in a while. Right. Yeah, I think if I put on some attitude where I wasn't acting amenable, I'd be one dumb son of a bitch. I think there's a reason he's nice. Yeah, he's pretty happy. He should be. Yeah. I don't know if she appreciated what I said, but look, we got to be realistic here, people.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, honest to God. I don't know where people are coming. It really goes to show you really just goes to show you how spoiled they've been all their lives, that they don't get it. Those nice people. You know what I call that? That's like a quiet home invasion. Yeah, the guy's pulled off like a quiet home invasion and shit. It's like he's.
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta get it.
Yeah, why work when you like edge your way into like situations? Be like, You're like, oh, you need a little help around the house, take care of the property. But I mean, in if you're honest about it, it's not a bad arrangement. But
yeah,
there's always people
yeah.
Right, they're going to take advantage of any good thing. So.
Yeah, well, at least he's got the right attitude about it, knows how to play it. But, here's the bad news is that this chick that I've been dating, it's like she was bitching about her last husband, never did anything to help around the property. And I'm like thinking, well, I can't offer much better. I mean, I'm no maintenance guy. There's nothing I could do. I mean, when it comes to like maintaining a home, cars, all that man shit, count me out. I mean, I'm just not there. There's nothing I can do. There's other things I could offer, but that's not it. So, it is what it is. Okay. Well, okay. All that having been articulated, ladies out there, take note. Aristides needs someone to help with walking the dogs.
Yeah. If anybody out there thinks their ideal job is just to take care of a bunch of chihuahuas all the time, contact us privately.
Yes. Okay, and our dear Arcane Observer gives a shout out. We love you, honey. Jen Arcana, our lovely Jennifer Hawkins. We pray all is well with you, as well as can be, considering everything you've been through. You're constantly in our thoughts and prayers. We're always worried about you. Thank you for checking in so that we know you're alive, and apparently as well as can be. So, all such being said, we'll end transmission now. Join us on Wednesday. It will be here before you know it, and do forgive me. Like I said, my formerly vestigial tonsil, so vestigial, they didn't even bother to remove it when I was young, which was like a thing with them. They did that on an industrial scale at Letterman Army Medical Center because, they were salaried and they had to do things to rationalize their existence. But they didn't do mine. But something they did with the surgery that I underwent, lately, they fucked me over to the point where that tonsil's so swollen I'm choking on it. Brooke Gibson has joined us.
Holy shit.
Yes, we are blessed. We are blessed.
Actually,
Oh, but did you already end transmission, didn't you?
What?
Did you already end
You
transmission?
are the only thing that could infuse life into this.
At this moment, yes. So, honey, so tell us, were you able to contact Sean? Have you contacted Sean?
Am I on air?
Yeah, we're on air.
Oh, I didn't even hook up my microphone because I heard you were ending transmission. I was trying to call in before you did, but yeah, can you even hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you can hear me, but it doesn't sound clear is what I mean.
Yes. Yes.
You're laughing. Douglas is usually the one that's like, you're not clear, or Brendan, you're chewing or breathing too loud.
Well, I mean, it is rather unusual that you're coming in so loud and clear, and we appreciate it. It is like, yeah. How'd you pull that off? What?
Yeah, I just didn't hook up the actual speaker, and I'm just using the laptop with its bare bone setup. So apparently, yeah, that's better than buying the extra microphone from whatever $100 microphone.
So honestly, Brooke, I can be honest with you. Honestly, my tonsil is so it feels like I'm sucking a cock all day. It's like there's a cock down my throat all day. This is how swollen my tonsil is. It fucking sucks. That's pun intended.
Like, first I was gonna say, well, how would you know what it feels like?
You know the story behind that because Peter Moon decided he was going to share it with Marina SEREN in this fit of I don't know what to call it, largesse or generosity. I think I'll make Marina feel that she's not alone in terms of trauma. And so he brought up to Marina, yeah, Doug Dietrich watched his sister get raped repeatedly, until Granddad turned his cock around, decided to shove it down his throat. Then he bit it off. Yeah, I don't know how much of that Marina actually caught after the first several words. She probably blanked out and probably didn't even hear the conclusive part of that. But it was just kind of like...
If Peter Moon telling that story, I can't even imagine it would be so much worse. Like, I don't know. The way he would tell it, I guess. How old were you again when that happened, though? I was telling someone else that story, believe it or not. It was right. It's been like yesterday or before. Like I was something. I cannot know what came up. It was I told Daniel. I was like, well, I bit his grandmother's dick off. He's like, what?
3. I was 3. My teeth were just coming in. I was 3. Yeah. I actually cross-referenced that with my dentist at one point. They confirmed. It was, you were 3. Your teeth were just coming in.
I mentioned it, because I was mad. He's like, I said, something about, and I was like, you better be careful with me because if you ever piss me off, I might just bite your dick off. And he's like, well, I'm not ever putting it in my mouth. He said, but you can bite it off. I was like, you just hurt me. I said, oh no, I'm fairly certain if a little baby Douglas Dietrich could bite a dick off, I can bite a dick off.
Yes, honey, definitely. I don't see why more women don't do that when they're raped. But go on, yes, continue.
But I just think I just go to the Lorena Bob and just pull the knife in and let me ask you, how are you? I mean, are you able to are you gonna have to have surgery again or what?
I will be seeing. I'm sorry. Go on, honey. Before I respond.
I think it may have been an echo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to be seeing my doctoress at 9:30 a.m. in the morning on Wednesday. So at that point, we're going to find out more. We're going to. So Aristides left because of the echo. He's causing the echo, so he'll come right back. As far as I can say, what I can tell you is that I started to say this, but Peter was all antsy about getting Marina on, and he was like, he was tense enough about that where he interrupted what I was saying, and that's fine. Letting us know updates on Marina and the like. But here's the situation.
Men are such horn dogs. Like, I swear to God. I looked at that when I didn't know Marina was on tonight. I had no idea. But I kid you not, I pulled you up a while ago, just finished in the kitchen, gotten home late from work, and then had to get the dogs out. Anyway, I pull you up and I see the picture that, your title cover picture. And I was like, see this one for? And I was like, looks like Marina. He's trying to do a he's probably like trying to beg her to come on or some shit like that. Swear to God, did not know. That's just what went through my head. I didn't say it out loud, and here you are telling me Marina was on tonight.
Yeah, yes, it's such a bizarre situation, and but honestly, it's obviously we're all simping on her, but with Pete, it becomes a little more pronounced, and it's just it is what it is.
Very much into the stuff that you like. Some of that stuff that y'all were. What did she discuss tonight?
It's just she gets very, I would say, abstract. I think she gets quite philosophical, kind of spiritual, kind of. It's just, you know, she's in a she's in a different world. Yeah.
Work.
I'm sorry. What's that?
Does it ever discuss any of your other work? Just the spiritual part?
It's hard. It's hard to kind of bring it down. It's she does get political, and it's, you know, Pete orgasmed when she said, "Oh, you know, I'd rather have Trump win than Kamala," and you know.
Oh,
Brooke, dear. Brooke, honey, can you hear me? Are you there?
She's one of the Pleiadians, I believe, is her parents. Like, I don't know.
I think the Pleiades has something to do with it. It's hard for me to keep track when it.
Arcturians, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot going on there. It's so.
You know who believe it was that they saw in the world the Pleiadians were, I believe, at the Donald Trump rally when he met them from Australia in the becoming the third in Christ.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's Michael Christopher Andreach in Australia. Yes, claimed he traveled the astral and encountered both Trump and his son, Donald Trump Jr. and Donald Trump. What did he say? He said Trump is the new Christ, or what? He's
No, that Donald Trump, you know, saved our country, was like this wonderful. But that Donald Trump's son, the youngest son, the Melania, that he was because first he said, I'm like, oh, you mean that murdering coke-headed motherfucker?
You talk about me or Donald Trump's son?
Well, I should say that, yeah, animal murdering. I guess you have done some of that, but no, the one that hunts and does big game trophy hunting.
Oh, that asshole. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I got it. Yeah.
He said, the youngest son, he said that he saw where he was going to be like, basically like he compared him to Jesus Christ, basically.
Of all things.
Like, he was saving the world. Like, he would be take this huge role and like save the world or like whatever later.
All right.
Like, yeah.
Hold on for
so
just.
Anybody
yeah.
Some bets on that,
Pete's doing it. Pete's betting on that. Now I'm gonna take my earbuds off for just a second here while I get my sweatshirt on because the temperature's dropping. So give me a second. I won't be able to hear you. So out of habit, I'm just gonna burn bandwidth while I do this, and slide this other thing on me, and then I'll put the earbuds back on after I get this over my shoulders. So here, see if I could do this without hurting my nose. And okay, my earbuds are back in the correct holes, I think. So, honey,
yeah, just make sure you get the correct holes.
Yes, it helps. So, darling, what? Were you able to contact Sean, or are you waiting to see if he survives his heart surgery, which happened on the day that I had my surgery? So he should be okay. He should be.
I wanted to talk to you more before I called him because you didn't give me any information. Like, well, I've got the information, but like, I didn't know how you met him. I didn't know if he was having surgery or who knows. He could have been there. His grandma just died. Surgery.
Oh no. So just so you know, I mean, we will talk about privately, but you know, there's nothing I'm really saying that's, you know, very private. I'll just let people know there's this wonderful individual that we won't go into. But anyhow, let's just put it this way. In terms of his surgery, he's it was his own heart surgery, but I assure you, in his case, he probably walked in and out the same day like it was fucking nothing. It's
like like catheterization or something, or
Probably something of that nature. That you have a very good intuition about this because of your own education through your salesmanship in pharmaceuticals. So you have a good deal, and actually you've had medical training. Yeah, how far did you get in nursing training again? Pretty far, right?
Yeah, I did 2 years. I mean, I didn't. So I did the 2 preliminary years, and then when it was actually going into actual nursing school, like floor nursing, I didn't make it there. And so then I had cut out and did paramedic training, but then that didn't work out either because the paramedic training had to be. There was a backup to get into the nursing classes, so I'd taken all the preliminaries for the first 2 years, and then there was going to be a wait, so that like it was full. And so what they had you doing is take extra classes, and you were paid just to try to get in these classes because they were all so full. Everybody was trying to be a nurse, you know.
Wow.
I mean, still busy, but at Greenville Tech, yeah, locally. So you get a 2-year degree, but a 2-year degree ends up being a fucking 5-year degree. So I took the paramedic training, but I had a military teacher who was out of the military, and he had been a former paramedic, and I had to get 2 kids to school. At 2 different schools, and I had to be in that class by 8:15. And he, you know, I'll be late for my own funeral. So 8:15, I'm going to be late. Right? He told us, he had said, listen, if you're here 1 minute late, it's counted late. And he had said, and you get 5 tardies, and then I'll pull you from the class. I'll fail you for the class.
Oh my god.
He had 5, and then he failed you. And that motherfucker, I swear to God, and I would be late. I would run in at 8:15. Apparently, I had gotten 5. Right before, so like you know you go like 2 months, and then there's a cutoff period where you can actually drop the class, and if you drop that class before the cutoff, you know you don't lose all your money, and you also don't fail it. The day after the cutoff, I was 1 fucking minute late, and he said it was the 5th one. Pulled me in there after class that day and said, "I'm sorry to fail you." And he was just that militant about it. Like the woman, I was cried, and the woman was like. Even his secretary was like, I don't know, he's just so harsh. And he ended up getting fired like a year later.
Good.
Yeah. Well, this will tell you what I should have known about him. I knew there was a bad feeling on him, but there have been some rumors about him and like some women, like some girls, some girls, you know.
There you go.
And he met with me when he called me, and I said he had the door opened into the hallway, which is odd, especially. You know, and so he said, I said, are you going to close the door? And his secretary was in there, so it wasn't like we were alone. He said, well, I'll leave the door open just so there's no misinterpretations when I'm meeting with females. So obviously he had some issues already. So yeah, he was very militant. And I don't know, apparently had some bad. He was a little autistic sounding as well, but he dropped me, the 5th one, and that was good because I didn't need to go to scenes of wrecks. And you know, that's where I did learn, though. I did learn to do trachs, and I learned to, like you do the airways and things like that. Like, but they would tell me we would do it on dummies, and the nurses, the real paramedics would come in on real days to train us, and they would say, I said, well, how's it gonna feel like when I come to like a real person? I'm like, because that's how do you learn? Because the only way to learn is on a real person. So he said, well. When we get some that are just like almost dead, like they know there's pretty much no hope for them at wrecks and stuff, or if they blew their head off, like that's when they'll hand it over to you, like the newer person, and say, here, go ahead and trach them. Like when you're still like, you see your loved one in there, and they're like, they hand it off to a new person, like there's a sign right there, like I'm not gonna go. Yeah, but it didn't make me feel good. And anyway, I don't know what you asked me that for, but yeah, we
were just talking about that because you had a good intuition that the individual you and I were discussing was going in for a heart procedure that was not necessarily that particularly impacting. Impacting enough, of course, but not necessarily something that would be... He would not have been in the same clinic I was in if he was going to be hospitalized. It's what was the ambulatory...
They can put like stents in, you know, like which I think like catheterization. They can put stents in, I believe, outpatient. Yeah. That's really the only thing I can think of that would be outpatient.
Well, that or a pacemaker. Pacemaker is
can be pacemakers. It depends on the age. Like my grandmother had it. They usually kept her overnight because she was older.
That's interesting. I mean, what year was that? Because these days, of course, by the time my parents got it, they just kick you right out. I mean, it's in and out.
That was back when she had that. She had her pacemaker well before I even had Bola, I believe. So
that was a while.
Like,
yeah.
like late 90s.
Okay, yeah, that's a while ago. Yeah, that's so just so you know, I want you to know that Jen Arcana, Jennifer Hawkins says to you that this individual, she said it was bullshit what this guy did to you. She says if you're not early or late, it's bullshit. Although she does say she doesn't think it was sexist. Although that's not what you were implying. What you were implying was he obviously had a reputation for potentially sexual predation for a potential yeah. And
He was very militant on the time. Everything was very militant of the classroom. And so, but then on top of it, yeah, he had done good on the grades and things. And but yeah, he was like I said, that was just a rumor. I had barely heard.
Well, obviously, the rumor is reinforced by his own actions. In other words, when he stated what he stated. Yeah.
That's how I knew, because he said that, and I thought it was kind of odd that he would, because I really didn't think much about the rumor, because you hear rumors all the time, like, oh, but be careful with that guy, and he looks so nerdy. I was like, and so it was so militant. I just thought it was a rumor. But when he did leave the door open, the only time I ever met with him, to basically let me know, and this was a private conversation, because he's gonna drop me from the class, and then he's literally going to, and I cried, and he has the door open. The door needed to be open because he doesn't want to anything perceived badly, I guess. He's along those lines. Anyway, he got fired. I have no doubt that I should have gone back and tried to get my money back for the class and get the F drop, because it was the day after the cutoff, and because they knew enough about him, but I didn't apply to it. So yeah, I had that F on my record for that, and then I lost that money, because what happened was your student loans won't pay for it. If you sell it, the student loans won't pay.
What an asshole! What a piece of shit that guy was. Right? Yeah, that's bullshit. And yes, well, such being said, yes, you should have pursued that. But yeah, such being said, just to get back on the train of thought, yeah, these days the pacemaker is the medical equivalent of setting a broken bone. I mean, they literally just walk you in and out. But just to give you an idea of just how things didn't look good from the beginning, and I guess I should emphasize this on Wednesday as well, I told people already that the ambulatory... Now, all my life, of course, I've been haunted by the number 4, which is considered the worst number in Asia. And, of course, everything turns out 444, like my prefix of my phone number and all the rest of that. And I just learned to embrace it because I've been surrounded by death and destruction all my life. That it's just symptomatic of everything in this incarnation. But, yeah, when I went to the surgery, it was on the 4th floor. And it's room 44. So there's 444 again, the triple death number, which would be the equivalent in Asia of 666. It's up worse. And so, we have that's already bad in a superstitious sense. Not that, like I said, I've learned to embrace it. I wasn't going to let it bother me. Well, yeah, it all worked out for the worse. And such already having been expressed, and you knowing the basics of the horror of what happened, I can say that my facial swelling has gone down to the point where, unless someone were physically intimate with me, and in the past had spent time like literally staring into my eyes and staring at my face for long periods of time, when I went up to the corner store over this Labor Day weekend thus far and had to resupply myself with beer in particular, they looked at my face and didn't notice anything, especially the one woman who looked directly in my face, and she's seen me for a number of years at this point. And so it's my facial swelling has gone down to the point where most people would not know something had happened. But believe me, I see it, and people who know me see it. It's definitely what I can say, of course, is the night before this episode, the last episode before tonight, when I was hosting it, and T-Tank Barry rang my doorbell to deliver water to me. He saw my face, and he can testify I was unrecognizable. He can testify I looked like I'd been beaten up by a gang and left to die in the street, and a truck ran over me thinking I was a speed bump. It was like, I was blood all over my face, which there was no point in washing it off because I just kept bleeding again. And even though it kept congealing, it was like, so my face was all red from, the nose on down, like I had just feasted off some cadaver or something. And it was, of course, my nose was completely twisted into a Z, like literally like a Z. It's bad. It's no exaggeration. T-Tank Barry can testify to this because I hugged him. And so that completely, just the fact that changed within a matter of days shows that there's either something supernatural involved, as most people would think, which they'd probably consider my vampirism to be, or the nanobots, etc., are doing their work. But it doesn't really help in the long run. I still can't breathe. That's my nose is fucked. I'm not getting air through it because inside there's so much coagulated shit. And I have this stupid neti pot, is what they call it in the South, which is this prescription little plastic bottle that I squirt bromide solution up with that doesn't do shit. And there's nothing I could do. The closest that does anything is Afrin. So they tell you not to use Afrin. Don't use the Afrin! After 3 days, don't use it again! Of course I keep using it. And that's the only thing that gives you the feeling that you're able to breathe for a bit of time. Oh, anyhow, it is a nightmare. And it's painful. It's just, they rubbed everything off. Whatever it was in there that was any kind of skin covering on the inside of my nostrils is gone. It's just bare bone. It hurts. It's painful. I can't breathe. I'm disfigured. But on Wednesday, I'll see the doctor. We'll decide where we go from that point. And there you have that. That's the update. That's the update in general. It's just general update. So Brooke, how are you doing?
I am good. I mean, I'm falling asleep from your story, but I'm good.
Whoa! Thank you. I feel that's what
I was just kidding. Because I had already listened to it before, so I knew. But I told you up front, dude. I told you were gonna swell up. I told you that. I warned him that he was gonna swell. I told him it was gonna be bad, and he said, "Oh, it'll be fine. I'm a vampire, and I have nanoplasma."
That's not what I said. Maybe I implied that. Maybe that was just a given, but yeah, there is a miscommunication between us concerning that ambulance ride, which of course I did not call the ambulance throughout this Labor Day weekend to get back into the hospital, which would be the only way to get into the emergency room is of course through an ambulance. Otherwise, you what?
About the ambulance. Did I go against you on the ambulance or something?
No.
I know
I know
it's going to be bad. I didn't know how. I have a friend that had had this surgery, and she had it, and she swelled, and her nose swelled, and she was like, my boyfriend's aunt, as a matter of fact, which was a real good friend of mine. So she was, older than me, at the time. I mean, still is, obviously, but at the time I was only like in my 20s, and she was like 60, and she had the surgery. And she was always calm, but I'm telling you that night, she came out and she was just like, I can't breathe. I mean, like having a panic attack. We had to call the ambulance. Like they had to call, well, not the ambulance, call the doctor. Like she would have called 911. We got the doctor on the phone and they called her and some stuff. But I just thought, and then after seeing Lola have her surgery, her jaw surgery, which, was really bad. Like, I don't even know how Lola survived that. Like, I could not have done it. Like, when I think of either one of those surgeries, I mean, I think I would just be like, I don't know, I'll take the hole in my nose, or like, I'll, whatever. Like, or either put me to sleep until it's gone, because the feeling of I can't breathe, and like, once I think I can't breathe, does not go, because then it gets worse. I just get into a panic mode.
Well, believe me, I have to distract myself and just, calm myself down. But then again, I'm so used to certain things. Like, say, for instance, I'll give you an idea of this. When I contracted chickenpox as an adult, which I had never been exposed to in Asia, my parents had raised me in extreme isolation in Taiwan, where I had never been exposed to chickenpox as a child.
Here.
I'm sorry?
You went to high school here.
Yeah, high school. Yeah, here.
Where did you get chickenpox?
I got it at the police academy. When I went to the police academy, San Francisco Police Academy, and we're talking about that was like after the fucking Marine Corps. And so when I was in I think it was actually, I'd have to look at my own fucking resume at this point, because I have done so much to bleach this shit out. But it was a Jew motherfucker, a guy named Stephen Bartholomew, who, because he was Jewish, they just gave him everything he wanted, and he contracted chickenpox from his infant son, but they let him into the academy anyway. And I told them I never had it. I'd be, and they guarantee, oh, you won't catch it. You won't catch it, etc. But of course I couldn't sue the motherfuckers because no lawyer would take the case on. Because, there are great and glorious boys in blue and they're all heroes and shit and all this motherfucking bullshit. So there's no justice in the world. I'm sorry?
You were going to sue them for getting chickenpox?
Of course, because I told them if you let Jew Boy in here with the chickenpox, I'm going to get chickenpox because I never had it. And they said,
well, I mean, I don't think you can sue for chicken. I mean, because then we couldn't, I was 15 when I got chickenpox. So should I just gone back to my school and been like, well...
No, you don't understand. This was a specific situation where I would not have caught it had they not let him into the academy with me. Do you understand?
So, you knew that he had it.
Yeah, honey, he was bleeding open sores. He looked like a goddamn zombie. Yeah, he had it. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and the other cadet who caught it died because it all went in his throat, and they didn't tracheotomize him in time, so he choked on his own chickenpox.
That sounds more like a hit, that they knew you and the other guy didn't have chickenpox vaccines, and they were like, dude, you and him, they won't take y'all out.
Yeah, that's giving Jew Boy too much credit. He's just spoiled, and he says, I'm Jew, and I want to go in, even though I'm all bleeding open sores. And so, yeah, of course, you're Jewish. Yeah, give you anything you want. Yeah.
Something about that in regards to Netanyahu, about the hostages.
Oh yeah, about how they're raping all the hostages and bragging about it and shit, and becoming celebrities. I
just thought I was telling somebody today, I was like, hey, I find it very, ironic that, there's been so much more pushback lately, especially in the last few weeks. There's been obviously more pushback against Netanyahu and just Israel as far as funding and things like that, and just especially with obviously the people realizing, Iran getting involved, and now, America's gonna, I just think there was a lot of pushback Netanyahu was feeling. I find it very convenient that those six
hostages,
Israeli, hostages bodies were suddenly found. And now that's spreading. You guys are in your international media. Your main corporate media run coverage, where you're seeing that, and it puts you back to the sob story of Israel's plight and each family's plight. When I'm like, okay, well, how about how many kids in Gaza? Like, how many of them are dead?
Yeah. Oh, well, Aristides, tell her about the Israelis raping the Palestinian hostages and how they're bragging about it, and these guys are being made celebrities.
Yeah, apparently that's the thing. That's what I saw, according to some unverified thing online. But
it's not. By the way, just to verify it for you, it's not unverified because it's all over Jewish media. It is quite real because I've seen it. But go on. Yes.
Yeah, it's on their sites. But I mean, there's a trend there for sure. It's like they're trying to assert their right to rape these people. It's really weird.
And that's been going on for quite some time. That's been going for months and months, where they just said, they had any of these Palestinians captured by them, men or women, if they're young and effeminate enough, they rape them and say, we've got the right, we're the chosen people. I mean, at this point, I'm past the point of diplomacy here. I'm just like, when you bring up that traumatic memory of Stephen Bartholomew, where he came in looking like a zombie, and I wound up going deaf in my right ear. But at any rate, one of the collateral effects of my contracting chickenpox as a adult male is that 1/3 of all adult males who contract chickenpox as adults go deaf in at least one ear. So I went deaf in my right ear. Now, whether or not it's the nanobots attempting to repair that, and they can't because it's nerve tissue, here's the mechanics of it that I can tell you briefly. I cannot get a hearing aid because it's not normal hearing loss. If it's normal hearing loss that comes from the eardrum or various elements of the ear itself being damaged, then I would get a hearing aid, but it's nerve damage. So I would need what's called a cochlear implant, which means that they have to bore a hole into your skull and insert this implement that I do not want. The person who had that done was Rush Limbaugh, because this is what happens when you get on say for instance, I don't know what his cause was, because it shouldn't be like that. Your average person who's like going into DJing or working with radio, where you gradually lose your hearing because you're constantly turning the volume up louder and louder, that's a different kind of mechanism. And so theoretically, a regular hearing aid would help with that. So he must have had something that caused nerve damage, maybe all his drug abuse. But he had a cochlear implant, and this is like a little hole in your skull. And I could not comfortably take a shower or a bath knowing there's a hole in my skull. So, but at any rate, this is like the only thing that they could do for my case. But worse than that, there is an element of nonstop sound. I have what's called tinnitus as a result of this assault on my nervous system. And I've seen other people where this has destroyed their lives. So tinnitus, for those of you who don't know, is a constant element of sound. I'm sorry, honey?
Ringing in your ears?
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, there's even magazines dedicated to this phenomenon called Tinnitus Today. And so there's people out there who they're looking for updates on how to treat tinnitus, and it's destroyed their lives. And I've seen articles where I've read people saying, the last quiet moment in my life, and then after that their entire life was destroyed by tinnitus. And of course there's all these quack medicines that people sell to take advantage. There's all kinds of people out there with tinnitus, and apparently I, of course, have suffered so many horrors in my life and so much pain in my life that the tinnitus I've just learned to handle. I just like, okay, it's tinnitus. And so I have to handle my inability to breathe in that sense that I do my tinnitus. It's like, oh, I can't hear without this element of sound forevermore. I can't breathe. You know, you just like learn to take it. Like the time I was in the hospital and they wouldn't give me painkillers and said, oh, you're lying. Nobody can be in that much pain. And I said, okay, fuck you. And I didn't take any painkillers. And then I wound up getting hemorrhoids because my butt cheeks were clenched so tight that I could crush ball bearings between them. It took decades to get rid of those hemorrhoids.
You did not. Are you saying that you did not take pain pills?
When I had those multiple lung collapses, I kept asking for painkiller. And they just told me, oh, you're an addict and you're lying and nobody can be in that much pain. And I finally said, okay, because they weren't going to give it to me. I just said, fuck you. Then I didn't take any painkillers and just rode the pain. And I paid the price for it, of course. I developed something I never had before in my life, which was hemorrhoids, because I was clenching my butt cheek so tight from the pain. It's just like I suffer too much in life, and it's always something. But anyhow, so yeah, that was the situation with that, Brooke. What was I going to say about the other element of that? The later on, when I was attending lectures, caring for my parents, there was one doctor who was an expert on pain, and he brought up the fact that the horror of most doctors is they will not believe their patients when their patients say they're in pain. That's the biggest challenge, he said, as his expertise was pain. And he said, as a pain specialist, he could not believe the fact that he was like a lone voice in a community, a professional community, where their modus operandi, the regular method of operation, was to deny pain. They just felt everybody was, I mean, with that attitude, you wonder why they even apply anesthesia. Okay, Brooke Gibson left. It's like, hopefully she'll be back. It's like, love you, Brooke. Hope you come back. We'll see. If she doesn't come back in a few minutes, that's okay. I'll retreat into the gentle night. And hope she's okay. Hope there wasn't a home invasion or something, or her squirrels got into it. She has 2 squirrels now. She has 2 squirrels, one boy and one girl, and sometimes they get into a fight. And there you have that. Okay, I've got a bunch of backup of bloody snot slowly dripping its way down my throat. It's not only like I'm sucking a cock all day, it's like it's constantly ejaculating. It's like there's a cock in my mouth that's constantly ejaculating viscous phlegm. Viscous fluid down my throat. It's
Yeah, with that, please donate to Douglas. Somehow, help him with this.
man. See, tonight has prepared me for this. Yes, she's back. She's back. That brought her back. That's what brought you back, right, Brooke? That's scripted.
No, I didn't even hear you. I just dropped. I had to reboot. Like I had to restart Skype. Sorry.
Okay. Yes. So.
What did you say to bring me back?
Yes.
What did you say?
Basically, I described the fact that it's not just like I'm sucking a cock all day. It's like it's constantly ejaculating down my throat. There's this bloody phlegm.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna go now. That's enough for me. You know, like.
It's phlegm. It's congealed blood. Congealed blood is dripping down the back of my throat constantly.
I hope your next fucking whore or like prostitute has fucking like not just your yeast infection you got, but like some fucking like herpes or some bullshit.
Are you wishing that on me? What?
No, I'm not. I don't think you can get rid of that, but like I don't know, something for just grossing me out right there. I want to throw up like the whole down my throat. Okay, I watched that Dr. Pimple Popper today accidentally. I was like, one came on, and I was like, I don't want to watch that, and then but I still watched it for a second.
Why? Oh my god, what is this? What are you even talking about? What is this Dr. Pimple Popper?
Oh, you never seen that? Oh my god. And I've seen it before, but this was so bad. I thought, I'm like, I don't want to see that. I already could tell, just look at the person's skin. I was like, I don't want to see that. And I told Daniel, I was like, cut that off. Like I don't want to see it. And he's like, no, I want to see it. And I was so fucking mad because I waited a minute, and I waited just long enough to see exactly what I thought I would not want to see, but worse. And so now I can't. Now when you said that, it just brought that mental image back. Like, I see all this pus. Oh.
Got it. Well, how does someone even find out about this existing?
Everybody has to know about. How do you not know about Dr. Pimple Popper? Like, there's all kinds of pimple popping videos all over YouTube. It's probably not even just him anymore. Like he was like Dr. Pimple Popper was one I think that got big for a while, but I don't even know if this was it. Hell, it just popped up on my feed today. Probably because I swear to God that the TV, the computer or the phone listens to you. YouTube is running its algorithms anyway. Because I swear to God, like. I said something like we were talking about addiction last time, and then I swear to God, my YouTube, I go on YouTube every day. It pops up with some addiction offering counseling bullshit, and I'm like, oh, apparently it's listening to me talking about that. Then last night I was like, oh shit, I got this pimple right here. I need to pop it. I swear to God, I was putting this fucking.
Don't pop your pimples. Hasn't anyone ever told you that? Don't pop your pimples.
Oh God, so this is what I was just thinking. I have always popped my pimples. I cannot not pop a pimple. The way it started, I will say, was because I had my cousin Jennifer was like the closest thing I had to a sister. She's a year older, and we were coming back from the Myrtle Beach, 4-hour drive back from the beach. I am like 7 years old, and she's like 8 years old. Okay, and so I'm looking at her in the back seat because I'm bored, and I look up to her. She's a year older, which, by the way, I ended up finding later she's not even my real cousin because her mom had an affair, and they just got DNA tests. 23andMe, my uncle found out that his 2 daughters. He just found out this year. My cousin's a year older than me, so she's like, 46, 47, and her sister, who is like 40, he just found out that neither one of his daughters are his daughters because they sent in the 23andMe request just to find out their heritage, and they got back that they were not related. They would not have the same father, and then they sent Randy's in it, and they found out neither one of them. Randy is neither one of the father of either one of my cousins.
Jesus. Oh my God.
Yeah. And that they have different fathers. And Lee is his ex-wife. He did leave her when she found out she was cheating on her after Brandy was born. Brandy was like a year old, the younger one, and they had divorced. So they've been divorced a while. But she was supposedly at the time anyway. I haven't spoken to them in a while because they took it pretty hard, and there was some fallout with. Brandy and them arguing anyway, but they said she said I would not discuss it. She told her kids she was not discussing it, and she wouldn't tell them who his father was. Well, either one of them. So I don't know if that changed later. That's between them. But anyway, this cousin of mine who I supposedly looked up to, who now I know I was the first cousin of the family. I was the first granddaughter in the whole family because my Mima always like. My Mima, I was close to my Mima and everybody, but my aunt especially, who was the youngest, she spoiled Jennifer. She's like, well, she's the first grandbaby. She's the first. And I was just like the second, whatever kid. So she's like, she wasn't even the first. She wasn't even related to any of us. She wasn't even blood. But I looked up to her, and she was popping her. She was doing something to her arm.
Oh!
And the way she's my cousin. His cousin. She's like, I'm 7. She's like 8. And I'm like, what are you doing? Because I'm bored in the car. I said, what are you doing? I just keep seeing her looking at her, and she's squeezing it. She said, I'm popping ingrown hairs.
Oh.
What the hell that was? But so then I'm just a kid. So then I start looking at my arm, trying to figure it out. When I finally figured out that you could squeeze and make like little white stuff, tiny little come out. Like your hair. I just became like addicted to that. Like I would do it like when I was bored.
Look, there's other people who take bubble wrap and pop the bubbles. Okay, why don't you do that instead?
Yes. I've always said actually, if I should develop this for people like me, but I said what I want is bubble wrap, and I want the bubble wrap to have like something in it, you know, where you go to squeeze it. Yeah, and like it'd be different consistencies. Like so, sometimes you pop it and just a little comes out, but then every now and then you get a big one, and it's like, poof. Just like, yes, love it. I would love it. But yeah, so that's why people that like there are people who do this to pop. So I don't mind popping on pimples. I don't like try to. I don't mess with like digging a hole in your skin or something. But like if I get a pimple, I'm gonna pop it mainly because I think it's if you don't like it, just wait till it heads up and it takes 10 times longer to go away. See, I've always been pretty good at not getting.
No, you don't pop them. You get treatments. There's treatments you can.
Okay. Well, that's what these people. Okay, well, I'll tell you today, right now, the guy that went in there, the grossest thing I've ever seen with his nose, I was looking at it and I was like, oh my God, that thing is infected. It's been infected. Like it's not even just infected. When it was probably started from, usually you can get cytokines, which are like allergens, you can have allergen on your skin or even in your body because your skin's an organ, so it'll pump things out through your skin. So he had this red nose and all red around. It was red, and I knew the damn thing, and I could see the pores. I'm like, okay, not only is that thing.
This is on the Dr. Pimple Popper thing?
And then I was like, it's going to be old. And some of these people, because I do remember watching them before, when they would pop this or something, it'll be not just like if you pop a pimple and like the white stuff comes out, but it'll be old white stuff because then that's dried up. Just in some of it's really thick stuff. It is so bad. It's so gross. That's why I don't pop a pimple. Because I'll tell you, one person told me not to pop a pimple. Probably the biggest pimple I'd ever gotten. Came on my forehead. I don't know, just randomly. It was like a big pimple. I was like, oh my God. And I was with Maggie. And I said, Maggie, look at it. And she's like, don't pop it. Don't pop it. Don't pop it.
Of course not.
I was like, okay. I didn't pop it. I did not pop it. I did not pop it. And never did not pop it. And now finally it was like, oh my God, this is not going away. It's been like a week and a half. And I went in, finally just went in there one day. I was like, popped it. And it was like, shh. Okay. Should have done that a long time ago. And went away the next day. So I do not agree with your whole stance. I have never scarred one time, and that's where the story is going now. I have only scarred one time. My pimple, like you know, sometimes it'll get red and it takes a few days for like or even maybe a week for the discoloration to go. But never scarred like an indention or crater, anything in my face, except one time. And I was 15 years old, about to be 16. I was at high school, and I had a boyfriend. I was excited because I actually broke his heart, only dated 3 months, but he was in high school. It was my first high school boyfriend, just gotten there, or second one that was he was popular. And I'm so, and then I go home one day from school and I look in the mirror and I have a pimple, 2 pimples right on the very top of my forehead, right in the center, dead center. And I see them, one's a little bit smaller than the other, and I try to pop it, you know? I didn't have much acne, so I was like, I'll pop these pimples. I'm like, this thing ain't popping. And I was old enough, I knew I'd had pimples before, so I knew pimples. So I was like, well, guess I'll wait. We came back in 1 or 2 more. I kept trying to pop that thing all night. And I then started squeezing into it. I was like, this thing's got to fucking go. What the fuck is wrong with it? It was hard. It wasn't doing anything. And then I woke up, I went to bed, and I woke up the next morning, and I realized I had all these pimples all over my body. Legs, arms. Yeah.
How did that happen? Chicken pox. Oh my God. Oh.
Yep. So I scarred my face because I had the 2, like a little tiny indentation at the top and the tiny one underneath. I would always look at. I mean, they're still there. I don't know. You can see them because of my wrinkles now, probably. But yeah, like the only scars I ever had from pimples were because they weren't pimples. They were chicken pox. And I then had to imagine being 15 and then your whole face and everything gets covered. And then my boyfriend's like, "Can I come by and see you?" And I'm like, "No." No, like and I remember finally like. It was so horrible. I was like, Mom, why didn't I get chickenpox when I was younger? This sucks. And yeah, and then I finally I remember letting him and like 2 friends came over and we watched like Lion King, Lion King. I was It was like just to like it was something cool to watch that was just out, and we sat there. But I covered my face up like I don't know, like an old lady with like 3 pounds of makeup, which probably looked much worse because I'm trying to cover up. Oh God, trying to cover up all the crap, the dots on my hair.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for sharing that. I feel. I'm nauseous. I feel nauseous.
You're gonna be nauseous when I send you that fucking Dr. Pimple Popper video.
I don't understand how it's like. Is this some morbid fixation? It's
this stuff. Somebody's heard of it out there.
I'm sure people have, but it reminds me of that Jameson Reese would just watch eye black. He would just search on the internet for, people who get fucked up in accidents and shit like that. And of course it became harder and harder to find that on the internet for his gratuitous sadism. But this is the kind of... Yeah.
Well, I just tried to put pimple popping in YouTube while I'm talking. And it says, and so I just clicked on the first thing it said, pimple popping in the search 2020. The first video that comes up is by Dr. Pimple Popper, and it says it's 1 year ago, and it said it's had 4.9 million views.
Of course, that goes without saying. People are morbid. This is why horror stories succeed. This is why The Exorcist became a roller.
I don't like horror. I think there's something else about pimple popping. It's kind of like popping the bubbles. I think it's some kind of satisfaction. Whereas, like, I couldn't watch that guy Dave because it's grossing me too much out. But it's the like release of like knowing like it's done. Like you know something's out. I feel like that. There's.
Do you like the voice in the background that you heard that, Aristides? That's the demon that possesses her. Yeah, it's a release. Yes. He's feeding her the... It's Danny. Hi, Danny.
Had a birthday. Lola and Daniel just celebrated their birthday.
Oh my God, they have a birthday on the same day?
Yeah.
Oh my God, just like you and Pete Moon. Yeah.
I know. The angel and the devil born the same day, right?
Yes, that's right. Same with Lola and Danny.
Exactly. That's a good day there.
Oh my God. Well, happy birthday to them both. Happy birthday.
Yeah, so we... Anyway, he had a crazy birthday, and I ended up in the hospital, so we'll see.
What? What happened?
Well, he ended up, we ended up going on the lake, and obviously he can't drive a boat or jet ski, and got drunk and naked, and that's all I can say.
What? Oh my God. Oh.
One life right away.
One what? One what?
What do you call it?
Like med-trans.
Like med-trans. We don't life flight. No, he was just kidding. Like, it wasn't that bad. I wasn't hurt that bad.
Okay.
Just my ego.
All right, Jesus. Well, honey, I mean, you've got us worried sick now. I mean, well, yeah. Oh, thank goodness. Yes. Take care of her. Oh my God. And yes, I remember distinctly what you said, Brooke. If something happens to you, everything goes to your squirrels. Lola and Noah are aware of this, correct?
I'm sure it happens because I'm like, I've told him, like, I haven't told him if I told him yet, but I've told you, I know. I think I've told Daniel because I was like, I told him that, and then he goes, I'm the only one that will take care of Braveheart. So I was like, something he will say, yeah. I'm like,
at any rate, now that we've been through this roller coaster ride, it's yes, we will. What would be a good time to call you later today, perhaps, so that we can, go over some of, before you call the other guy. We can go over some, whatever background I can give you. What's a good time in the day to call where you might actually respond to the phone?
Have you heard of black hairy tongue?
I'm sorry, what?
Have you ever heard of a disease called black hairy tongue?
I don't want to know about these things. I don't want to know about these things. Yes. Why are you bringing this up?
Because
where does this come from?
It's a thing. I swear to God, it's a thing.
Is this also on YouTube?
I think Daniel's got it.
Oh god, Daniel's got black hairy tongue. Disgusting.
Look it up. I don't have that shit.
He's just kidding. But I made him look it up because, okay, so, the reason I thought of it is because I'm looking at the pimple popping video. It's got somebody who looks like their tongue on here with pimple. I don't know. It's
Oh.
But I growing up, you know, we didn't have we had the internet, but it was like that. You know, when I was the kid, like it was like in the late 80s, we had those Mayo Clinic. You know, now you just go to Google. We had a Mayo Clinic family health book. So like if you were sitting there at home and you had something, your mom or someone would look in the health book, you know, and she diagnosed you with cancer herself or something. Anyway, but like it had these pictures in the middle, and I always like to look at the little part that had the pictures of certain diseases. And it was like real pictures. And one of them was called Black Hairy Tongue. And it was somebody with people with black hairy tongue. And it was it sounds exactly like what I am describing. It is a tongue that is covered in black hair, short black hair.
God. And you say Danny has this?
No, hell no.
No. No, but one day we took a screenshot of it because I showed him what it was. And then sent it to his mom from his phone and said, "Hey, I just woke up with this. What do you think?"
Thanks, bro.
She said, "Have you tried gargling?" Oh my god! It was a picture of somebody's tongue online that I.
Oh, why would you do that? Oh my god! Well, I'm looking this up, and I'm not going to look at any pictures. I'm not looking at any images. I'm just seeing that it exists. Mayo Clinic. Go on. Oh.
Hairy tongue. I mean. I don't know.
Yeah, so a temporary condition in which the tongue appears dark and furry. Oh, disgusting. It says it's harmless, and says it's temporary. Oh my god. Well, I
hope they didn't like that you were there. They did your surgery, and then like in a few days you start seeing they got some germ in there, and your tongue starts turning black and hairy. And
oh well, let's just put it this way. I do want people to know that your skin, your epidermis, your appearance in general is certainly indicative of your health, and it's a genuine reflection of your health. So you want to try and look young because it means that you are young on the inside. So it's just an important point to be made. Yeah.
But forget that the skin is your largest organ in your body.
Yeah.
You know, so the skin is it's an organ, and it's not just like there to, because people think it's just there for looks or to protect your, you know, your flesh, whatever, but it's actually doing a lot of work. Like it protects it obviously from the outside, but it takes out toxins. It's basically removing toxins as much or more. I can't remember the state, Douglas, but like it's the liver. I mean, it's secondary to the liver as far as removing toxins from your body. So a lot of times when you're having like breakouts or things like that, it can be hormonal, but it can be toxins, and then of course you can have infections as well, which is usually, infection can be signatory of, well, it can be just, you know, not cleaning, I guess, but it's usually, infection is secondary because it's trying to remove, you've got inflammation in your body. So yeah, I mean, the skin is a great way to tell what's going on in your body. I agree, Douglas.
Yes, thank you. So it's important to protect that. And so that being said, honey, what else is going on in your mind? Any questions or conversations you want to take this into a direction of that's perhaps a little less stressing, a little less stress-inducing than what we've been discussing thus far?
No, you have to take it. I mean, I mentioned the people that were released, the hostages, and Daniel was in the background just like talking this code word. So every other like word, I mean, I can't speak. I don't know. Like what is it?
Oh, well, honey, like I said, what time's the best time for me to call you today to catch you if I happen to be awake?
Well, I guess in the next hour or I don't know.
Next hour? So you want me to just basically, I can end the show and talk to you privately. How's that? How about we do that? Do you want to do that?
If you said you were ending the show earlier, I was like, if you end it soon, but like, I don't know. I'm out late tonight.
Yeah, maybe that's the best way to do it. Well, I'll end the show. then I'll snort that stupid bromide solution up my nose, take some Afrin, some pills, and then call you back.
Cocaine again, or
What?
Is the is your Daniel said the cocaine should help to numb it.
They're very funny. I'm not gonna do the cocaine for a little while again yet, for obvious reasons. But it would numb it after first the excruciating fiery burn. Yes, that's kind of like, yeah, brilliant idea, Daniel. I mean, it will work. Yes, it's kind of like when, my testicles continue to itch and I use that Absorbine Junior on them. And all that alcohol combined with the, what is it? The stuff, absinthe. Yes, burns right through. And of course, I'm just dancing in agony till it all dies down and then it feels better.
What?
Yes.
Your testicles? What the fuck?
I'm being facetious. It's like, obviously testicles are very sensitive. You wouldn't want to put alcohol or these other, absinthe on them or something like that. But men's balls are notorious for itching all the time, and there's sometimes where it doesn't matter if you're maintaining hygiene and washing them. It's just sometimes they just itch because you're sitting down all day, and that's more or less the issue. And then I'm sorry.
Not that, bro.
There you go. Yes, you see, this is why that guy Lance Armstrong was such a champion with the bicycling. I don't know if you knew this, but the guy who won all those bicycling marathons all over the world, Lance Armstrong.
But he did that after.
No.
Testicular cancer, yes.
Yeah. Actually, wasn't that before?
After, no.
Are you sure?
Because he was already popular when he got the cancer.
Oh, okay.
He dated Sarah Crow right before, either it was right
probably.
Before Crow.
Yeah, it's probably why he got the testicular cancer. It was all that friction from being on the bicycle seat for I'm sure that's what did it. I'm sure that did.
Point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wrong buses.
What did you say?
Wrong bicycle. He said he got on the wrong bicycle.
That's funny. Yes. Well, luckily we can't contract cats that way. So that's what I'll do. I'll shut down the stream. I'll go through some medical procedures, and I'll call you, Brooke, in within the hour, about an hour. So let's get started on that process. Okay. Right? Sound good?
Yeah, but you just said cocaine burnt your nose.
Who said that? Danny or me?
I just was asking you. If
it would burn if I were to take cocaine now, yes, it would burn my nose as if I had put rubbing alcohol on my testicles. Yeah, it would be that brilliant an idea. Yeah.
It would be bad. It would be numb it up. I think you should try, but you know what I've heard is really good what does not burn your nose. Try while you sniff a lot of meth.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't burn at all. No, somebody taught me doing that once, and I cried for an hour.
There you go. That's that. Thank you for all these brilliant ideas. This is a real brainstorming session we've got going here. Yes, that's so. All that being said, my love to all. What's that?
To do drugs, but if you're gonna do them, sniff the cocaine, not the meth, because meth up your nose. I was crying, and the person I was with looked at me and literally was just like, meh, whatever. Whatever.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, was just mad. I think mad that he wasn't getting his dick sucked or something, probably.
Yeah. Wow. There you go. What assholes? Oh my fucking god. You've got to do something about the company you keep, honey.
Well, whenever I can get him out of the house, but I've got 14 days to wait for Tuesday, actually.
Oh, really? You're gonna leave me? Really?
I tell you, you're not leaving until you fucking do the fucking work you're supposed to do. Which I did get.
Okay, so such being said, my love to all my listeners who support me, and emotionally or financially. There's still a lot of thanks I have to give out to some people I haven't named tonight. I hope to do that on Wednesday. In the interim, thank you to Danny and Brooke for joining us, and we have Aristides with us. Yeah, say good morning, Aristides.
Did he say anything?
He's
Daniel.
that time of morning.
About to volunteer to come up and take care of Aristides' dogs for him, but he's starting to sound like, Aristides, can you talk?
Oh man.
Or is that me? Did I mix that up?
Yeah, we just let him get some rest. Okay, well, we'll end the transmission. Give me a second here, and let's press those buttons. Everybody, try to. What?
Have you heard from Ian?
Who?
Ian what? Have you heard from him?
Oh, Jesus Christ! See, we went back to your audio quality being shit all over again. What the fuck did you do? I mean, Ian was like on recently. He's doing all right as far as I know. I mean, yeah. I mean, I told you. I'll tell you when we talk privately what I know. I mean, not that you know. I mean, everybody knows Ian's okay. I mean, goddamn, Ian is a fucking cockroach. He'll survive a nuclear holocaust. Okay, he can.
Told me
what?
That girlie got pregnant. Did he? Can you hear me? Is it
barely? Yeah, Ian told you he got a girl pregnant. What?
Oh shit! I probably shouldn't say that on air then. Yeah. Okay. No, I mean I'm.
Oh, that poor son of a bitch. Yeah, well, that kid's never going to college. Okay. All right.
How do you think that was gonna go out? Yeah, I mean, the kid is. I don't know. I asked him if he needed money to help her for an abortion because I'm trying to do the world.
Yeah. I mean, really, seriously.
He took it too serious. Like when I did it, and he hung up, and I haven't heard from him.
Oh well. I mean, let's put it this way. I mean, he's using all that AI to write porn songs, like taking Aquino's porn and putting it to music, like it's the Book of Mormon and shit. It's like he should use that talent. He could write a new song. Crack baby.
Wait, well,
you got what take you. Sorry, what?
Him having a baby is like Jimmy the Grease Monkey having a baby. No, not I won't say
that.
I mean, equally crazy, just in different ways. So, but I would love Ian's baby. I would help support it.
The hell we would.
I just a little bit of Braveheart's money for that baby's mental health.
Oh my nose! My nose. My nose is starting to hurt.
I have to put money for the abortion and the amount that you're just going to need for mental health if you go ahead and have
this is
people obviously is not in the best position either.
Is abortion legal in his state? If not, he's got to go to a blue state where it is, or get that girl to a blue state where it is legal, and so that.
People saying abortion should be illegal. What they should be doing is abortion should be mandatory.
Yeah, no shit. No, you're preaching to the converted here, honey. That's fuck yeah. Abortion should be. Guys like Ian West need to be sterilized. Okay, and nothing against it.
Let me preface that we are joking because obviously I don't want to go back to the eugenics culture of
Are you kidding? The eugenics culture, if they had succeeded, we wouldn't have people like Ian West. We'd be okay. Yeah, come on.
No, that's what my point is. Like, no, and I love Ian. Like, I'm joking about that, but I do think that mandatory. I mean, people like me, I think it's more like people like Elon Musk shouldn't have all those kids. That's.
Well, he's not even having them naturally. They're all in vitro.
That's what I mean, yeah. And it amazes me that,
he's not even interested in the sex. That's how fucked up that guy is. But anyhow.
If he pries himself away from work, he admits this. The only thing he does at home, like his big pastime, is like he is the video game. Imagine that, nerd of the century. Like I heard him talking about video games one time, like some other video games.
The Muskrat. Muskrat?
Yes. Yeah. It's like video game level. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. What is he doing?
You're 20-pound dresser out of my bedroom that I've asked for months while I'm on podcast.
Yeah. What is that?
I'm sorry, not 20 pounds, 200 pounds. This is a dresser that is about 7 feet long.
Jesus Christ.
Wood. We already took. What are you fucking? We were gonna chainsaw it because it's so big. That's what I was gonna do.
Jeez.
But now he's suddenly manly enough since he's not getting any attention from me. Because he's fine. If we're fighting and he's locked outside my door, he's fine with that. He likes it if I'm yelling or screaming at him. But it's like yelling and screaming's fine, or give him attention, be nice. But what he can't stand is, I swear to God, if I look at the TV and I'm paying attention, or my phone, or anything else, and I even get attention, he just will start. No, look at me. I will watch. We'll cut on a comedy show. We've never watched a movie. We've never watched anything for more than 10 minutes because I swear to God, I'll stay and watch something. As soon as cuts it on, he starts talking through it. I'm like, I can't even hear it, so then I mute it, because I want to hear it. So then I'll pause it, and I'm like, what are you saying? And then whatever he says, some stupid dad joke, like knock knock or some bullshit. And then the person will tell a joke, like, it was a comedian, like, I was at the mall with my mama, and then he'll say something, and I'll be like, what did you say? And I'll pause it, he's like, I have a mama.
There you go.
Mama.
There.
I mean, so he loves it. And apparently now, I've given you so much that he is. At least I'm getting a 200 or 300 pound dresser out of my room. Although he has now blocked the doorway with it.
Now you can't get out if there's a fire. Yes. Okay.
If there's a fire, what are we gonna do? We can't even get out the door.
Anyhow, let me end stream. Say good morning to everyone, both of you. Say good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry the microphone went out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it happens. Okay, my love to all. Join us on Wednesday. Be here before you know it. Okay, ending stream, and pressing the end button, and then.